my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Gayfesh, Baphomette, Nuts, Trousley, Punk Corpse, Page Punk Corpse, Lavender, Uncle Gumball, Neurodia, Sentient Rat, Calliope, Axolotls with Cream, Mistress Lynn, Dice, Femboy, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Ultimate Stapler, Super Jet Guy. From the YouTube chat, we have Tori, Cassiatori, Java, Jay, Another Board Person, Charlie Jinmeyer, Yuri, Paul M. Leth, Yuri, Marina, Ryan Phoenix, Gabsty1989, thank you very much for the gifted YouTube subs. That means the world to me. Thank you so very much. Dark Canuck, Zach Fletcher, Marina, Joseph Rose Tito, Marceline Flowers, Vash Bandicoot, Sentient Rat, Insert Creative User, Louie Boy, Felsin Forma, Northern Agler, Comrade Girl 2018, Guns, Games, Guitars, Jana Henricks, Patrick Cheek, Neb, Levi Matthews, Java J. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Although today I'm definitely going in a more chill, relaxed outfit than my last few streams. The last few streams have been way out there, right? Cleaver 120. What a banger by Sweet Myths. I just want to say, you know, I try to take time to say this every once in a great while, but I am so unbelievably appreciative for all of the music that has been made for my channel. Rilo, Sweet Myths, of course, Gayfesh, Calliope, Jazz Dog. It's, I feel so lucky and so inspired by the fact that people have been willing to make music for my stream. Right, Retcon? My community is very, very talented indeed. Oh my goodness. Wow. So tonight, I want to welcome you all to our community call-in stream, which we lovingly refer to as Signal Nights. And we're gonna be doing a very, very interesting and chill Signal Night tonight. Which, for those who've never done one of these, basically you can call in and more or less talk to me about anything. It's ask me anything more or less. Obviously there are some topics that I don't care to talk about, which usually I'll outline, and I'm going to outline here in just a minute. We will be beginning sign-ups very shortly, and you will be able to, if you want to sign up, you can type sign up in our website chat, and if you want to know all the details, you can press callers guide in chat. These commands will be available all night. We will be posting them periodically, so just keep an eye on the chat and you'll see all of the links that you need. It's very easy. We have developed a extremely smooth and well-greased system with the thanks of Alora, our Signal Night producer, and all of our Signal Night techs, who tonight, let me just double check the list. Tonight, our Signal Night techs are going to be Pan, Jessica Metal, and Hellish Trans Girl. So, excellent. This is, we make it easy. Signups go in waves. We basically will open the sign-up form, which you can subscribe to on the Discord so that you know when it's time to sign up. We always have more callers than we could ever possibly take. And it's, but the truth is that we tend to get everybody who wants to call in eventually will get in through our call-in nights because we have a whole system set up where you can't call in this every single time. So it's awesome. If you want to call in, please come call in. I would love to talk to you. We accept debates, we accept Ask Me Anything type stuff, and we accept you telling a cool story about your life or whatever. And we also just accept casual chats. It's a very chill thing that I do to make sure that my community's voice is always being heard by myself and also by you all. As you guys all know, I take my community very seriously. I find that the community is one of, if not the strongest feature of this entire project that I've undertaken. And I always want you all to be able to hear one another's voice and stories, to be able to connect with one another, to constantly be able to build real, meaningful social connections with one another. And this is my way of doing that, one of my ways of doing that. If you are here and you have not pressed like on the stream, please press like. It is the type of stream where every single like counts. These types of streams are always a little bit community focused, so they don't tend to bring the gigantic numbers that we see when we're doing hot topics. But nonetheless, they are incredibly entertaining. So if you are here, you're in for a good night. Every call-in stream that we do always has a million interesting things happen. Everything from people talking about the amazing experiences that they've had to us having interesting and sometimes prolonged debates. Yeah, so, and weirdly, we've been getting some debates recently, so that's pretty cool. Make sure you press like. It means the world to me. When is your next call-in night? We are aiming to do another one in either June or July. We've been trying to do them fairly frequently, but due to the studio build project, there was a bit of a delay. So, yeah. I know, we are only at 72 likes right now, but, you know, we'll get there if people press like, which we do. How do I call, email, or contact you? You want to come onto the, well, the easiest way is to follow the caller's guide, which is right here. Bam. Here you go. Here's the link for caller's guide for the YouTubers. It is easiest if you're on the website chat, but you can click that link to get the caller's guide and see for yourself. June is Pride Month, so that would be based. Yeah, we have historically done call-in nights on June, but this June might be a little bit busy, and I don't want to make any promises early. We've been trying to do them fairly frequently. We've done a lot this year, so, you know, yeah. Now, we're going to begin our call-ins in just under an hour. But of course, I always warm up first, so this is going to be our little warm-up section. And also, I'm probably going to change the title just a little bit. Debates, AMA, stories. Call-in stream, signal night. Here we go. I'm gonna change I just wanted to change the title just a little bit so we get some people coming in. Now, there is something that I'm going to talk about right now, and then after this, we are not going to be talking about it at all, which is the Keffels stuff. That is, we're not taking calls on any of the Keffels stuff. We don't care. I don't care. I don't want to hear anything about it. I've had enough of it, and so we won't be doing any calls on that topic, so don't bother, is what I'm trying to say. If that's your topic, take it somewhere else. No hate. I understand some people still want to talk about it, but I've said my piece on it. The response to my video has been largely positive, which is important to me, obviously. I put a lot of work into that stream. It was not a fun stream to do, and I took some time off afterwards because it was, hey, oh, thank you so much for the water. Really appreciate that. Thank you. It was not fun. I didn't have a good time, and it made me feel really bad. However, I stand by my presentation of the facts, and I am happy that a lot of people found value in it. I also discovered that a lot of people who did not know a lot of the details because of the poisoned well nature of the situation were willing to hear me out, and that was very encouraging. I guess this is a further validation of the fact that the way that I choose to approach these things is healthier than other approaches. As it turns out, sticking to the facts is more useful, more helpful, less toxic, and will reach people who would otherwise either be set in their ways or would not tune in for pointless drama farming, because that's not what I do. Yeah, exactly, Retcon. The well wasn't poisoned, it was the well with the zombie in it from The Walking Dead. Yeah. This is basically, what I'm saying here right now is basically all that I'm going to say on that particular topic. Obviously, it was the last video, or it was the last stream that I did, and the video got a lot of attention, so I wanted to just say the response has been overwhelmingly positive and productive and reasonable. That makes me happy. I can't say that that's true about the entire situation at large. There has been a lot of very, very weird behavior, and that makes me sad, but I don't know what else there is to say about it than what I've already said, you know? Yeah. Al the Healer says, it was so cool seeing people talk you up outside of this community. Yeah, the video got a lot of reach, which I was surprised by. Usually, I do have a presence and a reputation within the sort of lefty politics community, which has been is a hard-won reputation because, as we all know, the first few years of my stream was some pretty deranged character assassinations being directed against me. And it took a long time for me to prove to people slowly and surely with my actions what I'm all about. But that I do have that reputation now, and so usually people will at least be willing to hear me out within these communities, but it seems that other people beyond our general communities were willing to hear me out, and I think that's a good thing. Mostly because I feel like in my video, I've tried my absolute best to focus on only the details that are most prevalent and only the details that were grounded in as much fact as possible. Put the screw in the tuna. Yeah, I saw that, and we'll see. I don't believe it. I don't think there's any reason to believe basically anything that isn't substantive coming out of that camp, whether it's from somebody who is a hardline defender or whether it is from Keffels herself. I don't believe that any statement is particularly trustworthy unless it comes with hard evidence. Yeah, and I don't know. There's not much else to be said about it. I don't know where it goes from here. Obviously, people who feel, that it's the right move for them can request their donations to be refunded from GoFundMe. But I think the biggest takeaway from this situation is simply that community and but most importantly, the head of that community got out of hand, and a lot of stuff was happening behind closed doors that nobody could know about. Anyway, I'm not gonna sit on this topic for very, very long. Yes, actually, Gabsty, it was very funny. Yeah, that's about all I have to say on that particular topic. I don't think there's anything else I have to say. Hope that helps. Yeah. Oh, that's really kind of you, Yuri, and I appreciate those kind words. But also, I have grown a lot myself. And I used to be a lot more hot-headed. I used to be a lot less careful with what I make. And yeah, life is a process of growing and improving, and you never know. You know, just do your best, and you always try to keep improving yourself, and you know, being honest with yourself. And I do feel that you know, that can be in and of itself motivational to people. So you know, yeah, yeah. So, oh my God. What do I want to talk about first? There's so much. I did a lot this week. This has been a pretty busy week for me. I mean, I got plenty of downtime since the last stream, but also I've done a lot of stuff. I saw a movie yesterday that was called I Saw the TV Glow, and I am going to be doing a full section on that movie because, oh my God, it is good. It is my movie of the year. One of probably the best movie that I've seen in recent memory since Firewalk with Me, but Firewalk with Me is an older film. It is so good, and I'm going to do a whole video talking about it because it is extremely good. It is a movie that is designed and written for and written about a very particular trans experience. And let me just tell you, it is unbelievably powerful. I don't want to hype it up too much, but no, actually, I do want to hype it up. It is incredible. The soundtrack is a banger. The cinematography is phenomenal and unique. The performances are absolutely amazing. It is an all-around. It's a 10 out of 10. I like the highest possible praise that I can give to a movie. I Saw the TV Glow. Go see it if you can while it's still in theaters. It's so good. I promise you, you don't need to know anything about it going into it besides what I'm saying, although I am going to do a whole video about it for those that need to hear other things. Just my strongest possible recommendation right now, go see that movie, especially, no, if you're trans, go see it. If you're cis, go see it too, and then think about it, and then talk to trans people about it, okay? It's incredible, all right? It's truly, truly, truly incredible. Yeah, it's amazing. Is it a horror film? Yes, but it's not the type of horror film that you would expect. It is a psychological horror film and it is unbelievably effective at that. It was billed and sold as a horror film, and it is a horror film, but it is not the type of horror film that you think it's going to be when you go into it. It will make you feel horrified. It is, yeah, it's pretty scary. Is it in movie theaters? Yes. I was able to see it in my local AMC theater, so you know, it's definitely in mainstream theaters. There was only one showing of it, so I don't know if it's going to be in everybody's theater, but most of the theaters in this area are showing it. But yeah. The movie is I Saw the TV Glow. Go see it. It's amazing. One more time. I'm going to do a whole video on it because I could talk about it. Me and my partners went and saw it together. We have been talking about it. We talked about it all last night, and we were still talking about it today before I started streaming. It's amazing. Also, for those who didn't catch the alert, our sign-ins are now open. So if you want to sign up to be a caller, click that link and go sign up right away. We open up our signups in windows, so if it's closed, don't worry, just wait for the next window. It's just how we do it. We open up the window, you can sign up, and then it closes, and then it'll open back up. I will try to announce them every time the window opens up. We'll try to get as many people in tonight as we can. Yeah. Movie is fantastic. Breathtaking, and yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. What else did I do this week? Oh yeah. This week I listened to an absolutely phenomenal album by Patricia Taxon. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Patricia Taxon. I'm sure some of you are. But I listened to Patricia Taxon's release from this year, which is called Bicycle, and I have not been able to stop re-listening to the album. And I have considered doing a listen together with you all because it's so unbelievably good. My God, it is so incredible. And Patricia Taxon allows people to listen to and use her music with credit. So we can actually listen to it on stream without any copyright issues. And I might do a thing where basically while we're listening to it, all of the donations will go towards the album or whatever. I haven't done anything like that in a really long time. But it is incredible. How to characterize the album? Bicycle by Patricia Taxon is a synth-based, like a upbeat, for the most part, synth-based journey through personal evolution towards a beautiful and hopeful sunset. It's an incredible album, just so heartfelt and warm, and not the whole thing. There are tracks that are more melancholy and darker, but it's all a part of this beautiful journey. It's the first album. I think it's the first album I can think of where I really feel like from beginning to end, listening to the album in order from beginning to end is like the ideal listening experience, because it tells such a clear and wonderful story that feels incredible to listen to. I listen to a lot of music. I've listened to a lot of full albums. There are some albums I can think of that I feel are like very, very well structured to be taken as like a full piece. But I think this one's the best that I can think of. It is, at least off the top of my head, it is truly incredible. Also the first track of the album is called Furry. So how can you argue with that? That's the next one. Baphomette. I have Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe as my next album to listen to. So yeah. Do you generally listen with headphones or speaker? Depends on the mood. I have a pretty nice speaker setup in my studio, so this one I listen to over speakers, but I sometimes listen over headphones as well. It depends on my mood. Yeah. It's amazing. The album, of course, once again, is Bicycle by Patricia Taxon. I cannot praise it enough. I feel like this week has been such a blessing for incredible and breathtaking art. I feel wonderful about it, and I wanted to share with you all 2 stellar recommendations for those of you out there who want to feel something. Patricia Taxon's Bicycle if you want to feel good. I Saw the TV Glow if you want to feel scared, but also emotionally empowered. Yeah. Dice Femboy says, Demon Mama chat, I gotta do my hormone injection. Someone hype me up, please. I will hype you up, please. Do your injection. It's totally worth it. It is a tiny pain, perhaps a little bit of a scary pain, on a path that will make you happy on a deep level. You gotta get your body needs those hormones, and your mind needs those hormones. So be strong, be brave, and do your injection. And do it every week. Every week from now on, remember that this entire community wants you to do your injection because it'll make you happy. Why is the track named Furry? Because Patricia Taxon is a furry and is pretty open about it and talks about it and is proud of it. And I think that's fucking beautiful. I think it's fucking beautiful. It's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. On a personal level and on a broader level as well. People who are brave enough to defy the society of shame, you know, and guilt, and also how the internet has this the current internet has this. I'm not the first one to say this, not even close, okay? In fact, I can think of 2 other content creators who've said this type of thing before, which is just that, like, cringe is the greatest sin that you can commit on the internet, according to the internet, which is totally wrong. It's totally wrong-headed. It's completely toxic. And the definition of what is cringe expands every single day. More and more is cringe, and it leads people to being very close-minded and very bitter and hostile to things that they don't necessarily understand. And I don't know. I appreciate when people are bold enough to care about what they care about, bold enough to find beauty in what they find beauty in, you know? I'm not doing that today, Gayfesh. I'd be open to that. Let me get back to you after stream. I'm open to that. That sounds interesting. Yeah. That sounds great. Joseph Bros Tito says, I've heard about furries. I've also heard about anti-furries. I don't know much about either group. Furries dress up as animals, right? Some furries do. Not all furries do. The furry is a pretty broad group these days. But broadly, a furry is any person who has an affinity for anthropomorphized animals. You know, there's all kinds of versions of that, you know? You can have something like Tunic, you know what I mean? Where you've got a little tiny fox character, or you can have everything all the way onto the other end, on the corporate end, where you have somebody like Tony the Tiger or whatever. The furry community is very broad. Yes, some furries do dress up as animals, and let me just say, the fursuit artists out there are unbelievably talented, and put an incredible amount of love and passion into making some pretty amazing stuff. The furry community is kind of big. Yeah, Zoe Vecht says furries are just fans of anthropomorphic art as a category. Yeah, I think that's fair. There have been differing predominant definitions of it as time, but I think that's the most coherent one. People who are strictly anti-furry are ridiculous. Honestly, being anti-furry is like, I don't know, you would have to take issue with like 90% of the entire animation industry to truly be anti-furry. Isn't your fursona a wolf-octopus hybrid? Yeah, more or less. Not just an octopus, but the cephalowolf. I have a fursona that is in a sort of eldritch horror creature, mixture of a wolf and various cephalopods. So octopus, squid, cuttlefish are the big ones that this character pulls from. I've shown that character on stream before. Wait, do I have? Oh no. Oh, I don't have the file. Oh, the file's on my other computer. Oh, I can't show it right now. Can I? Actually, I can. It'll just take a second. Hold on, I can show the art. Hold on, I'll show you my cool character. No synced with OneDrive? No, I don't use OneDrive. No, I don't use OneDrive. I use another thing, and I don't have all of my stuff synced right now. Hold on a second. I can get it though. Just give me a minute. Yeah, I don't like OneDrive. Hold on. Give me a minute. Baphomette says, have you seen the one post Patricia made on Bicycle a while ago about how each of the tracks represents a sensory aspect about becoming an animal? That is amazing. Baphomette, can you DM me that thread? I would love to read that thread / post. I would really, really, really love that. Like a lot. This is not right. Hold on, I'm in the wrong folder here. Give me a second here. What's going on here? Give me a second. Where's the, hold on. Where's the cartoon one? I want to show the cartoon one. Please be patient while I solve my problems. Okay, that should do it. Here we go. Now I should be able to show this. Here we go. Look at my cool persona. Are you guys ready? Ready? Here you go. Whoa. Look at my cool persona. Cool, right? Art was done by our very own Nasty Redacted. Pretty cool, right? Also, I can show you the cartoon one. Here's the cartoon sticker one. Look at that. Look at that cute cartoon sticker one. With the little split tongue. Nasty is, without a doubt, one of my favorite artists on the whole planet. So, yeah. When I think about Nasty's art, it makes me feel strongly. Nasty is so amazing, and he's so talented. And the jaw being all funky is so cool. Yeah, I wanted that to be the case. So I like wrote up a visual design for my character, and then Nasty put it to art. And that part was part of my design. I wanted my character to give the impression of a human jaw with a wolf skull on top. And I thought it would be very cool and a little creepy, because like, I thought of, the initial thought was like, if a human wore a wolf skull and then flesh grew over it and it became a thing, was my thought process of where I came up with that idea. And I'm like, oh, that would be cool and really creepy, and I love it. So. Can we do fan art of your persona? You absolutely can. I totally welcome that. That would be totally welcome. Thank you. I would love that. I love any fan art. Jake says, I hate describing what an OC looks like to an artist. It makes me feel like a dumb person. Wait, a dumb kid. A dumb kid is. I'm very bad at describing things. It takes work. And it's also collaborative. You have to be willing to talk back and forth with the artist. Don't ever feel ashamed of trying to describe something. It is hard. The thing is, I have a writing background. You know, that's most of, besides streaming, that's most of what I do is writing. So, Project Jira says, have you ever thought about doing a drama mama about what was going on with Wendigoon, considering there's an interesting dialogue you could extrapolate from there? I have heard a little bit about the Wendigoon situation, but I think I would need to sit down and look into it. I don't know exactly what's going on. He hangs out with Confederates. That is... Well, if that's true, that would be sus. But also, when people say that, like, how close are we talking? See, this is why you gotta do drama mamas on this stuff, because it's too easy to take that out of context and go, oh? If so, that is definitely pretty sus, but I don't know what that fully means, so I'd have to wait. I don't know if, we'll have to see. I'll look into it, but yeah. Maybe. Is what I'm trying to say. Oh, I've heard of that name before, Project Jira. I've definitely heard of that name. Oh yeah, just a small rant. GunTube? That just, by the way, the state of GunTube should illustrate to everyone exactly why I am 1000% correct in saying that we need a new gun culture in America, and the left needs to be involved in the creation of a new gun culture in America, because it will literally save lives. The current state of GunTube is completely and utterly deranged. Like, oh my God, it is off the shits, okay? Guns are cool, but anybody who's not like, basically like a person who jerks off to like, the Punisher, is completely alienated from GunTube. And it's to their detriment, because there are a lot of people who would learn and be able to appreciate and contribute a lot to a healthier, better, safer, and more interesting and fascinating gun culture. But they can't get into it because if you just pick a gun tuber at random, the chance that you're going to get someone who's derangedly racist or extremely homophobic is like through the roof. It's pathetic, honestly. You would think that people who are like, who like spend all their time around lethal weapons would like maybe have a little bit more self-confidence and not feel the need to like lash out at everyone who looks a little different than them. But nah, it's pretty bad. And I can say this as somebody who's spent a lot of time just cruising through videos looking for information about various guns. The state of GunTube is very bad, okay? It's bad. Not only that, but there's also a ton of like the ammo-sexual type, which are like people who don't actually give a shit about safety. They don't give a shit about like the technical aspects of guns or the process of safely owning a gun. They don't care much about, there's a lot of people who don't care at all about becoming more effective, about actual community defense. There's just this obsession with the tool of violence and that big gun go bang. And it's just, oof. Yeah, it's bad. But hopefully that will change. Hopefully there are people, even in this audience, who will be willing to be the battle queers that the future needs. Yeah. Gun shouldn't be a culture at all. A gun is a tool, not a celebration. I agree, but what I mean when I say gun culture is like the culture around guns, the approach towards guns. I'm not talking about like, I'm not talking about guns themselves being the culture. I'm talking about the culture around and discussions of guns. The reality is that there is a culture around basically every tool you can imagine. Like, there is a culture around artistic tools. Like, there is culture that builds up around who uses Photoshop and who uses Paint Studio and who uses what's that other one? Oh God, I'm Krita, and people who use Clip Studio. There's like a culture around all of these things, and you know, so but in America, the gun culture is in a really rough and rotten position. The reality is that, like I said, a gun culture, any culture around anything sufficiently interesting, it will always produce a certain amount of culture around it and will always invite people to have a certain understanding of it. Because it's just the nature. If you're somebody who's passionate about guns, you're going to learn about the manufacturers. You're going to have opinions about this, that, and the other thing, which generates a culture. So we ideally would want to have a better one. In America, the gun culture of America has been basically owned and operated by the NRA for decades now. And the NRA is not your friend, okay? They are not a friendly organization. They are a heavily, heavily political organization, and they have a very particular political slant. And it's not just about guns. And the fact that, I mean, it's bad, okay? It's just bad. I've done a whole videos on this, and I intend to do more in the future. Though I'll be honest, I haven't been able to spend much time thinking about or talking about firearms because I've been busy doing other things, which is good to do, as it turns out. Weapons of violence should not be your only focus. Literal Laura says, I gotta admit, weapons in general are pretty interesting to me. Like engineering, history, physics, all in a single package. How cool is that? Well, as it turns out, pretty cool. There's obviously a lot of interesting and fascinating things about that. It's important to remember what you're dealing with. Especially when we're talking about firearms, which have such destructive potential. The reality is that a cavalier attitude towards firearms will lead to people getting hurt and dying, and that's not a good thing. We don't want that. We want people to have a healthy attitude and and we want people to have a holistic attitude towards defense. A lot of people get into, a lot of people are pulled into gun culture through basically paranoia. Gun manufacturers and gun culture influencers convince them that they are constantly in danger, that they must have a gun in order to live a safe life, when in reality, gun ownership is not even the first step towards defending yourself and your community. It's not even close. It is a part of it, especially in America, but it's not the first step or even the second step. And I wish that more people who are interested in self-defense, people who are interested in community defense would recognize that and, you know, carry that forward. Yeah. Project Jira says, search up Daniel Defense. They're the literal example of what you're talking about when it comes to shitty gun culture. Yeah, I believe it. I'll take a look into it. I'll try to remember that name. There's a lot of channels like this. Like there are channels where this person is a gun influencer, like as in they have sponsorships, and you will just watch their videos and see them committing flagrantly unsafe behaviors and not even caring about it. And in fact, sometimes their community will get mad at you if you bring it up. Like, oh my God, there are gun influencers. Here's an example. Let me give you an example of this. Oh, Daniel Defense is a company. Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about. I see what you mean. There was a period of time, and I don't know how popular this is right this moment, but there was a period of time where lots of gun influencers of various types were encouraging their viewers and their subscribers and the people who followed them to store their guns with no safety whatsoever, and basically to prevent home invasions, because they would have an attitude that, well, if you got a safety on your weapon and you get a home invasion, you're gonna be shit out of luck. When of course, like, defending from a home invasion is like such a small likelihood, and the likelihood that having unsafely stored weapons around your house, especially if you've got a family, like the likelihood of you getting injured from that is way higher than the likelihood that you're ever going to get into a confrontation with a home invader. And this was something I had personal experience with. I had a family member who had guns hidden all over, loaded guns hidden all over their house with no safety on. No safety, no locks, no nothing. They were just hidden around the house. And that was something that was being pushed by gun influencers for a while, and it's extremely unsafe, extremely negligent, and dangerous. So, yeah. It's horrible to think about when you spend too much time thinking about it. So we are going to be starting in about 13 minutes. We are going to be starting our call-ins, which is going to be very, very exciting. I'm really looking forward. I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of you. And for those of you who are just listening, we're going to be playing some Bellatro in the background. I have a fresh save on this computer, which some of you will have seen me playing on last stream. So I'll be playing Bellatro, which is very entertaining and flashy and nice looking. We'll be playing that in the background. I would play Dark Souls 2, but I am too invested in the story and the experience of Dark Souls 2 to try and have conversations over it. So we're gonna play something that doesn't require as much contextual knowledge, and we'll play next stream. I'll be playing Dark Souls 2 with everybody once I fix my save and all that nonsense. Did I fix my save? Not yet. I was planning on doing it today, but I'll be honest, I've just been distracted and haven't had a chance to sit down and do what's necessary to fix the save. It's a kind of an involved process to fix the save, but I'm confident I'll be able to fix it. I just haven't done it yet. Will you do any Dark Souls 2 PvP? PvP? Already have. Yeah, already have. Yeah. So, yeah. Bellatro was fun to watch. Oh, it's incredibly fun to watch, and I'm looking forward to playing some Bellatro while we chat. It'll be very entertaining for all of you, and of course it'll be very it'll help me focus. So imagine playing Dark Souls 2 and liking it and then going and ruining other people's save games. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. I've never encountered that before. That's the first hacker of that style that I've ever encountered in any Dark Souls game. I have encountered people who are like cheating in Dark Souls 3 to try and like farm up PvP items, but I've never encountered somebody who just goes out of their way to brick someone's save. It's very weird. It feels like you're just destroying your own player base. Like, you're not going to have anybody to play with if all of their if you're going around and bricking their saves. It's a weird thing. I can't get into the mentality of that. Yeah. I don't get that. I can understand lots of people who cheat at games. I can understand all kinds of different hackers, but I can't really get that one. Yeah. It's too bad. PsyOp to make less people like the game? I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, maybe it's like, maybe it's extremely devoted Dark Souls 2 haters who are like trying to ruin the experience or something. I don't really know. It's kind of weird, honestly. Was it live? It could have been targeted. It could have been, but I don't know about that. I don't know. Yeah. H-Bomb's biggest ops have decided to do this. Yeah. There's like an H-Bomb hater league of hackers trying to ruin everybody who tries to play Dark Souls 2 just to like tarnish the old school reputation of hgbguy, which is funny because like now all that anybody thinks about when they think of hgbguy is like him destroying dishonest people from orbit. But like, yeah, like back in the day, his Dark Souls 2, like, you know, dying on the hill of Dark Souls 2 was like what he was well known. That's kind of funny. I like that idea. Prosy Rosie says, Demon Mama, what got you so into Dark Souls? I don't know. Let me think about that. Okay, so when I first played Dark Souls, I had heard it was a challenging, but enchanting game. And I was like, okay, that sounds interesting. I was at the point in my life where I had started to develop a taste for a slightly more difficult gaming experience. I wanted games that were more engaging than, you know, stuff like Skyrim, where I feel like the difficulty is just like not there. And I had heard that it was, you know, a game that was difficult but learnable. And so I gave it a shake. And when I started playing it, I was just immediately hooked by the way that the game told stories. I was confused. I didn't understand anything that was going on, really. I was just like, wow, this is weird. But all of it was interesting to me. And so I started to, you know, naturally reach out to find out more. I was like, what is it? What's the bird? Why is there a bird telling me to give it things? How do I give the bird something? And then I discovered that there's like a really big online community of like guides and information that people gathered, and that was really interesting to me. The fact that there was like a passionate community of people gathering information and helping each other beat stuff in the game, it pulled me in. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna play Dark Souls 2. And at the time, I didn't like Dark Souls 2 as much as I liked Dark Souls 1, but I was like, I still like this enough to be like, okay, this is cool. And then when Dark Souls 3 came out, I was excited for Dark Souls 3, and I had somebody to play it with, which is my partner GunTube. And me and GunTube sat down, and for like 2 weeks, we would just play Dark Souls 3 together and slowly progress through the story co-oping. And it was so much fun that... and the music was incredible, and the bosses were breathtaking, and I was just like, oh, I'm in. And after that, I couldn't get back. I could never get back out. I wanted to do it again. I wanted to try different builds, and every time you play it, it feels like a different experience, and you learn things that you didn't know before. And it was just, and then Bloodborne happened, and it was incredible, and I fell in love with Bloodborne because it appealed to me on like 18 different levels. So I was just like, Bloodborne, and then... Yeah, so it was like this, you know, slowly getting hooked and reeled in by this incredible world. And I think what's made me stay such a fan for so long is the fact that there's two things. I feel like the FromSoft library, but the Dark Souls and the Souls, you know, similar Souls games, they have an approach to gaming that feels genuinely artistic, and it feels like it invites you to step into their world, both on a gameplay and a story level. It doesn't overly hold your hand. It doesn't talk down to you. It's saying, step into this world that we've created. It is a wild world, and it won't always be easy, but we invite you to come in, and we believe that you'll be able to do it. And I love that. They have a design approach that feels like seductive in a way that I really like. It's like they want to show you glimpses of beauty that makes you want to go deeper. And I love that. I find that just so compelling. Not to mention the writing is just unbelievably interesting. The way that they choose to approach world building and storytelling is uniquely fit for games. And it's not often that you encounter that. In fact, I once wrote a novella that was heavily inspired by Dark Souls specifically, because I loved the mood and the atmosphere, and I kind of realized that you can't really create, it doesn't translate 100%. I'm proud of that, of what I created, but it didn't have as much Dark Souls in it as I hoped. I still like what I made, but I realized then there was something magical about the way that Dark Souls communicates through gameplay, through discovery, that made me forever just respect all of the FromSoft Souls titles. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, it's time, basically. It's basically time. In about 2 to 3 minutes, we're gonna start call-ins, and from here on out, it's gonna be a call-in night. We're gonna go for a few hours. We're gonna go for, at minimum, 5 hours of call-ins is what we're gonna be doing. And then we're gonna see how we can go from there. Our goal is to get 2 to 3 people in per hour. So you can expect 15 or so callers tonight, maybe more if we all have energy. We're not gonna overdo it though, because we have a whole team of wonderful people working on this. But yeah. So, yeah. Literal Laura says, I didn't know that you write. Writing was what I did before I became a streamer. I was a freelance writer and a self-published author, and I still write to this day. I will probably spend my entire life writing in some form or another. But yeah. All right. Let's do this. Did you release the novella? Yeah, I did. But, you know, I don't really promote it on this channel because it was published under a different name, and yeah. Yes. Thank you, Alora. A quick announcement. Pay attention. You hear the funny noise? You hear the funny noise? Pay attention. Yes. Please do not jump into the waiting room until you are called. We have a system. We don't want people milling around in the waiting room because we have a whole system set up. Please follow the caller's guide. Don't jump into the waiting room. If you do, you will be warned if we think that you did it on a genuine accident. But since I'm telling you now, if you're hearing this, don't do it or you'll be kicked off. Unfortunately, we really put a lot of work into this, so please play by the rules. So don't jump into the waiting room until you are called in. You'll be called in. Don't worry. It's like I said, we've put a lot of work into making this thing happen. And I assure you, we are not trying to avoid you or anything like that. Just be cool. Demon Mama, what is your shirt? This is a Killstar shirt that was gifted to me by Conyer, a streamer who you might know, Conyer.cc. they gave me this shirt, and I love it. It is it's a Killstar original. It's really great. It's got this little Baphomette character, and yeah, Conyers really cool. And this was a holiday gift for me, and I wear it all the time because first of all, it's really comfortable. Second of all, it looks stylish, and third of all, it means a lot to me because it was gifted to me by a friend. Canoe. All right, let's do this. It's time, everyone, for call-ins. Let's hope everything goes smoothly, and I'll do my absolute best to make this all work out well. Let me get the game up and running, and then we'll do this. I might also play some Super Auto Pets tonight. If we're gonna be hello there. Hey, it's good to see you. Hold on, I'm just getting up my screen real quick, so if you'll pardon me for, and I have to turn this sound off. I realized I had the Bellatro noise. I don't want to drown you out in Bellatro. Here, audio off. There we go. All right. Welcome. Real quick, can you give me a quick sound check, just so I can test your levels?
ABC 1, 2, 3.
All right, let me bump you up there just a tiny bit, and that should be good, hopefully. One more time.
Howdy, howdy.
Perfect. Welcome to the show. And real quick, will you state your name for the audience, and may I have your pronouns?
I go by Baphomette, and you can use he, it.
All right. Based. Welcome, Baphomette. How are you doing today?
Oh, I am tired. I have to leave the country tomorrow.
Oh shit! Wait, you say it when you say it like that, it sounds like you're fleeing the country. Are you like?
No, no, I just have a trip.
You have a trip? Oh, okay. Well, I hope it's a good and fun trip, and not a I don't know, like a business trip or whatever. That would be no fun, right? I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they are fun. I haven't gone on a business trip. Wait, actually I have, but never anything like exciting or cool.
Yeah, it's a pleasure trip.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah.
Well, I hope your trip goes well. I hope you're able to get plenty of rest. Did you have a particular topic you wanted to talk about today, or just hanging?
Dark Souls 2.
You want to talk about Dark Souls 2? Oh, hell yeah. I'm totally down for talking about Dark Souls 2. Good timing, too, because I was just talking about that.
The Dark Souls 2 streams, like, oh my god. They are so ridiculously fun, and I'm very glad that you came around to liking it more than you initially did.
Yeah, I mean, I was being unfair, and I can, I made a whole video apologizing for it, but I was unfair. I have the memories of playing Dark Souls 2 and being like, this doesn't feel like Dark Souls 1 at all. And I don't know how to feel about that. And I didn't really, there was stuff about it that pissed me off. And like, I was also really bad at video games at that point in my life. Like, I played Dark Souls 2 pretty close to when it came out. And there was a tonal whiplash because obviously the presentation of the story is very different in Dark Souls 2. And so I was kind of like, I was sussing that a little bit. And also another thing, and this is something that, this is going to sound a little bit like a random tangent, but something that my partner pointed out to me recently was that the marketing for Dark Souls 2 was like Bandai Namco went really hard on marketing Dark Souls 2, and I totally forgot about that. I remember how, frankly, annoying a lot of the like advertisements at the time were. I remember being like, what the hell is this? Like, it feels like they were messing with the tone of the game, and they totally were. Like, if you go watch ads for it and stuff, it was like, in a world where the dead can rise.
I mean, they kind of did that for Dark Souls 3 too. Like, literally one of the advertisement, like if you go on the Steam page for Dark Souls 3, like literally one of the videos you see, or it was like literally the first video you saw before the DLC came out was the like the VHS thing,
Oh yeah, they had like a weird special where it
like
had like a
80s.
80s themed Dark Souls 3 ad. It was weird. And yeah, so I remember being like a little bit to put it lightly, I felt a little bit off put by that. And it all kind of added up with me being bad at Dark Souls generally and the way that um, Dark Souls Dark Souls 2 is definitely, it has to be played differently than Dark Souls 1, but modern me can pick up a game and go, I can see they're asking me to play this differently than the last one, and I can adapt to that pretty well. But back then, I was just not that good at it, and I was stuck in the mentality of how I was able to beat Dark Souls 1, which was poorly. I was terrible at it, but of course. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, I had a bad opinion going into it, and but I've learned the error of my ways, and I've actually had a really, really good time with Dark Souls 2, and I was running 2 characters for a while because I was having so much fun, and I didn't expect that to be the case. Yeah. And I've become
Yeah.
my own version of a Dark Souls 2 defender to people in my life who were like, "No, Dark Souls 2 sucks." I'm like, "Hold on a second. I made the mistake you made. Don't don't do it, you know?"
I know. I know that. I mean, I'm not like a stranger to having bad Dark Souls opinions, I suppose. But like, what I will say about it is that like, if I want to play Dark Souls 1, then I can play Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, or Elden Ring. They're like, Elden Ring is kind of like a bit of an exception to that, but um. Like if I want something that's like Dark Souls 1 or 2, then I can just play, or 1 or 3, I can just play either of those games.
Yeah, yeah.
But Dark Souls 2 is so unique, and that's kind of the reason why I have more hours in it than any other Dark Souls game. It's just there's so much Dark Souls 2, and there isn't another Dark Souls 2 really.
There isn't. I mean, I would say the closest thing is Elden Ring, where Elden Ring feels like, if Dark Souls 2 went into a cocoon and, like, came out a butterfly, where it's like, oh, wow, this is beautiful. And you can kind of see where it came from, but you're also like, this is like a totally different thing because it's not the storyline of Dark Souls 2 or anything like that. And I've been pretty, impressed with the story elements of Dark Souls 2. I've been really enjoying myself, and I've come around on the Dark Souls 2 story and stuff like that. But yeah, Elden
Yeah.
Ring is like the closest, but it's still very different. It feels like what they kind of wanted to do with Dark Souls 2, like, because I know that initially there was some talk that Dark Souls 2 was going to be like an open world game of some sort, and then they scrapped that, and I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I've heard people talk about it before and been like, that makes sense to me because there are definitely shared elements.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even down to like Elden Ring having a much more kind of ridiculous weapon types and stuff like that. The power stancing being back in Elden Ring and being so good is like, that's like, oh, this is straight out of, this is straight out of Dark Souls 2. Anyway.
Yeah, but even like with the like in some respects, I kind of feel like Elden Ring does what Dark Souls 2 does worse in a way, because like for power stancing, for instance, you can only power stance 2 of the exact same weapon unless it's like uh an Iaito or and a katana,
Mhm.
which is like one of the few exceptions. You can't like power stance crossbows anymore, which you were able to do
Yeah.
in Dark Souls 2, which was fun. But also, yeah, the story differences. It's the only game where the goal isn't to link the fire and continue the Age of Fire. It's literally just like a a personal power fantasy almost.
Yeah, it takes a very different angle, and I can understand. Like, I know why it was off-putting to some people, and also why it was confusing to me, especially because at that point in time, I had so much hunger for like more of, like more of what Dark Souls had, because there's just nothing else like it. And I was just like, oh, well, this isn't... I was looking for that thing again. And that's a mistake, you know? It was a mistake for where I was at. You know, it was a mistake in my mentality, or a limitation in my mentality at the time. And I've come around.
I mean, I guess it's not entirely a mistake, because Dark Souls 3 is kind of just more Dark Souls 1, which is a good thing.
I mean, it is and it isn't. Like, on one hand, like... So part of the thing that like, Dark Souls 3 is one of my favorites of the, like, I have so much strong and positive feelings for Dark Souls 3, to the point that, like, I defend Dark Souls 3 like Dark Souls 2 players defend Dark Souls 2. And part of that is just because I feel like Dark Souls 3 is a game that, like, especially Ringed City, that it is very deeply interested in simultaneously telling an incredible, like, mythical story and also being engaged in a conversation about itself and what it is. It's a very meta game in weird ways. It's buried, but it's there. And and some of it was like the Ringed City is quite literally like, okay, guys, we're not doing the same thing again, ever. This is the end, and it's okay. You don't have to be afraid. Like, we got Bloodborne and Sekiro cooking right now, you know? And it's like, it's not going to be the same, but don't be afraid. Like, it's them saying, we don't want to do Dark Souls again, you know? And it is good in many ways that it's like, oh, thank God, we get to experience that thing that was great again, and it is iterated on. But also, I can understand why they wanted it to be kind of like, this is the last of this. We're not going to do this again. And I get it, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I appreciate that Dark Souls 2 is probably the only game where, like, the balancing philosophy... It's not the only game. Elden Ring was pretty similar in this respect, too, but it was, like, one of the only FromSoft games where the balancing philosophy was just make everything good. Like, because in Dark Souls 3, there's so many, like, junk weapons, stuff that has, like, no use, basically. So many junk spells, all that.
Mm-hmm.
But everything is effective in Dark Souls 2, and kind of everything is also effective in Elden Ring. A little bit less so, because there's a lot of stuff in Elden Ring, but...
There is, but there's the build varieties. It, like, maybe it's not good, maybe it's not great, but everything is at least good. I can't think of any, like, weapons off the top of my head in Elden Ring that I'm like, this is trash, never use this. Which there are definitely those in both Dark Souls 1 and 3. There's, like, a way to make almost everything work, it feels like to me, in Elden Ring. And that is something that I've found to be true in Dark Souls 2. I don't know about literally everything, but I have seen crazy build variety. Not just because you're constantly coming in and bringing a new build that's, like, totally unique, but also just in encountering, encountering other people playing the game, the builds that people post online. There just seems to be an incredible amount of viability, and it leads to a really, you know, it feels like there's a lot of possibility. Like, you walk into the game and you go, damn, there's a lot of stuff I can do here, and that feels great.
So. Exactly. That's, like, kind of why I have been doing that, just coming in with, like, 5,000 different builds, just because I want to show off how much cool shit you can do. You know? Yeah. Like, because I know, like, you're just doing one build, so I can just come in with a new character every time.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of pivoted a little bit. I've done the bow and was focusing on the dex build, and then I was like, but can I resist the Dragon Rider Spear? And the answer was no, I couldn't. But I had a lot of fun with the Shotel. I've had a ton of fun playing with the bow, rolling around, and it's cool to me that bows are viable in Dark Souls 2. They are definitely not in Dark Souls 1 or 3, really. There are a few cheesy builds you can do. There are a few cheesy builds you can do with great bows, and I think the Black Bow of Ferris. Obviously, most everybody who's ever played Dark Souls 3 has at some point encountered the what's it called? The Mistwood.
The Millwood.
Millwood great bow with the little echoing arrows, which is cool, but yeah, it's hard. I don't know. It is a huge feature that I think more people should recognize with Dark Souls 2 is just how many viable builds there are that are fun to play. Yeah, it deserves more attention in my opinion.
Yeah. Shit, I was gonna say something about that. And it just completely, my fucking brain did the Etch-a-Sketch erase thing.
Oh, it happens. Don't worry. It happens to me all the time. It will probably happen to me multiple times tonight. So don't feel too bad.
Yeah. Oh, if I may defend one of the most controversial things in Dark Souls 2, I like ADP as a stat. I like that you can choose to I like how you can choose what style of play you want to take in regards to your movement. If you think you can get by with just walking out of the way of certain attacks, if you get good enough at that, you can just skip ADP. If you really want to just roll circles around people, you can level ADP to like way high, get way more frames than you could have out of Dark Souls 1 and 3. I like that kind of choice. That might be a controversial take, but I do really like the choice.
It is definitely going to be a controversial one, and I think I don't even know. I don't think that I can even sign off on that one. I'm not ready at that point yet. Maybe someday I'll reach a higher level of insight and enlightenment, and I'll be able to agree with you. But at the moment, I don't know how I feel about ADP. Partially because it just feels so necessary for so many players, and I don't know, maybe it's fine. You do get a lot of levels to allocate, and it doesn't seem like it's too hard to like get the levels you need to reach your like soft caps or whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm there. I don't know if I'm on board with that one quite yet, because I'm just like, I don't know, dodge iframes being tied to the like, I don't know. When I think of like the like better dodge systems, like a dodge system that lets you like change the way you do it, I think more of like Bloodborne, where it's like, yeah, like dodging in Bloodborne, you can like do side steps and you can do quickening, or you can just be like, I'm gonna make a build that focuses on like rallying, where like I can take a hit and then recover it back because of the way that I play. But I don't know about the stat. The stat thing just feels like it feels like such a menacing, necessary thing that I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't know if I'm ready to accept that yet, but yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean,
I'm open to it. I'm open to hearing you out.
well, whenever you get to the Fume Knight, for sure do try to dodge attacks. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say earlier. You should use a bonfire aesthetic and reset the old Dragon Slayer and get a second Dragon Slayer spear and power stance them.
You want me to power stance them? All right, I can
That
try
would be
that.
sick. That would be sick.
That could be very funny.
Just a suggestion.
Here's the thing. I have never in any. No, wait, that's not true. Okay, I was gonna say I have never done a power stancing build, but I actually have, which was in Elden Ring. I did the I did the double pedal whip, the House Harrow.
The Hoslow's whip.
Yeah, Hoslow's whip, where you can get two of them. I did that one, and I loved that. That's the only time I've ever done it like that. I've never really done much else. I used to be like, so my first time through Dark Souls 1, the first time I won ever, I won with pyromancy, and that was also true for Dark Souls 3. I was like, pyromancy was my thing, which is also kind of like, well, obviously it was your thing if you're bad at the game. Like, obviously, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, but pyromancy might, in Dark Souls 3 at least, I feel like it was the highest skill cap kind of caster you could be, just because like if you wanted to get really good at it, you had to do some freehanding and learn how to do some freehanding, you know?
What do you mean by that?
Like learning the trajectories of all the like the fire orb spells and that kind of stuff. Like
oh yeah.
That one spell that you got from the old Demon King, that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. But also pyromancy is just it's so strong.
It is very strong,
felt like
though.
It was like, oh, and you can like kind of hang back with a summon. You can kind of cook things. Like the damage from your basic spells always feels like strong enough to carry you, or at least it did to me. But I don't know. I still love pyromancy. Like, that's not me trying to. I guess that's me admitting that, like, I love the pyromancy builds. I think they're great. And in Dark Souls 3, I feel like there's just so much cool pyromancy. But that was what I played the first time through. And I've always had an affinity towards casting. And then, like, Bloodborne, even in Bloodborne, my first time through Bloodborne, I played this is one of the most insane things I've ever done because I was still very bad at the game. But I chose to do Arcane my first time through Bloodborne, a 99 Arcane build. And
Oh my God.
that was a nightmare. Like, rage-inducing, but also the catharsis, the, like, ascendant feeling of finally clicking online with an Arcane build in Bloodborne, and becoming like a tentacle wielding broccoli that can shoot spells all over the place was just so incredible. It was such an incredible feeling that, like, I don't regret it, even though there were parts in the game where I was like, I am going to die, like, in real life, die in the game, die in real life. But yeah. I've always had, like, a tendency towards spell casting until I kind of broke myself out of it over time. And now I've played a ton of different builds. And the thing that's so cool is, like, Elden Ring is so much fun to play for basically every archetype, except for maybe strength. I've heard people complain about strength, but I don't know. I think strength has always been, like, straight strength has always been a kind of boring archetype for me, generally. But when I first went through Elden Ring, I played a dragon caster, like, breath spells. I was like, I want to play around breath spells, and then I want to use whips. And I stuck to that for most of the game until I got to the very tail end and got hard stuck on Elden Beast. Because I didn't realize that Elden Beast was weak to frost at that point in time. People hadn't discovered that it's weak to that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, I know. Most people don't. It's because, like, you just go, the fucking frost? Like, what? Like, but it is. It's really weak to frostbite. So you can, that's, like, how most people who are not playing. But I pivoted at the end of my first run through Elden Ring into Black Flame. You know, I was just like, all right, I'm just going to do just switch all my stats over to Faith, grab Tish's knife, bring Tish into the fight, and do that whole thing because I was struggling. But since I've gone back and beaten Elden Beast with other things, but the breath casting build in Elden Ring it is so incredible. It feels so amazing, and I'm so happy they did that because it's weird.
It's genuinely the coolest build in the game, I think. It's going to be the one that I play if you ever end up doing any, like, co-op summons.
Oh, I will,
because that's the one that I have. It's
when I do Elden Ring, I plan to do a lot of co-op and a lot of PvP if people are still playing the game, which I'm sure they will be.
Yeah. I think the main character that I've been working on in Dark Souls 2 and 3 are both, like, dragon. The first one is the you know the Dark Souls 1 Dragon Covenant, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be that, basically.
Oh, that's
awesome.
Awesome.
The next one I'm working on for Dark Souls 2. And then in Dark Souls 3, it's going to be Dragon Torso Stone again.
Oh, I love the dragon build in Dark Souls 3, even though it is fairly painful to play.
Yeah, it does high damage, but
yeah,
also
it does.
You die instantly.
You die like you're like a glass cannon, but it is really fun to play, and it's also really funny to run around as, like, a weird little scrawny dragon. Feels great.
Yeah, especially when it's with, like, a huge giant, like, greatsword. I'm gonna be using the Fume Ultra Greatsword
So cool.
on both characters.
That's so cool. Yeah. I'm hoping to see some more fun and cool dragon stuff in Elden Ring, but
yeah, especially I hope they add some new stuff for it in the DLC, but
I think they will. I think they will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have hit our 20 minute marker. So if there's anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up, it's been wonderful talking with you. But yeah, we're almost out of time. Was there anything else you wanted to say, or anything you wanted to plug or talk about before you go?
Sure. The the Dark Souls 2 character I'm working on right now is Helga.
Awesome.
She'll be ready for the next stream, I think. Uh, Also, I have those three Patricia tags on posts I told you about that you asked for.
Awesome.
I
I
don't
have
know
them
where to put
saved
them.
in my browser, but I think you have me on Discord, right? If you could just shoot me them on Discord, I'll be able to check them later. I do have two of them open, but the reality is I'm probably going to end up accidentally closing out of them when I close down my stream setup.
I do not have you added on this.
Okay, add me on Discord, and then I'll add you, and you can send them to me.
All right.
There we go. I'll accept that right now. There we go. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me grab that. Oh my God. Where's my... Why? Okay, I'll find it afterwards. Sorry about that. My giant list of ads on Discord is way too long, so I'll add you though. I'll add you though. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you later then.
Absolutely. Have
See
a
ya.
wonderful night, and thank you so much for calling in.
You too.
Bye. Yo! Yo! That was a stellar first call. Getting to oops, I pressed the wrong button. I got to yap about Dark Souls. We got to yap back and forth. What a great time. What an excellent call. Thanks so much for coming on, Baphomette. It was wonderful. All right, I'm ready for the next call, whenever. Hello.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. Real quick. Oh, 1 second. Can I get a real quick sound test? Can I just get a check real quick from you?
Check.
All right, just gonna wind that down just a little tiny bit, and that should probably be perfect. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for calling in. What is your name and what are your pronouns?
My name is Ray, and my pronouns are he, him.
Based classics.
The basic.
Yeah, the classics, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
And I wanted to thank you because this is the first time I've ever called in to one of my favorite streamers.
Wow. Well, I'm honored, and you're welcome. I love doing call-in streams, so I'm happy to have you, and thank you for calling in. I know it could be a little nerve-wracking sometimes. It's even,
It can, and I was actually in the lineup for that giant call-in stream you did last time, and I was like, no, I gotta get on the next one.
Yeah, we've had a couple of really long ones, but the giant, you must be talking about the one that we did closer to the beginning of the year, right? I think.
Yeah, around March, I want to say it was.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you were able to get in on this one then.
Yeah.
So, well, was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about? Do you have any topics you wanted to go over?
I have a couple, but my ADHD brain is always stumped by choice. So I have notes because I've been planning this out.
Okay.
So
we'll try to get to as many as we can. We have about 20 or so minutes per each call. So hit me with one of them, whichever one is most important to you, and we'll go from there.
Well, they're both equally important because one of them is about this was back when Vosh was doing that whole anti-weed arc.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
I get really heated about that because I am very interested in psychology. I want to become a counselor one day. But I also know that in the queer community especially, there's a lot of trauma that we all go through.
That's very
via
true.
What happens with our families, the politics of today's era, and like eventually we're going to have maladaptive coping mechanisms, and I think that a queer person like Vosh saying weed stunts your brain or whatever he was saying back then is just
Yeah, I do feel like he went a little far with it, in my opinion. As you probably
yeah.
recall me saying, I definitely don't share his particular approach to the subject of cannabis usage. You know,
Yeah.
we don't really see 100% eye to eye on that. I don't.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's one of the things like I like. I follow a bunch of streamers. I follow a bunch of video essayists because um I do think it was Vosh said a while ago that the left needs a diversity of tactics to reach the most amount of people,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is it's why I find it so weird that some video essayists say debates don't win over anyone when I know for a fact from watching you and watching Vosh that that's not true.
Yeah, I definitely do think that, like, I don't know. I've never shared the view that, like, I don't know. I understand where or I understand what a lot of video essayists are getting at with the like debate I guess debate critical or debate skeptical position. I understand what frustrations they're voicing, but I don't know. I do think that debates are valuable. I do think that I just think that you have to keep them in scope for what they are and not overstate them. I do think there was a period of time for a few years where debate streamers of many backgrounds had a tendency to overstate the efficacy and also overstate the like goal of what they were doing
Mm-hmm.
with streaming or with debate streaming. Some people, like, there was a lot of talk of like de-radicalization, and I don't think that debate streaming is in and of itself fairly described as de-radicalization. Like, I think that it can help people.
Yeah,
It can
that
be a part,
sounds
but
like it's kind of a holdover from back when ContraPoints was making a lot of videos. People were crediting her with de-radicalizing people, and I
yeah,
think it's a stuck over from that.
yeah, definitely. I think, like, I mean, as somebody who grew up in a extremely radical, like the most radical you could probably imagine, like a right-wing Christian evangelical cult, like de-radicalization is not a simple subject. It's not just like a YouTube video that you make in and of itself is not going to be a de-radicalization project. Like, like, sure, it can be a part of a larger life experience, and they can definitely be helpful. I obviously have had videos that have been insightful and interesting to me in the past, but people, took some of those claims too far, and I understand where they were coming from. But I also think that the reaction to the debate streamer, it was in some ways people just completely laughing at the idea that a debate could ever be useful, when in reality, debates serve as and can serve in their ideal form as like a way for people to work through complicated subjects that they otherwise would never be invited to think about at all. Obviously,
Yeah, that's actually interesting that you mention it because um, I kind of have a somewhat similar experience. Like, my childhood wasn't spent in like a cult the way yours was, but I grew up half Roman Catholic, half Jewish.
Okay, yeah.
And I grew up like going to Roman Catholic Church. But
Okay.
the Jewish side of my family, like as you know, it's um kind of a stereotype that Jewish people like to argue, like to debate, and so I did see a lot of that growing up, that it's just about, to me, a debate is about seeing other parts of the argument, and that's why you have so many disagreements in that community, especially right now, as you can see. Like, there's
Yeah, for sure.
like, I don't believe that all Jews like support what's going on, but
No,
that's
I don't think so
another
at all either. There's certainly a
different.
divisive topic for understandable reasons, but yeah, I would agree with you in saying that, like, no, it is not. There is not a universal agreement on that whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I have always seen value in debate, and I just think that it's important to keep it in perspective, and also to recognize when debate can be weaponized in a really like negative way. Like a great example of this is how like things like I don't know. I think of Ben Shapiro off the top of my head, or Dave Rubin,
Oh,
where
yeah.
there's the aesthetics and framing of a debate, but ultimately super slanted. Like for example, like something that I experienced firsthand, and this is like just sort of continuing from that. Like I experienced reaching a point when I did a lot of debates, when debate content was my primary content, because I really like debate and whatever. I reached a point where the only debate that I would be offered from anyone basically was are trans women, and
Yeah.
that's a really horrible
I heard
and yeah, like it's bad. Like that shows you that there is a framing, there is a issue with the foundations of what's going on. You know what I mean? It's more than just
yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah, I used to hear a lot about that because I'm a trans man, and growing up, I heard a lot of that stuff about trans women that you heard about, that you were just saying, and
Yep.
it kind of, I never felt in tune with being a woman,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I did feel that way about being a man. And it was so confusing for me because I knew that there were people out there that wanted more than anything to get what I was trying to turn my back on, and that's ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's there's a, I don't know, when you're talking about the differences in experience between trans masks and trans femmes, trans men, trans women, like yeah, there's like, I think the easiest thing is to recognize the like fundamental desire, and not necessarily the like what are the surface signifiers, you know what I mean, that are like being sought.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but yeah, but with regard to like how that connects with debate too, is like there is a in the U.S. there's like a slanted starting point, so it's very difficult to have it's very difficult to like say, oh yeah, like debate is like an arena of ideas, and it's hard to
Yeah.
reach that when to like actually come to that and feel like that's actually true when there's such a slanted starting point, when it's just like, oh yeah, actually the reality is that if you're if you're trans, there's a good chance that you're going to walk in and your only opportunity to have any conversation is going to be like a life and death argument over your existence. And that means that like there's only certain conversations being had at all. And debate alone can't deal with that sort of meta problem about, the atmosphere
Yeah.
around debate. And so, yeah, it's complicated. But...
Yeah, and that actually, like, that kind of ties into some of my points that I had written down, because I think when people reach that level of overwhelm, and especially in progressive spaces where there's so much neurodivergence and there's so many queer people trying to cope with trauma, and there's a feel that you have to debate your very existence, why aren't it? I would be surprised that more of us aren't self-medicating in that way, especially for autistic people who are just oftentimes like me. I believe that I might be on the spectrum, and so I feel that, like, with all of this social overwhelm that we feel, like, I feel having attitudes like Vosh's, where he's like condemning the only method that many of us have, our only way to cope. And I do believe that it also loops back in my mind towards our favorite ex-president, Reagan. in the
Yeah.
war on drugs.
War on drugs,
and
yeah.
closing all of those asylums way back when, that sent many mentally ill people just out onto the street.
Yeah.
And that's something that still pisses me off.
Yeah, of course. And so yeah, I mean, I do think that, like, so to talk about, there's two ways I can talk about this. Like, if we want to talk about the arguments themselves, like some of the arguments that are presented about, like, the way that people talk about weed, like, generally on a broad level, this, like, drug war era thing, people are completely deranged and just disconnected from reality with how they talk about weed. The way people have a extremely strong, and this is even true about some people who are, like, you know, marginally pro weed. People have very strong leftover emotional, like, things that have been ground into them, feelings towards weed. When you spend your whole life being told that it's, like, a dangerous and illegal drug and whatever, like, that remains. You don't just get rid of that overnight. Even people who are fairly vigilant about it often find themselves, you know, in a position of you know, unintentionally carrying those emotions with them. And people look at weed and they don't think reasonably about it at all. I've seen people talking about it, like spending their time, like being like, yeah, this is an important topic for me to talk about, when alcohol is, like, right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
and also I find that weed, I do hear people saying that weed, like, makes you dumb, it makes you slow, and it makes
that's
you...
ridiculous.
But it's like, I've seen darker mood and personality changes with alcoholic.
Oh, of course. Like, people who, you know, people who make this, like, this claim that, like, they're just stereotypes. And again, the emotional impetus, people forget about that. They forget to, like, step back and go, oh, wait a second, like, I have lived in a society where alcohol is basically always visible at all times. There are ads for alcohol on billboards. It's in every single store that you go to in most places in the United States. It's all around you. It's at every social gathering. It's like it's every restaurant also serves it. Like, and people are like, they don't think about. They're not actually thinking about that, and they don't realize how much that would, like, spending your whole life in that environment would color your ability to, like, accurately analyze the risks of various substance consumption. People talk about
exactly.
Yeah, and it is
Do you want to know something funny about Canada?
What? Yeah, hit me with it.
So Ontario's premier, I don't know if you've heard of him, Doug Ford, Ford's brother. Yeah. We're a couple years away from our provincial elections, but he's also trying to both move the provincial election for Ontario up a year to 2025, but he's trying to, one of his campaign promises is to allow convenience stores across the province to legally sell beer and wine.
Okay.
And he's not an alcoholic, and yet that's somehow more culturally accepted to... That's like selling joints and weed at a corner store.
And I mean, here, like, where, like, most of America, you can buy alcohol at convenience stores. Like, that's, like, it's so ingrained here. And also, like, if you want to just look at pure stats, like, it is really easy to just go and have, like, sit down and look at the statistics about alcohol abuse, the damage it does to your body, the damage it can do to your social life, and the fact that people even find, like, that, like, weed comes even close. So, like, that's one aspect of it. And and, like, the arguments the arguments that people make, like, about, like, fear mongering about weed are just really, really weak and pathetic, in my opinion. But, like, to talk about, like, your specific frustration with, like, Vosh and his community, I do think that he made some bad arguments in those sections. That said, I do also think that there was a lot of antagonism between him and his chat.
Yeah.
And that can distort it, you know, that can make, I don't know, that can make it the conversation less like legible and effective, and also people can be emotionally prodded into structuring their arguments worse when they have a extreme hostility from an audience that is like important to you. And obviously, I say this as a streamer.
I find Vosh kind of has that same level of antagonism towards his chat that Cenk Uygur used to have towards like right wingers.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I never used to watch Jinx, so I can't speak to that. But maybe. I'm open to the fact. Like, I can't really speak to that portion personally, but
I feel bad about this, but TYT way back in like 2015, 2016 were one of the first things that got me into the left.
Oh, no, there's a ton of people who are in that position. They've changed a lot over the years, and they've changed their approach a lot over the years, and I think that's fine. Like, I mean, I think that they were they had a big pipelining effect, and I don't know where they're at now. Obviously, I have some pretty strong disagreements with some of their current approaches to things. But
they both had the heel face turns.
They've had some pretty bad ones, and I think that's. Yeah, no, heel turn, I think, is what you're talking about. Yeah, but
but like more the opposite, because I do know it comes from wrestling where heels are the bad guys and faces are considered the good guys.
So they would be a face turning heel. But yeah, I mean, on that particular thing, I don't know. I try not to be too harsh to Vosh about some of his takes when he's in the throes of fighting with chat, which I think was, I mean, my video talking about it, I brought that up, that to me it looked like there was some pretty intense, conflict going on there, and I get that. Obviously, at the end of the day, you're still responsible for what you put out as a content, creator, but I also know how easy it is to get like knocked off your A game and make unintended arguments or whatever, or even intended arguments that are just not structured or responded perfectly or whatever, when you are dealing with an antagonistic audience that, like it or not, our audiences are like really, they're our livelihood, and there is a certain point where even the most, ironclad and steely content creator, video maker, streamer, can just go, oh, shit, like, people are really mad at me and I don't know what to do about this. I'm pissed off now too.
I definitely understand the defensiveness on Vosh's part, which is why I was like kind of on the fence about bringing up this topic, because that man has such a hate mob following him, and I don't want to play into that at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, there is definitely some, for sure, there's definitely some like hate mob shit going on. That happens a lot. It's one of the things that I hate the most about streaming and the streaming world right now is I find it discouraging and sad, the tendency to which audiences have, or I guess the frequency with which audiences like reach that level.
Polarized,
polarized and extremely uncharitable, and it's very difficult to deal with. Not to be like, oh, poor streamer, but it is extremely hard to deal with. Like when you have a seemingly unending flurry of people angry at you for reasons that you can't talk to any of them. You have to address all of them at once. And in the attempt of like attempting to, in the process of attempting to address one section of your audience, you might unintentionally piss off a totally unrelated section of your, it's very, very difficult. And I don't know.
There's a couple streamers I follow, and it's not important to name them, but they lost like half of their subs in an entire month over drama, and I feel so bad.
Yeah, it's that's no fun. And as you
It
know, my
isn't.
position on drama stuff is that I regard most drama nonsense with extreme disdain. You know, I don't feel positively about the way that drama unfolds in these spaces, and yeah, so
Yeah.
for sure. Well,
Yeah.
we've reached
I'm
about.
not sure how much time we have left.
We are
but
at the end of our time. But
Oh,
if you had
shoot.
anything else you wanted to drop real quick, you know,
I don't have any real socials or anything to drop. I just
okay,
wanted to say thanks for fitting me in, and I
of
really
course.
look forward to the next signal night I can get on, and
Yeah,
hopefully we can talk more.
I hope so too. This was a wonderful conversation, and I'm glad we got to talk about a couple of really important topics. And thanks for
Yeah.
calling in. It means a lot. And thanks for being part of the community.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I love being an imp strong.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much. And, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And, again, thanks for
Yeah.
calling in.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye for now. All right. That was a great call. That was a very enjoyable call. Okay, let me take a quick breather and figure out what I'm doing. I have been blindly playing this Bellatro thing, and I feel like I'm coming up against as far as I can possibly go. This deck, I'm struggling. The debuffs are killing me right now, and I feel like I've been skating by. Oh, I feel like I've been skating by, I say, as I pull a 4 of a kind with multiple multipliers. Oh, we are so back. We are so back. Oh, we're so back. All right. All right. Okay. Never mind. We're good. We're good. And then I say that until we don't get lucky on the next hand and we die. I feel like I've been autopiloting fairly well. Let's take a look at my deck. Okay, so I am playing flushes and straights, and I'm pivoting towards 3 of a kind. And my deck has a ton of aces, which is great. A bunch of kings, queens, jacks, not enough 10s. We need to start getting rid of the lower cards, and we need to get more aces. If we can pivot into 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind, we'll be doing really, really good. Oh, whoa, that's good. I think it's time. I think we get rid of this one and we pick up this one right here. That's looking good. All right. Okay. All right. Let's bring the next. Let's get to the next call. Let's keep things up. I want to bring the next caller in. We got to keep it up. Steam page for this game. It's called Bellatro. Here we can link it.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going great. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Hello. It's been a long time since I watched your streams.
Wow.
But I'm happy that you're back.
Yeah. Thank you. Real quick, can I get your name and pronouns real quick?
Yeah. I'm Estelle, and I go by she and her.
Based. Classics.
And well, there's lots of things I like to talk about.
All right.
Well, okay. I know that it's like a bit of oh, you're gonna show your web, well, not my webcomic, but my favorite webcomic. Like I've gotten back into it lately. It's called Unsounded. It's really great. It's got a really nice magic. It's a fantasy story set in a fantasy universe, and it follows the story of Unsounded.
Unsounded?
Yeah, like something that's unsounded that hasn't been explored or.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of this.
Yeah.
If you have a
It's
link for it, that'd be great. So that's what you've been.
oh sure.
Yeah, that's you unsounded. Okay. Yeah, if you have a link for it, you can you could pop that in the site chat, and I can grab it and take a look at it. That's what you said. That's what you've been playing lately.
No, it's not. It's a webcomic. I've been.
Oh,
Getting,
webcomic.
like,
Oh, so sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, okay, I see the comic now. Oh, cool. All right. Damn, the art looks pretty
so
cool.
and like the universe and like uh the magic system, like it I don't know. It's got really touching characters. It's you have the main character, which is like a girl that has a lion tail and is sent on a mission by her father to go to a faraway land to get some money from her brothers and sisters. And following her, there's this this universe equivalent to magicians, which are called rights. But this
Okay.
one is special. He's like an undead, but he's a strange one because in that universe, undeads are like just tools to use. You're like beasts that you have to tame and get to do the work you want. They aren't
Okay.
supposed to be untouched.
So they're not like they don't have legal personhood, is what you're saying.
Yeah, but this one is like an exception. It's like the guys kept all his personality, all of his memories from his previous life, and those ones resurface like quite painfully.
Ah, okay. I can see where we're going with this. That sounds like a good starting premise. All right, cool. I like the sound of it. The author is called Ashley Cope, and she's been going at it for like I don't know, a decade when she started. Damn, I'm always impressed. I'm always impressed by comic artists who can keep web comics going for 10 years. That is awesome. There are a few that I've followed like that. I mean, I've followed. It's been a while since I last did my a big read through, but I've followed Kill 6 Billion Demons for a long time. In fact, I have a huge, beautiful print of a page spread from Kill 6 Billion Demons downstairs in my house. I really like that webcomic, but that I am always so impressed by artists who are able to keep a single project going for that long, especially one that takes as much intensive work as a webcomic. Webcomics take a lot of work, so it's pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, it's a labor of love. Like
yeah, for sure.
You have to be planning ahead and also making all those little choices as you go along.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, speaking of that, I've got a print of that webcomic. Like, it's just something you do when you really like a work. You get a printed version of it.
Hell yeah. I mean, I think it's a great way to support an artist, and also, I don't know. I think that if you've got a webcomic that already has such amazing art in context, like a lot of times especially big page spreads, those look amazing, and they look amazing as standalone art pieces. So I don't know. To me, it seems like a obvious choice. Grab. If you got a comic you love and the art is up your alley, get a print, put that up on your wall. It'll look great. I think some people don't. I see a lot of people don't decorate their walls with stuff just because they're like, well, I don't know what I'm going to put up there. I'll put something up that's visually appealing to you, and if you love a comic, do that. Grab it. Plus, you'll be supporting the artist, which is awesome.
Speaking of that, it requires money, and that's been a kind of issue that segues into the other thing I want.
Right.
How do you make do you live like as a person ethically in this world, and how you like it seems like this money and power has like such a well people get involved in the system, you and like the society that we live, and it seems like it kind of limits you.
Oh, so you mean
and
like
and
how do you like feel okay like living in a world that's full of so much bad stuff? Is that what you're trying to ask?
yeah,
Yeah.
and well, that requires you to partake in it
I mean,
in some sense.
okay, so there's a couple of I think I don't know that there's a single easy answer to that.
Yeah,
I
that's what I
like it's definitely that is a huge question, and I think that like so okay, I a lot of this is going to depend on like there's so much oh god this talking about this subject is like it's so hard because everybody comes from such a different background, but at least in the context of like American society and many like post or still currently Christian, culturally Christian, you could call it or whatever, societies. Like we have an abundance of guilt and shame directed at things that really don't deserve that. There's a constant obsession with sort of like measuring every sin that you might possibly be committing at any moment, and I think that impulse and that teaching, which I think a lot of people experience if you grew up in like in a society that has been in a culture that's been influenced heavily by Christianity. I think it's very common to find for people to find themselves like sort of plagued by these constant thoughts of like what am I doing wrong? Here's all of the things that I could be doing wrong every day, and I think that most of the time it actually impedes our ability to meaningfully analyze and improve the world that we live in. I don't think it's easy. I don't think there's an easy answer for how you live in a world like ours. We live in a world that is there's a lot of stuff wrong in our world, and it sometimes seems like the sort of I don't know the current state of state societies, the complete chopping the world up into nation states feels almost inescapable, if not completely inescapable at times. But I don't think that can last forever, first of all. And secondly, I think it's important to not like remember or to remember that the idea that the world is fully owned and controlled by a bunch of individual nation states, that every piece of land belongs to someone, that your body belongs to someone, it's propaganda. It's not actually true. Yes, there are actors who will attempt to exert that, but they can't do it to everyone at all times. They can't do it most of the time. They can't even do it a lot of the time. The powers that be, the state powers of the world, struggle to grip all of us in their control, and they rely on us policing ourselves and feeling too afraid to speak our minds and to live our lives fully. And I think that obviously every person is going to have to go in their own mind and sort of grapple with the things in their lives that are individual and unique to their lives that they're dealing with. But I don't think it's helpful for people to paralyze themselves obsessing over every possible little thing that they might be doing wrong. Yeah. There is a pressure for that in some ways. This idea that you need to think overly hard about everything that you're doing and purchasing at every moment and feeling bad about it. I think it's much better to simply look constantly, persistently look for the ways that you can effectively heal the world, that you can make the world a better place, and do your absolute best. You know, at the end of the day, part of the reason that we live in the state of the world that we're in right now is because because there are certain realities and vulnerabilities of human existence. You know, we have to eat, we have to drink, and those have been targeted and controlled to leverage us into living our lives in certain ways. And once we realize that, we can say, okay, well, how do we start to free ourselves? How do we make it possible for us to you know, not have to cave to that? How do we provide for people so that they can make decisions that are genuine and that are not imposed? I hope all that kind of makes sense. I know it was a little bit of a ramble, but it's a fairly broad question, you know?
It does make sense. Like, but like it seems that living in this society requires us to shape our entire being to be able to function. Like, I have a large degree of freedom, and like that I'm not working. I'm living on the social security.
Sure.
But at the same time, it limits me in so many ways. That, well, like in the ways that having no money limits you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can't imagine conforming myself to wake up, work, and like spend all this time doing things that often could easily be done by a robot, but like instead would, like, I'm just cheaper than a robot, so like things are like not they're only useful for capital too.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of, I mean, the work conditions of industrial and post-industrial society do not suit the human psyche very well. You know, oh my God, I'm struggling with the quote. I want to say it was, oh man, if Doe is in chat, if Doe is listening right now, I know Doe will be able to correct me immediately, but there is I want to say it's from Marx, but it was like something along the lines of like, if you have someone, you know, screw the head onto a pin every single day for the rest of their lives, you can't expect that person to think about much else except for screwing the head on pins. You know what I mean? It's something along those lines. And it's like, these things are devastating, and we have a desire for more. And, you know, for me, I tend to encourage people to be more bold, to be more, to be able and ready to resist and whatever, and find ways to not have to live the horrible existence that is, you know, demanded of us in some ways. As much as possible, but also I know that like there are points in your life where you have to make a calculation and you have to go, okay, I might not be able to make it if I don't do this thing, if I don't do this work or whatever. And I think that it's like reasonable to make those calls sometimes, and you shouldn't spend too much time feeling bad about it. If like what you have to do to survive is deeply upsetting, and then spend your time figuring out how you can avoid doing that to the best of your ability, and spend less time kicking yourself over it. In my opinion, there's very little to be gained from like punitively like self-flagellating over what you have had to do to survive. I mean, obviously that logic can be taken too far. Some people will basically say, oh, I had to do whatever, you know, evil act in order to survive, when that's not necessarily true. But I think that for a lot of people, for the average person, our hands are forced a lot, and we should spend less time punishing ourselves emotionally, less time agonizing emotionally, and more time, thinking about how we can liberate ourselves, meeting people that help us to do so, combining our efforts with other people and finding ways to overcome. I think that is generally going to be more valuable than, I don't know, people tormenting themselves. I know that there's the internet especially trends towards all kinds of weird and what I think are just unhealthy and malignant behaviors, hyper policing everybody's actions in every single way. And it's really easy to be judgmental on the internet. It's really easy to have a take and whatever.
Yeah.
And I think all of us have probably participated and also suffered from it at some point or another. But the reality is that life is tough and people got to eat. And most people's life circumstances are not as easy as posting a judgmental post on the internet. I think it's important.
I'm not a judgmental person.
No, I don't think you are.
Just not.
I'm saying that there is a tendency to there's a tendency for people this happens on social media a lot, for people to make broad and sweeping statements that make other people feel bad. A particularly ridiculous example that I can think of was a month and a half ago on Twitter. Everybody was arguing over DoorDash and whether or not ordering DoorDash food made you a bad bourgeois person or whatever. And there was a ton of people volunteering information about their private life and then random other people judging them for it. And it was all of this is an exercise in futility. Everyone is wasting their time here. What is this? Who cares? You're not defeating capitalism by arguing over whether user 423 with 30 followers made the wrong decision ordering DoorDash one day or too frequently. You're just driving each other crazy. So and I think that comes from the fact that the reality of life in our current state of affairs is it's tough, and people make bad decisions, people make unoptimized decisions all the time, and if people were given full license to look over your life and review every single thing that you did at all times, chances are people would come up with a lot of things that you probably did wrong. People don't you think about there's so many examples of this I can think of where it's just don't take that stuff too much. Focus on, my personal advice to people is focus on what you can do to make the world better. And that's your business, is to figure out how you believe you can make the world better, keep learning, keep improving yourself, and don't spend your entire life kicking yourself over every past mistake that you made. There are definitely times where feeling bad about some behavior is necessary, but every action is not that. And in a world like ours, it's easy to spend a lot of time feeling bad about everything. Yeah.
It's more that I lose all motivation when it's okay, you're telling me that I can be less free, but then I can get some money. I don't like that for that trade-off.
Oh, you're saying
me,
specifically with work and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I mean it's wild. The state of affairs that we live in right now is workers are incredibly disempowered, and they are asked to sacrifice a lot for very little in return. And I don't blame anybody for looking at the sort of offerings of our current society and going, nah, I'm not feeling that. That doesn't mean that there aren't, I do think that there are times where you have no choice but to, seek employment or whatever. But the reality is it's miserable. I've worked a million jobs in my life, and the vast majority of them have been goddamn miserable and did not pay me well. I don't know. I think it's important to be able to like look beyond that, to be able to know when it's time for you to do something that's necessary for your survival, but also to be willing to say, I'm not going to sit here and feel guilty because I don't live life the same way as somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I live a very different life than I used to. I live a very different life than most people, and I'm proud of that. I don't think it's like a mark of pride to you know. I think it's a tragedy that people have to spend so much time whiling away their hours in an agonizing work environment. I think it would be significantly better if people could live more freely. And if you can find a way to do that, you should do it.
Random fact about me.
Sure.
I've worked picking up chicken.
Yeah.
I had to pick 2 chicken up, two in each ends, and give them to a guy in the truck so that they can get slaughtered. Not really very good conditions for those chicken.
Yeah, I imagine it's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, you would find like old carcasses that don't really smell very
like,
good.
Like factory farm conditions. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's terrible. And I don't think anybody would like feel good about. I don't think anybody's going to feel good about working under those conditions, nor should they. It's horrible conditions to work under. If you have to do it, if you have no choice, you got to do what you have to do to survive. My community's rule number 1 is, do not die. But
I think it wasn't it was my first job, but it wasn't the worst job ever.
Sure.
I'm more like I enjoy more like being with people and working to a cause. Well, not really cause, but like you're in there, you have to pick up X number of chicken, and then you have to do that on time, and there's like this sense of solidarity.
Sure. But, yeah. I mean, there are good things that can come from most jobs. Most of the jobs that I've worked in the course of my life, I have found my coworkers to be like the best part. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, one of the worst jobs I ever worked, I worked for an airline cleaning out the inside of planes and carrying luggage. And that job was exhausting. The pay was terrible. It was incredibly, incredibly stressful. But one thing that I absolutely loved about that job was, just like you said, the sense of solidarity that I got with my coworkers. I loved my coworkers, and I loved working with them, and so I don't know. I do think that positives can come out of it, and also I think that those positives can lead to making it easier to survive those conditions, if that makes sense. Like, you should. That's the type of stuff I would encourage people to find. Is like, if you have to work a job, find the people who are on your side, build those social connections, and help each other be stronger. Help each other, find ways to live better, find ways to live, safely, and whatnot. So, yeah.
And I don't think, like, our message is, like, you can enjoy a job, but I don't think you should be forced to do that. I think you should be free to do other things.
I agree. I 100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah. And currently, beyond that, as you said, you should inform yourself, and I'm trying to inform myself. I'm reading. Have you heard of the laws in Guattari?
Of course, yes. My partner Doe is very, very into it. We've been reading. We took a small break, but we were reading 1,000 Plateaus together for quite a while, which is fantastic. So yeah, very familiar.
You read Anti-Oedipus then?
Not all of. No, I've read some of it. I haven't read all of it. I am the less good reader. Doe has read Anti-Oedipus though.
Oh well, there's like a very good reading group of it. I think Brooks. Do you know?
Oh yeah,
Brooks?
I know Brooks. Yep, I'm familiar with Brooks.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had this Deleuze. Well, now it's the quarantine. Quarantine. Anyway, the 40-day stuff. The pandemic. Anyway, the quarantine collective, whatever that's from.
Yeah.
And they've been branching out to more more works, and so now instead they're just called beforehand they were called the DGQC, the Deleuze and Guattari collective. Now they're
Quarantine
just
Collective. Yeah, I'm familiar with them. I know that they I know that they talk with President Sunday and stuff like that, and I think that there's been I know that Doe has talked with a couple of people who hang out in that group. But yeah, I really I think that I have found a lot of what I've read from Deleuze and Guattari to be very useful and fascinating. And while I am by no means a scholar or anything like that, I have come into contact with a lot of it and a lot of thought that has been influenced by Deleuze and Guattari as a result of being close and spending lots of time listening to my partner Doe and other people who've been very into it. And I do think that there is a lot to be learned about self-liberation and whatnot from from all of their work. So yeah. We are just out of time. So we should be wrapping up here. But I wanted to say thank you for coming on. Thank you for talking with me. And if there was anything you wanted to sort of plug or shout out here at the end, let me know. Other than that, we'll wrap up here.
Well, I've been trying to do some content creation, like streaming.
All right.
My struggle has been finding interesting stuff to talk about. I don't want
That's
to be
always a
talking
struggle.
about drama all the time. But,
definitely don't do that. Please do me a favor and don't do that. You will not be happy. Will not make you a happy person.
That's I don't think I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Anyway, so my channel name is Inconvenient Estelle. I've streamed like only 3 times and but if I ever decide to stream again, you can get me there.
Awesome.
Find me there.
That will be in the plugs channel on our Discord that we have for every single one of these streams. So if you want to follow, go ahead and check our plugs channel and you'll be able to see that plug. Thank you so much for coming on. And hopefully we'll talk again sometime in the future. Yeah.
Have a good stream.
No problem. Bye for now.
Bye.
All right. Fantastic. Okay, give me 1 second here. I just realized I need to turn off my damn... Where's this? Why am I getting a Discord overlay? And why? It's annoying the shit out of me. There we go. Get out of here. I hate the Discord overlay. I really hate it. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right. Real quick, I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break. I'm going to put Bellatro up on the screen so that you guys can have something to watch, but I'm actually going to play our bathroom song. So, I will be right back in just a moment, and we will continue our stream in just a moment. I'm just gonna hit the restroom real quick. Let me play the cool ass music. Hold on a second. Where's my damn music? Here we go. Enjoy the song, and I'll be right back. I have the audio level. All right.
Hey, Chat Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. Streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking bass. been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and sound the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now.
Alrighty. Back in action. What a banger! Oh, it's so fire. Calliope, holy moly. God damn.
Do we need to call a doctor? Within your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody
like and subscribe.
True! Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. You know we bring the fire here. All right. One moment here. One moment. Oh, hush, Gay Fesh. We love the bathroom song. We love it. We absolutely love it. You all will say that it looped for the rest of all of eternity, won't you? I don't know how I'm actually still winning. We are on ante 7, and I don't remember. I barely remember playing any of these antes. That's how god tier I've gotten at Bellatro these days. I am just scary good at Bellatro. What can I say? What can I say? I've gotten crazy good at this. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. That conversation was really nice. Before we move on to the next one, I want to say it is a really tough question to answer. Like, how do you deal with the emotional strain of living in our extremely inhumane, violent, exploitation-based society, and how do you not feel bad? And I think that it's like, I don't think there's a single silver bullet answer, but I know that some things that don't work. And I think a lot of people, especially neurodivergent and queer people, feel an intense pressure to hide themselves away, to apologize for everything, to avoid scrutiny, to avoid anything that could possibly, I don't know, signal you out as like, a target or whatever. But the reality, of course, is that the grip of our the grip of the rotten, totalizing forces of our current world is not as strong as it seems. And we are stronger together. And we are stronger when we live as ourselves. We are stronger when we don't spend all of our time abusing ourselves in the hopes of not offending a society that will never be satisfied with us, no matter who we are. You have to be bold enough and brave enough to care for yourself and to allow yourself to connect with others, to to say no, like, I am a living being in a world that is very complicated and no one can judge me for trying to survive. Anyway. How many aces do I have in my deck right now? I have 7 aces in my deck, which is pretty good. I'm hoping we get some so that we can win this one. All right. Okay. All right. So, and yes, you deserve to survive. Of course. You deserve to survive, and not just survive. You deserve to survive, and you deserve to live a good life. And as it turns out, the idea that a good life is necessarily only done by taking evil or bad or negative actions or by hurting others, that is a lie. You can live a good life, and you can live in such a way that you don't have to hurt others all the time. Yeah. So anyway, let's do our next call. Let's not get too stuck on one subject. That was a great conversation, but we have other callers to get to. So let's do it. Let's bring our next caller in. Wow, we won that one. We're kind of killing it. We're kind of shredding this game, aren't we? Hello, welcome. Cannot hear you. No mic, maybe you're muted. Maybe it's permissions? Gonna drop you back in the waiting room. Can't hear you at all. All right, gonna drop you back in the waiting room for now. Yeah, maybe restart Discord and then try again. Boop. All right. All right. Leftist audio still a thing? It's audio. If for people out there who get mad about audio issues and us having to do mic checks all the time, when you have to deal with audio, you'll understand that it is like the most dark magic that you will ever have to deal with in the real world, okay? Audio, the entire world of audio codecs, all of the things that can go wrong, it is a dark and twisted world, okay? It is messed up, okay? And there is so much that can go wrong. Any person who's had to professionally work with audio in any capacity, you all are all quiet in solidarity every time an audio issue occurs, because you all in the audience go, yes, I understand. I feel your pain, and I grant you my strength, just like I do to everyone else who has audio issues, okay? It is, whew, oh, is it bad? All right, there's a lot that can go wrong, and it gets more and more when it's like audio issues already, just sending to and from a computer, but then it's over Discord, and then it's all being mixed down into a stream. There is so much that can go wrong. Hell, I haven't even hammered out all the issues with my studio yet. We're not even to that point yet. Okay. I know the audio isn't back to its full glory yet because I still have work to do figuring out exactly what we need to do, and I also have identified another issue that wasn't happening before that's only happening now. So, you know, it's how it goes. All right, we're gonna wait for just a second on the next caller, and then we'll go from there. Let's see here. How many jacks we got? Jacks, kings. We got more jacks than kings. but yeah, let's cycle these. Let's cycle these. I love this game. What a good choice. Although the only thing that's oh, what are we doing here? How many queens do we have? Wait, I should have checked that. We still have 4 queens. Okay, whatever. We're gonna do this. I am having a struggle of a focus day. Somniostatic says, I don't understand why everyone is playing this because it's fire. Bellatro it's a banger. It's so much fun to play. The reason why everyone's playing it is because A, it's a good game, and B, Northern Lion has been playing like nonstop Bellatro for like 6 months, which means, and he's very funny, which means not only his own audience is playing it, but also whenever he goes viral for a joke, he's often playing Bellatro, which means people go, I want to check out that game because it looks great. And it is great. It's not just a hype game. You should play it. It is amazing. It's genuinely incredible. Don't do it, Somniostatic. This is just the next Fall Guys. What the fuck are you talking about? It is, you could not, that's like being like, oh, pizza, that's like the next hot dog. It's a totally fucking different thing. What are you fucking talking about? It reeks of Amogus? I know that this is like bait, so I'm not engaging. You're not getting a reaction out of me. If you want me to be funny for you, you're gonna have to post better bait than that. Because that's not gonna I'm not gonna make jokes, I'm not gonna blow you up in chat, because you don't deserve it. That's way too low tier bait. I'm going back to playing my card game while we wait. Boo! Boo! Yeah, right. SyntheticTeapot, check the caller's guide. We will have slots open throughout the night. If you read through the caller's guide, it'll explain how everything works. I'd love to have as many people in, but we got a lot of people waiting. So just read that there caller's guide, and you'll find yourself able to get into one of our streams in no time. Signups will be opening soon. Look at that. Message from on high. No, I'm not roasting Somniostatic. I'm roasting Uncle Gumbald, which is, you know, normal. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, we got you. We can hear you.
Yes, thank God.
All right, let me just pop up the audio just a tiny bit. Can you give me a real quick check?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
That works perfectly. Your levels are coming through loud and clear. Real quick, can I get your name and your pronouns?
Levi, pronouns are he, him.
Levi, with that name sounds familiar. Also classic pronouns.
Yeah.
Is this the same
yeah.
Levi?
Yes, this is the same
Levi.
Levi.
We meet again. Yeah. Why do I have a feeling you're gonna want to debate me?
Well, not really. I have more of a question.
That's a surprise. All right.
Yeah. Basically, before I do, I kind of want to apologize for certain things I said for the last time we debated.
Okay.
I didn't communicate myself properly, and I didn't have the most wisest choice of words in that I was trying to articulate in that conversation. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, I think that's all right. Thank you for the apology. You know, we're all learning and whatnot. So.
Okay. Anyways, so my question is, how, like, is it okay to keep a friend, like, if you're trying to be a trans ally, is it okay to keep a friend that is okay with being called a TERF?
Oh, well, I think that would vary, right? Like, it depends, and also would depend, in my personal opinion. Like, for me, that would not be a friendship that would work out well. You know what I mean? Like me being trans, but I don't know. Like, so you're saying like you feel like you're worried that like by continuing to be their friend that you don't want to enable like bad behavior or whatever. Is that what I'm?
Or enable bad behavior in myself, or to get like, because to be honest, I have my own internalized biases and issues with trans people. I'm sure, like many people do,
Sure,
and I'm trying to overcome them. And I don't know, like, if being around a person who doesn't think that trans people should be in sports or that they should be in women's spaces if they don't pass enough. So I don't know.
Well, okay, so that's a tough call. And I think it's good. It speaks well of you that you're willing to like consider those possibilities, that you might be influenced in that way. And I think that in a lot of ways, at least if I was in that situation, you know, trying to put myself in your shoes, I think a lot of it would depend on, you know, how big of a part of their identity is that, and how frequently are you going to engage on it? You know, because I have friends who, you know, I disagree very strongly with on some topics, and you know, and there are some friends for whom I'm just like, I am not going to talk about this particular topic with you. Like, I'm fine with being your friend, I'm fine with engaging in this thing, and I don't want you to be like alone or whatever, and I enjoy doing certain things with you, but I'm not going to talk about this, and you need to respect that. So that might be something that could work. But if it's something where like being a TERF is like a huge part of that person's identity, it might be really hard to you know, to have a good time with that person, and also to feel like you're not having your, you know, mental state twisted, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
and I
she's
get that
not
completely.
She's not super into it. She just thinks that, like, I tried explaining to her, for instance, that trans people in sports isn't a big issue because there's trans people that lose to cis people all the time.
Yeah.
And it's not like they're winning all the medals or anything. But her response to that is that, well, it still loses the dignity of the sport to have trans people in there unless they have their own category for some reason.
That's weird and interesting, right? Like, that's an interesting pivot, right? Oh, it's about fairness. Well, now it's not about fairness. Now it's about purity.
Or dignity.
Or the dignity of the sport. Why would somebody, you know, different than you impact the dignity of the sport? It sounds like your friend has a negative opinion of trans people on a basis, and that they use fairness as a disguise to basically vent their own like literal bigotry, like saying, you know, to me that sounds like just straight up actual no questions asked bigotry. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't like trans people, and I think that their presence makes sports dirty in some way. That is like classic bigotry, right? Like, it's just prejudice. It's saying like, you know, it's not based on anything rational. It's just hatred. And for that type of, you know, so like I can imagine that being exhausting and tiring to be around, and also infuriating. And, you know, I guess it comes down to your own, because this is your friend, you know, it comes down to your own personal comfort with like whether or not you can navigate those conversations without it, like, you know, without feeling like you have to sign on to their opinions. If you can, you can say, you know, I don't want to have this conversation. I don't think that you're approaching this in a healthy way, and the way that you talk about it makes me uncomfortable. And if they're willing to like accept that and respect that, then maybe it's a friendship that can, you know, continue. And who knows, they might change over time, and that would be great. You can't really bank on that, you know. People change at their own pace. But you know, I don't know. There's so much that goes into that. I don't think it's an easy or clear-cut answer. Like for me, I have maintained friendships with people through a lot of different things. You know, especially offline. Like, obviously, me saying this as a content creator has a different context than your average person. You know, when people say, "Oh, are you friends with this person?" There's a whole lot online. There's all of this, like, there's so much like guilt by association. But offline, when you're just talking about real friendships that you have with connections with people in your life, we're not talking about like platforming them or anything like that. You know, I've maintained friendships with people with all kinds of problematic opinions, and because I'm somebody who is fine with debating and disagreeing with people, I feel very confident in my ability to be like, I don't agree with you, I think that's bullshit. I'm able to do that. I'm able to maintain, you know, relationships and feel fairly comfortable. But I have also had junctures of my life where I've encountered someone, or I've gotten to a point in a relationship with someone where it's just like, this is uncomfortable and I don't like this. The way the conversations are going is not fun. It's not edifying. We're not growing together. We're just kind of like clashing heads. So it's going to be, you know, that's a calculation as well. Is like, is this a friendship that is rewarding to you on other fronts as well? Can you, you know, maintain a healthy friendship that doesn't, you know, doesn't make you feel like you're stuck talking about something you don't want to talk about all the time? And also, like, you know, whether you feel okay with potentially clashing on that. And yeah, that comes down to your personal preference. I don't feel like people have an obligation to like disavow friends just because of bad opinions. You know what I mean? Like, because I think that, like, I do think it would be bad for somebody to like look the other way if somebody was engaging in something really like terrible and heinous, you know, like if somebody was being like really racist or something like that, I would think it would be a good thing for people to stand up and say, hey, no, that's not okay. And I think that there are lines where it's like, hey, this is really not okay. But the path of action, I think, depends on a lot of like context. Is this person unable and unwilling to like hear people out? Are they able to like engage in a conversation? Can you say, hey, this is not okay and that's hurtful and here's why? Or are they somebody who's going to shut down and, you know, constantly be pressuring you in one way or another? I think all of those are things, you know, worth considering. I hope
Yeah.
some of that made sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's been a good friend to me overall. She's like done like a lot of good things for me, so that's why I've
That's
kind
good.
of, even though she has a lot of weird beliefs, I kind of like kept the friendship because of that. Because you know, she just is so generous, and you can't find too many people who are like that. So, yeah, I've always grown up around people who thought that they had the best interest in mind, my best interest or other people's best interest in mind, but were just twisted and damaging people around them, or by spreading lies and falsehoods that everybody believes is true. And I don't know, it just kind of triggers me a little bit.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think maybe it sounds like you've maybe had like one kind of big confrontation with her, and if it bothered you, it might be worth just saying, hey, like, I was thinking about this conversation that we had, and like, you know, just explaining how you feel about it, and saying, you know, pointing out like, hey, like, I think it's kind of shitty that like I think it makes me sad, and or whatever it makes you feel. Say, you know, like, this bothers me that you'd be willing to write off an entire group of people, you know, and just on that, like, there are great people here, and I don't think that's okay. And maybe that could lead to a productive conversation. And, you know, I don't know, deciding whether or not like you can continue a friendship with someone is a really, really tough juncture to come at. It's one that I've been at, and you know, obviously in the discourse there's this idea that like, oh, everybody on the left just they don't want to talk, they won't talk to anybody or be friends with anyone who believes differently than them, and that's so blatantly not true. But there are junctures in your life where you just have misaligned values, and it's not an easy juncture to come to. Yeah, so I hope that your friend is somebody who, you know, you could have a conversation with and express your you know, your concerns or your feelings about, you know, and say, hey, like, this kind of bothers me, like, I don't think it's okay to you know, say that you think that like sports are tainted by the presence of trans people. That sounds like really hateful and judgmental. And especially because you started it by saying it's about fairness, but it's obviously not about fairness. And some people, they have a position where it's like they're in the position because they've picked up some bad ideas or arguments, and they're open to hearing, a difference in perspective, or they're like, oh, I never really thought about it that way. But if somebody gets really dyed in the wool and emotional about it, that can be really uncomfortable to be around, and it can also indicate just a very big difference in your worldview, which can be hard to overcome. But yeah.
I wish it was just I wish people were more simpler to read in terms of like whether or not they're good or bad. It's just people have to be complicated, and that's very hard for me being autistic, because I expect things to be more black and white when they're not. And I don't know.
It's never simple on these types of things, and I completely understand where you're coming from on that. It's just like, and I guess the best way to deal with that, from my perspective, would just be to speak to someone honestly and find out where they're really coming from, And some people are going to be evasive, and you might be able to recognize that and be like, okay, this is, when I ask about this person is deliberately, avoiding what I'm talking about, and I don't like that. But a lot of people, you can just be like, hey, like, the way you talked about this kind of upset me. What was up with that? And they'll either tell you, and you might learn more. Communication goes a long way, even if it's hard sometimes. And also, if someone is gonna, it can be scary sometimes to like kind of have a conversation that, that comes off as like confrontational, but also it's not really that confrontational. It's on a pretty major issue, and it can be revealing. If somebody reacts very poorly to you even asking a question, that might kind of indicate where their head's at, and I don't know. Sometimes like you'll talk to somebody and one issue will end up like representing a flashpoint for other things, like, I don't know. I've had people in my life where it's like, whoa, like I disagreed with somebody on this one subject, and their reaction to it was so strong and so negative that like it revealed that they were unable to be like, they were not in a position of willingness to actually like hear me on anything. You know what I mean? And that's like that can give you guidance on where you're going with a relationship. But I mean, if your relationship it sounds like currently your relationship's at a fairly overall peaceful juncture, but that, there's concerns about, you have some concerns about certain negative opinions that she's voiced. And I would just, if that comes up again, I would just say, hey, like, that's not, like, I'm not cool with that, and here's why. And then you learn more. And it might not be the right point. You might not be at the right, juncture to make the decision, to make the call. You know what I mean? You might have to think about it more, or find out more about your friend. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess, it's important to have, these conversations with people with opposing opinions, because if we just, gatekeep or, stop communicating with each other, then people on top, people with real power, like, you know what I mean? Like, not.
Yeah, they can kind of impose a worldview by means of never never having it challenged, because, they can propagate their worldview with money and whatever, and, the rest of us have to kind of deal with the fallout. And that's true. There is truth in that. You can't just ignore, that there's problematic, opinions and worldviews in the world. But also, at the same time, like, a friendship is not like depending on a friendship, like it's not always the best place to like hash out those types of things, and it can be really uncomfortable. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of friends where like if I invited a friend over to watch a movie and all of a sudden they started going off about like, I don't know, like conspiracy theories or something, like that might really damage the fun. It might make it hard for us to have a good time together. So it depends on the relationship, of course. And yeah, I do think it's generally good. I mean, throughout my life, I've had like, I'm a debatey person generally. You know, like I said, I've had lots of friends throughout life that I've disagreed with and spent, you know, been willing to sit down and go, you know, go toe to toe with them on their ideas. I do think that value can come from that, and sometimes it can be a really big moment of growth, but that's not always a guarantee. And some relationships don't have the strength to persist through like clashes like that, with everyone still walking away feeling good about the relationship, you know?
Yeah, and it always, like, whenever you're attempting to change someone's mind, you have to understand that you can't really change their mind. They have to come to it themselves.
Yeah,
So
they can change their mind, sometimes informed by what you shared with them. But yeah, for sure. Yep.
yeah, and that's so hard because especially with my attitude, like I have I don't know, emotional blocks in conversation sometimes, especially like with the last conversation I had with you, where I got a little too emotional and I just ended up spewing things out of my mouth that didn't really mean, or I don't know. It just didn't come out as clearly as I wanted it to,
Yeah.
or it, I don't know. And I just have this general issue when it comes to debating people and in conversations. I like having conversations. It's just, sometimes I don't know, I have these really weird emotional blocks that prevent me from fully understanding what I want to say.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
or
I don't think you're alone in that. I mean, like conversations like of that type with that type of confrontation are like not easy in the best of circumstances. You know, they're tough, but also like that's an important thing to know about yourself. And I think that right there, what you're talking about, can actually help inform your decision making, because so like for me. And I'll speak to my own experience here by way of analogy. Like I am somebody who like I usually, for the most part, don't like political debates and whatever don't get me super like emotionally heated most of the time. I mean, as you can tell, like I do this on like my tolerance level is very high. Like I can be in front of thousands of people on the internet and still do a debate, you know? And that's when I start to feel nerves. But even still, there have been conversations I've had with people close to me where I realized like, oh shit, like we're clashing on this issue in a way that makes me really uncomfortable, and I don't like that. And I don't like being in that circumstance over and over and over again with someone that I otherwise associate positive feelings with. So like I think it's good that you recognize like your limits, and I think that can be informative to you as far as where you want to go in the future and what your lines are for engaging with that friend. Like if it gets to the point where you're feeling like I feel like pressure to act one way or another, like either I have to get into a conflict, or I have to acquiesce to a view that I don't believe in, yeah, that can be informative to you as to where you want to go, you know?
yeah, and you know, it's also hard because like a part of me just wants to control people, like to make
I
people
get that.
perfect or better.
Yeah.
And like I have to understand that part of me is not conducive to actually changing the way people act or behave. It's just kind of another emotional block.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I think it's good to like keep, you know, I mean, I think every human to a certain degree feels that like desire of like wishing that like when you feel like you know a better path, like, you know, wishing that other people could see it that way or that they would believe you or hear you. And I think it's good to be aware of that and keep that in check as much as possible. And yeah, also I can imagine that like regularly conflicting on politics or whatever, that could basically activate those feelings frequently. And I imagine that would not be super. That would not necessarily be super comfortable or fun. It would make you feel like you're having to grapple with a part of yourself that you know about, but that you don't necessarily have full control over all the time. So yeah, I think that makes sense to me. But yeah, you can't control people. They have to to come to it on their own way. And hell, you know, we're all still growing. Even if you could control people, like you probably have stuff that you got to grow on yourself. And if you know, so that wouldn't necessarily be super conducive towards that. If you know, having control over others it's just something we have to learn to relinquish eventually. You know, we can't.
That brings up an interesting question. Is that if you want, like, I know you know Jordan Peterson and his famous quote, like, clean your room, bucko.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I wonder if some of that is at least true. You do have to have some sort of balance in your own life before you can expect to change other people's lives. But I think The Amazing Atheist also brings up the interesting idea is if you spend too much time trying to master yourself, then you won't end up changing anything outside of that.
True. Yeah, I mean, I think there is. I mean, the thing about the Jordan Peterson like 12 rules for life stuff is it's very typical to a lot of life advice stuff, which is that it's true to a degree. Yeah, it is true that you probably shouldn't be trying to like lead a bunch of other people if your life is in shambles. Yeah, maybe probably would be worth spending some time taking care of your own needs first. That would probably be good. But it only goes so far, right? Like it's a nuance. Those types of truisms are like nuance free. You know what I mean? Because like for example, like nobody is ever ready to be a parent, sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like you can't. The first time that you become a parent is the first time that you become a parent. Nobody can you can't be a parent before you are. And that applies to all kinds of other things in life. You might find yourself in a circumstance where where you aren't the perfect candidate for something, but you're nonetheless required, for your own, for whatever reason, you've got to act in a position to make a decision. And so there's always a balance between those things. We should always be looking inside and improving ourselves. And, we should be careful and have a certain level of humility and not go, get a God complex about it. But also, we do have to be courageous, and there are going to be some errors, and imperfect people are going to step up into, potentially positions of leadership. I just, my solution to that is, and this will immediately set off all of the anarcho-leaning people in chat, which is just that, that's why, leadership power needs to be, limited, and we have to act in a way that allows people to be as free as they can in themselves. That we should undermine attempts to, for people to gain incredible amount of control over others. There are always going to be people who are leaders and who take leadership positions, but we should recognize when someone is accumulating power or trying to use power as a form of domination, and we should resist those things, because even the best of us, even the most amazing human you can imagine, is still a human and flawed. And so there needs to be limits, that no one should be allowed to dominate others. You know what I mean?
Do you think that's why the whole superhero mythos kind of falls apart, is because it's always stories about individuals having so much power to save other people, but in reality it's people helping each other? And I don't know,
yeah, I do think so. Yeah, I mean, in fact, I think Alan Moore, a famous comic artist, has some pretty strong words about the fascistic lean of superhero fantasies that he doesn't like. That he feels like it encourages even the best encourage it constantly looking for a Superman to rule over everybody else. Yeah, I do think there's an aspect of that where like there are huge limitations on those types of stories because somebody having all the superpowers in the world, like yeah, it's like the reality is that in the real world it is people coming together, and that makes us safer too, because it means that if our power is distributed between us, if our power is shared, if we rely on each other and are able to give and take equally, you don't have situations where one person can ruin everybody else or can do violence and nobody else can do anything about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and yeah, it also kind of like brings into question like why, like I'm really interested in martial arts, right? But I wonder if the attitude, if I go back and start training into martial arts, if I'll be absorbing a negative attitude of like, oh, I'm the main character, I can kick anybody's ass with these moves or something.
Well,
Like I don't
mean, I
know.
don't know. Maybe, but I guess just be aware of it and keep yourself focused and don't let it get to your head too far if you can avoid it. I think that I don't think that martial arts is generally going to do that to you most of the time, because in martial arts you're going to constantly come up against people who are better than you at it. You know what I mean? You're gonna bump into competition pretty frequently in the martial arts world. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I can understand where that concern comes from, and it definitely there definitely are like people who fall into that mentality, you know what I mean, who get just totally high on their own supply and think that they're a Superman. But I don't think most people do. I think you'll probably be fine. Just if you have a tendency towards it, maybe keep it in check.
I mean, there's also negative attitudes towards trans people in the MMA world. I'm sure you probably know.
Oh, for sure.
That there's a lot of I don't know, just right-leaning people in the martial arts world, and I don't know. I feel like that's very disappointing.
It is disappointing.
Maybe,
and they're not the only ones, but there is I mean, the MMA community is one of those. It's one of those worlds that's kind of dominated by. That's been dominated by a couple of particularly. The culture is dominated by stuff like UFC, which, of course, as we all know, UFC, the owner of UFC, the chief decision maker, who is not he's not asleep at the wheel. He has a lot. He sticks his hands in the business of the UFC a lot. Is a super Trump guy. He's a mega Trump guy.
Oh yeah,
very much so. So yeah, that's going to influence that industry. It's going to influence who's there. But also, there are people into MMA. There's tons of people into MMA who are not like that. In fact, I mean, I can think off the top of my head. I can think of one of the Chapo guys from Chapo Trap House. I don't know if you've ever heard that podcast, but Felix Biederman. He's super into MMA, and he's not a conservative at all. He's the furthest thing from a conservative. You know what I mean? Super trans positive, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, there are definitely people in that world who are pushing against that, and just be aware that of people in that world, and keep it in check in yourself, and I think you'll probably feel a lot better. The more people, there's nothing inherently wrong with MMA that makes it that makes it reactionary. It's just the current state of affairs. Big industry leaders are right-leaning figures. They put right-leaning messaging and right-leaning policy in, and it attracts certain people. This is a problem that has happened with with wrestling and stuff in the past. There's a crazy amount of gay and trans wrestling fans, and they've had to deal with the fact that WWE has had transphobic and homophobic and racist storylines for a really long time, that they've had racist and transphobic and whatever policies, and you fight against it in the ways that you can while still recognizing that, hey, wrestling in and of itself is not necessarily a lost cause. It's just there are problematic elements that come downstream of everything being run by billionaires and mega corporations. Yeah.
Yeah. And, I think at the end of the day, I just, I forgot where I was going, but I
It's all
hope
right.
I'm not running out of time.
We are approaching the end of our time. In fact, I think we are over our
Okay.
time. So we'll probably have to call it here soon. But if you had one more thing you wanted to drop before we move on, go ahead and do that. But we do have to wrap up because we do have other callers waiting.
Yeah.
It's been a great conversation, though, and I appreciate
Yeah.
the questions. I hope I was
Yeah.
able to answer them well.
Yeah, and if I ever need anything, I'll just go back and rewatch the video, and
Yeah.
I'll probably get what I need from there. But I think we all agree that we would want. I've been listening to or I was listening to some of what Paul's ego was saying a long time ago, where he would imagine a world where we can do things like fulfill our own potential. Like, imagine what a person can do if they're as physically fit as they are mentally acute. And like everybody is like in a society where everybody gets not only healthcare, but is just reached their full potential as human beings. Like the things we could accomplish with that. I just think I want to live in a world, and I want to do anything I can to live in a world where that can happen.
Well, I definitely think that that what is somebody's greatest potential is going to vary person to person. You know what I mean? And it's hard. I don't think anybody could ever like have an objective measure of what that would look like. So as long as you recognize that people's potential is going to be different from person to person, then yeah, I think that's a totally fine thing to strive for. Some people are going to have a very different needs than others. Not everyone is going to be able to adhere to a single life standard, and different levels of fitness even might be valuable to one person or another person. Yeah, but I don't think that like striving to help liberate people to make the best decisions with their life is I think that's a respectable thing, and I think it's a good thing to do. I just think that you always have to remember that the liberation comes first, and the prescription for what a good life is has to be left in the hands of those people to a certain degree. You know what I mean? Yeah, that their freedom and their ability to live fully as themselves and make those determinations has to take precedent over judgment of their lifestyle or whatever, so
yeah. Okay, well, I'll let you go. I hope you have a good evening and everything
Absolutely.
like that. And
thank you, I appreciate that.
it's
I have
always
a feeling we'll
always
talk
nice
again in the
talking to
future.
you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed our conversations. I always find them to be compelling and interesting, and I appreciate that you're always willing to hear me out and whatever. So yeah, thanks for coming on and thanks for calling in.
All right. Well, I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right. Oops. That was a great call. We've talked to Levi a few times on here, and it's always been very compelling. I find Levi to be a very good conversationalist. And we definitely don't always see eye to eye, but I've always enjoyed our conversations. That much is for sure. For sure. And I think that was an interesting one. That was a tough question. That was a tough question to field. Talking about like when you have to draw a line on a friendship that's like causing issues is really hard. I've had to deal with it in my life, and I don't know that. Like, I feel like every time I bump into something like that, it is one of the hardest things to have to think about. And yeah, like I said, it's always funny to hear like right-wingers act like, oh, the left they cut off everyone immediately. They don't care at all. When in reality, every left person that I know is like super careful about how they go about, relationships. And they're like, oh God, like, yeah, it's it's tough. It's not easy, and I hope everything goes well for Levi. All right, let's get our next caller in. Let's get our next caller in. Let's do it. Next caller. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. We are doing the flush build. This build is coming together really well. I think we're gonna go all the way with this one. We got 3 uncommons and a rare. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, it's all gone to pot in my brain. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry.
No, you're all
Nerves.
good. Can I real quick just get a check from you? I just want to make sure the mic levels are fine.
Yeah. Chekhov's gun.
Awesome.
Check.
All right. Perfect. That sounds perfect. Thank you very much. Real quick, what are your name and pronouns?
hgbguy and he, him.
The classics. Thank you for bringing them in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome to the show, hgbguy. How's it
yeah.
going? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah. It's good. Sorry, I'm just brain is all messed up. I just came in here to say, you're cool.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I think I've been watching since, I don't know, like I'm a lurker, I'm a Fallout New Vegas lake lurk, basically.
All right.
I've been like a fair weather fan on and off.
A fair
But
weather
like
fan.
I've always
It's all right.
well,
We forgive you. We forgive you.
Thank you. On and off watching, and sorry.
That's all right. Don't
There's
worry
so
about
many
it. You're
things I
doing-
want to say, and I'm trying to say it all at once, and I'm
That's all
tripping
right.
over myself.
Just pick one and go from there. I'm sure it'll flow just fine. You could see how we
Yeah.
flow on here. We do things chill.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like your content, things. I've learned a lot from some of the things you've talked about. It's helped me with myself. Like the stuff about neurodivergence. And I really should have made notes.
That's all right. Well, I mean, it's a topic that I think deserves more attention. I think that like neurodivergence, I don't know. I think most of the messaging that any type of neurodivergent person gets most of their life is negative, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
I used to feel like very self-conscious about it, like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm lesser and stuff. But I think some of the things you've talked about, I can't think of an example, but it's made me feel more confident and
Good.
self-loving.
That is great to hear. Honestly, I don't think that neurodivergent people should hate themselves. I think it's
Yeah.
it's that is the product, in my opinion, of of a society that tries to say that if you think differently than one very, very particular way of being, that you're like somehow lesser than, and then also believes that like, oh yeah, the way to deal with this is like, we should hurt people so that they do what we want. And that doesn't work at all. It just makes people
Yeah.
miserable, and actually, honestly, makes them less likely to do what you want in the first place, because
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to hear that that what I've said has been able to make you feel better about that. All neurodivergent people, I fucking love you out there, non-parasocially, just broadly, and I want autistic people, ADHD people, all of our different types of neurodivergences out there, all of our different brain types. I want us to thrive, and I know that the world will be a better place in a world that is not just accommodating but encouraging to people who have a slightly different way that their brain works. I really do. I think the world would be a way better place. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's so many things I want to talk about and mentioned, but like there's that. There's I think one time you said something like maybe everybody's a little bit non-binary, and you know,
Yeah.
I think that sort of resonated with me because like
Uh-huh.
I could never feel like I'm fully this or that, but I'm not like the most manly man who ever was a man. But like
Yeah.
hearing that, it sort of made me feel like more okay with like, okay, I don't have to be that. I'm fine just being me, you know.
Yeah. Hell
I don't
yeah.
have to be, you know, perfectly masculine to be valid.
Yeah, I am
And
I am a gender ascensionist, as they say. Some people would call us,
yeah,
some people would lump me in as a gender abolitionist. I don't really love that term, but I think that most of what we call, gender is, it is poorly disguised, sex essentialism, and it is making, it tries to bang people into a certain shape, that
yeah,
isn't real. And I do think that, like, I think that it's almost unavoidable that everyone is a little bit non-binary because the binary isn't real. It's made up and it shifts every day.
yeah,
What was considered feminine 20 years ago might not be considered feminine now or in 2 years, So what that means is that throughout everyone's life, like we exist on this, we exist moving all over the place on a surface that is, first of all, not very clearly defined to begin with, even at the best of times. It is shaky,
yeah,
but also it shifts all the time. So really, we kind of just are who we are, and that should be okay. That should be enough. That should be
yeah,
where we go with it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I also really love the term gender ascensionism. That's so fucking
Thank
cool.
you. I
Um,
thought it was kind of cool too. That's why I'm like, I don't know. It seems cooler to be
yeah,
like, I mean, abolishing is cool, and the word abolish has its history in leftist spaces as pretty based, but it seems cooler I like to encourage people to, like, themselves go above
yeah,
something,
it's more
It's
aspirational.
yeah, it might never. I mean, we might never be able to get rid of the sheer concept of gender, because that's like a huge thing. But we ourselves can choose to step above it, to say, like,
Yeah,
I don't need to be bound by this. None of us do. I don't need to act like other people are bound to it.
yeah,
I can make decisions about myself and my own body and my own presentation that have no regard to this so-called binary. You know what I mean? Like, I don't
yeah,
have to act, you don't have to act in with respect to it. You can kind of
mm,
go your own direction. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, thank you.
Uh, and God, I know I'm a very ADHD, so like I'm a bit all over the place. But like the next thing on my mind is just like I don't know why, but specifically some of the like references you make are very relatable. I think one time you brought up Lego Rock Raiders, and I was just like, "What?
Yeah, Lego
Somebody
Rock
else knows
Raiders.
that game?"
I loved.
That's like,
Okay, my Lego Rock Raiders. You probably heard me talking about how. Then you probably are recalling the time that I talked about how I never owned Lego Rock Raiders. It was a game that my cousin had, and every time we went over to his house, we never got to really play it, like, at all. I just had to watch, and I thought it was like the coolest thing ever, but I never really got to
yeah,
play it for more than like 5 minutes at a time until
yeah.
later. And now I'm like, oh shit, now you can go check it out. I did check it out in the future, but yeah, Lego Rock
Yeah.
Raiders, it's like it has a special
The
spot in my
music,
memory.
the
Yeah.
music is just such a banger. It's so cool. I think I got stuck on like level 3 or something because I didn't understand. And now I've lost the CD and everything because that was ages ago. But like the memories, it's just so cool. And there's so many like moments like that where I'm just like, damn,
Hell yeah.
this is the
Also,
coolest
I
person.
believe, I think wow, damn, actually, I don't know if Rock Raiders is. I was going to say Rock Raiders might be up on the, no, actually, no, it's not. It was later than that. Well, I will say you can probably find it on the internet. I was gonna say, would that be on DOS Archive? And I'm like, no, wait, that was like a early 2000s game, not like a DOS game.
Yeah.
So it's probably
Had
not
it
out
on
there.
PlayStation 1. Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like you could probably find it on the internet, maybe with a little help from some swashbuckling friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, the next thing on my brain that's ping-ponging all over the place is like the way you talk about art is so inspirational. Sometimes
Ooh.
like when you're doing a review about like a game I've known my whole life, or not my whole life, but a long time, and like you just see it in a way I've never seen it, but it's just beautiful, and
Aw, thank
I'm
you.
just mesmerized by it all, and I think it's really cool. I think your reviews about video games, like talking about Death Stranding and Dark Souls and stuff, it's really cool. And I hope you do more, because it's probably one of the few things that I watch about video games anymore, because it comes from the heart, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, I
yeah.
do intend to do more game content, and I'm aiming. It's something I think about all the time. To get better and better. To get better and better at being able to talk about it, because like it means a lot to hear that, because I feel very strongly about art, and I spend a lot of time digging through stuff to find things that are, special to me, and things that I feel stand out, that I feel could be valuable and mean something to other people. And I want to find the words to do that better. It's something I'm always working on and hoping to get better at.
Yeah.
And here's hoping that in the future I will be able to continue doing that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that passion. I think is sort of rare, for people to put that amount of love into it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think it's I always want to encourage people to like engage more deeply with the art that they consume. And some of this is a little biased, because I have my entire life I've aimed to be an artist. That's what I've wanted to be, and I've wanted to be able to be like that. And I do consider myself in some ways, my show has a lot of artistic stuff in it. I don't know, but I consider myself to be, an artist in some ways or another. And I want people to be able to understand and see and talk with each other about it, because there's so much, there are like art can become an ascendant experience. It can go above and beyond just being something that you watch or that washes over you, and it can be something that becomes a part of you and that you become a part of in your own way. And I want people to be able to see that. I want people to be able to figure out how to do that, and also to be able to find things that speak to them on a deep level. And so yeah, I really do set out to do that. And I do think unfortunately, I think that some of this is like I think that some of this is the result of like the fact that we live in a society where everything is commodified, and nothing is nothing can be anything other than a product. Everything is constantly pressured to be a product. And I think what that means is that it puts people in a position where instead of being able to like fully connect with something that they're enjoying and appreciating, they're sort of encouraged to just sort of hustle along, you know what I mean? Move along to the next thing. And that's
it's sort of the noise.
And I want to give people, with what I do, I want to give people the tools to step out of that process and treasure these things that come in their life, and also to be able to preserve, and not necessarily preserve, maybe that's the wrong word, but like to be able to experience it again in the future. Because I think that like a society where all art is boiled down to a simple commodity, I think that leads to a society that struggles to make art. and where artists,
Yeah.
the path of an artist is forever like one of suffering and struggle. And I think that ultimately leads to producing art that is unnecessary. Like, it means less people are going to make art, less people are going to be putting stuff out in the world, less people are going to be reached by it. And I'd like to see a different world. I'd like to see a world where people can make the stuff that they want to make, and we get to see more, and people are iterating, and people can find artists and support them, and people can make livings doing this, and where it's valued. We're surrounded by it. I think about it all the time. I think about how imagining a world without art is genuinely, it's impossible. Only if you have a very bankrupt idea of art can you even imagine such a world. In reality, we're surrounded by it constantly. The way that we paint our houses, the way that even product wrappers are constructed. These things have artistic elements in them. Music is everywhere in our lives. It's on the bus. It's in our cars. It's in the shop that we walk into. It's on the radio. It's we have this need to fill our lives with art, and I want people's view on art to be to learn how to appreciate it to the fullest degree, so that we can have a society that is as beautiful and as wonderful to live in as possible. So
I think for a while I was such a cynic about art, I think, and just seeing your passion just sort of revitalized me.
Wow.
And it's just a magical feeling.
Well, I am beyond happy to hear that, and thank you for telling me that. That makes me feel really good to know, and I hope to be able to continue to inspire that, and who knows, from there, who knows, maybe you'll make your own art, or you'll find art that means a lot to you. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to do upholstery. Haven't really taken off yet, but
that's awesome.
making chairs and stuff.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Also a bit of wood carving. So maybe one day I'll make something really cool, but
I believe you will. I do. I believe in you. I believe you will.
Thank you.
I think that's amazing, and also a talent that not many people have. It's kind of a rare one, especially in the era of IKEA. It's kind of a rare one.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Many.
Well, if you ever get your chair business, if you ever get your chair project off the ground, or you make any cool chairs, let me know, and send me your projects, and maybe I'll own an hgbguy chair in the future. That'd be cool as hell.
Yeah, that'd be base.
That would be pretty base.
Yeah. Well, I've run out of things to say other than you're cool.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank
you for the kind words, and it was great talking with you. We are right about, you've timed it pretty much perfectly. We are right about at our
really?
At our time, yeah.
Base.
So you did a really good job, and
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, and I promise that I will do I'll do everything in my power to continue to fill this world with art and passion for art going forward. So you can look forward to more of that from me in many different forms. I have a ton of other projects that I'm working on in addition to this stream, and maybe someday I'll show those to everybody over here too. So thank you so much for coming on, seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a blast.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Yeah.
Bye for now. Wow, that was such a nice conversation. What the hell? That was so nice. That made me feel so good. Wow, that was a really chill convo. I feel like that was so nice. That was really nice to hear. Damn. It felt nice. It's not, I guess I don't get to hear feedback that frequently on my art stuff, and it inspires me. Hearing that inspires me to want to do even more. Because my reviews, people tend to tune in I mean, it's changing. Things are changing. It's been a slow change, but people tend to tune in for my politics stuff, but I'm really happy to hear that there's some positivity out there for the art stuff that I do too. That means a lot. Anyway, that was a great conversation. Good night, Joseph Bros Tito. Thanks for being here. I'm happy that we have a lot of viewers tonight. This is like one of our most successful call-in streams. The fact that we have 250 plus people in on a call-in stream on a Tuesday is amazing. Thank you all for being here. And if you haven't pressed like on the stream, now is a perfect time to press that like button. It would mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to me. All right. Well, let's do the next call. We have been on a great pace. Let's bring the next caller in. Let's do it. Let me get this changed here, and we'll ready up for the next caller. That would be exciting. I'm excited. This has been we've been doing really good on timing. We've been doing really good on pace. This has been mwah. It's been beautiful. I should drink some water and not just soda pop. Hello, 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 hello.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good.
Real quick, can I get your name and pronouns for the audience?
Lady Kelgana, and I'm she, her.
Based. Alrighty. Welcome, Lady Kelgana. It's great to hear from you again. How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm really nervous as usual when I do these things.
Oh, I get that. If you can believe it or not, I always get nerves on the day before a call-in stream myself, even though they are smooth as can be every single time, and I've done them 100 times. I still get nervous myself. So I'm dead serious. You can, if you don't believe me, you can ask Doe, because I tell Doe, oh God, my nerves are getting to me.
That's sweet.
It's just how I am. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's like something I've always struggled with. But you know, don't stress. We're both in this together. So.
Okay.
All right. What did you want to talk about tonight?
I wanted to talk about like automation and like what that means for like a world post work. Like I think that that we would be like that's kind of where my political leanings always kind of lead to is like a point where we can rely on machines to a point where we don't have to do the mundane anymore. We can just focus on like creative pursuits and like video games and like watching art and like, you know, doing what we want to do instead of it'd be like a world post money and post scarcity, so we wouldn't even need to buy things anymore. And I just wanted to like
very utopian, but an honorable utopian utopian aspiration.
And I think that we're moving towards that and away from that at the same time, because we're getting to the point where we have more automation, but it's being used for the wrong reasons.
Oh, for sure.
It's being used for art, which is the opposite of what it should be used for.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what we were talking about, what I was just talking about in the last conversation, this idea of like art as a commodity. The fact that like our society can only understand, like on a broad social and economic level, the way that our society is structured, art must be understood as a commodity and product first. That's what kind of leads to that, right? That's the
and it's sad. It's sad because like you don't want to have to commodify your creative pursuits. Like you want to just be able to create and not have to like put a price tag on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
I think that not necessarily AI as it currently exists, because the way it currently exists, it does a lot of plagiarism. And bad stuff that way. But like I think if we could truly just generate art and generate basically whatever we have in our head, we can just generate that in an instant. Do you think that would be okay as long as we weren't like taking artists' livelihoods away?
you're talking about basically like magic, right? Like the ability to
Well,
like...
it seems like magic, but I'm talking about a technology where, like, it's like in Star Trek. You know, in Star Trek, the holodeck people basically say, "Oh, I want this, this, and this," and then it generates that. It's basically like AI, but like at a much more advanced level.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know all the technicalities of the holodeck in Star Trek, and I feel like if I say anything, I'm going to be like stepping on a lore thing. But
We'll have to get Gayfish in here.
I don't know. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Gayfish probably knows it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, it seems like the holodeck, it would be like an example of like an advanced simulation that is designed to like enhance, a social role playing thing, and I think that sounds pretty awesome to me. Like that sounds pretty great to me, at least. I think that sounds artistic and amazing and fascinating. I don't know. I do. I guess it is made by an AI in Star Trek. I think at that point, well, I don't know, because is it? That's an interesting question. I don't know if maybe they never really talk about that because is AI, don't they have limitations? Because there's a whole thing with data being a fucking
data doesn't have emotions. Like he's incapable of emotions, at least to like the next generation. Like later on in the timeline, he gets
changes,
emotions,
right? Yeah, but he has like personhood, and there's a whole episode about that, and like, so I don't know, like if we're at the point where there's like a computer that has personality and enjoys like weaving really realistic historical environments, I don't know, I think that's awesome. Like the when we go into the realm of like science fiction, I think that the question changes a lot.
Right. Well, you also have to consider like the computer is also an AI, but like it's not a sentient AI like data is, I wouldn't think. I think there's a difference there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't even have I don't have a problem with computer-generated stuff being used in other ways. I just think that the relationship right now, the conversation around AI art in our, like, that I've engaged in, like, 100 times is, again, it's like, it's all art as a product, and it's art as a product, and it's very little else other than that. And I think that limits the conversation and limits the
I'm not one to defend AI art in any way, shape, or form.
It's just, but I don't. Yeah, I'm not close to like future potential and future technologies that result in artistic expression or in the empowerment of artistic expression. But I do think that there are certain types of art that are like the way that they are made, the craft of the process is a part of the art itself, and I don't know that I don't know. I think those would be hard to simulate in any meaningful way, But I'm not closed to like future technologies, opening the door for new interpretations of what we can do. Or I think the question you started with was like if there were technologies that allowed you to kind of just like take an idea that's in your head and project it out into the world. The reason I responded to that with like magic basically is because that's kind of like a historical or a traditional understanding of what magic is. Like the ability to sort of just speak into the world or think into the world something and have it be done with no intermediary necessary. That like from your mind to reality. If that were something that was possible, that sounds really cool and incredible. Like I think it would be fascinating to be able to like but also I do think that there's certain aspects of art that are always going to be enhanced and developed by the act of that translation, so like when you think about like when you think about writing, just off the cuff, it's like you have an idea in your mind or a character, and then in the process of putting that character to the page, of expressing there's many approaches that people have, but of making that character more whole. Like you develop, it pushes your brain in a certain way that you start to think about more about that character that you might not be able to ever do just by sort of thinking them into existence, because like there are blanks that would need to be filled. You know what I mean? It's kind of like okay, so if you could imagine like a new creature into life, you know what I mean? Like you sit down and you're like, okay, I have an idea for a creature. And when you think about it on a deeper level, it's like, okay, well, I know what the creature looks like, but what does the creature do? And at each step, it's like you've added another thing that you have to think about. And if you offload that to a computer to do for you, then the computer is kind of, if all you're doing is creating a, that's, you're creating an illusion in most of art, and that's great. Like the illusion serves a purpose, but going directly from your mind is always going to either have to require you to think more deeply about it, which is then engaging in the artistic process again, or offload that onto somebody else who is then doing that artistic process. So I think we reach a certain level where I think like you can only go so far in divorcing yourself from like an artistic process of craft, where a lot of arts that we engage in now, writing and painting and all these things, are activities that both produce something that goes into the world, like a painting or a book, but they are also in and of themselves a series of actions that allow you to make that thing in your head more real in the first place. Where taking a shortcut might not actually do anything. It might not produce the desired result anyway.
I think that if the whole thinking deeper about it and like developing a skill behind it, I think that going back to like a utopian society where we're post work, I think that a mistake in that society would be developing to a point where we're post skill.
Sure.
And we don't have anything. We don't have anything that we work on anymore. And if a good example of this is like if you read H.G. Wells' Time Machine, in that book he goes to the far future, and there's two distinct races. There's one that lives underground that basically is the automation class. They do all the work, and they're basically hyper skilled, but they're hyper aggressive. And then there's the sect on the surface that are basically like children. They get everything handed to them. They've evolved to basically their brains have devolved into a point where they're basically like children, and they can't really do anything for themselves anymore because automation has created a world for them where they need those survival instincts and those skills and those that creative process anymore. And so we don't want a world where we're going to have a humanity that's basically helpless.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in particular, I mean, I think we have certain aspects of that already present, not just like sort of the, natural obsolescence of skills, but the aggressive removal and deletion of necessary skills from the world. Like, this is something, oh my God, who was I reading this in? Oh my God. I guess it doesn't really matter. But if you think about it like this, like there's sort of like a ratcheting effect that comes from like colonial and state societies that we have to deal with in our real lives. Like, we can't stop factory farming because people would starve. Well, people will starve because for the last 100 years we've operated off of factory farms, and while there used to be large populations of people who knew how to take care of animals and plants, and there was some like passive agrarian skills in every town and city, well, those are gone, and they might the knowledge might be completely lost, and some cases the knowledge is locked off and limited. So there's a societal ratcheting effect where it's like, oh, well, we've taken a step forward. Now, like you said, like these the childlike beneficiaries of the automation society, they don't even have the ability to access the knowledge that they would need to do anything. And it's not just a like calamity type situation, like, oh, you know, humans are going to get too soft and then the whole world will fall apart. It's also a matter of control, you know, that,
right?
Like it means that there are centralized powers that do control, that own and control certain avenues of, you know, food or medicine production, that because nobody has the requisite knowledge to act on it, that it means that you're potentially forever chained to a horrific structure. And I do think that's something that people should think about more. It's something that I think about a lot, you know. I think that for a lot of people, medicine is like a sticking point on questioning the current status of the world, because they think about, oh, well, damn, like, this almost like ties back to an old controversy I had a million years ago, the supply lines discourse or whatever, which was talking about, well, you know, how can you make medicine without the supply lines that are enforced by the modern states and modern militaries?
Right.
Yeah, and the answer is, wow, that sounds like a really, really big problem, and that that the default answer shouldn't be, dear God, let's not piss off the ones who are chokeholding everything. Let's figure out how we solve this problem. And I think that people need to spend more time thinking about, oh shit, like the current state of affairs has channels of lifestyles that we are pushed into and asked not to question ever, and we're not given alternatives to, and those channels that we're pushed into and asked not to question lead us to a position where the only person with the power is Joe Biden or Donald Trump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's a bad state to be in. I think that to a certain degree, we already live in a you know, lesser version of the world that you're talking about. Not even in like a, you know, like there are just people don't have the like, we've lost knowledge that people used to know how to sustain themselves and know how to do different things. Like, can you imagine like what would happen tomorrow if like IKEA just went under, like, and just was gone? Like,
no sharks, no more sharks for trans girls.
Not
Oh
just
no.
no sharks, but like where, like, there are barely any furniture stores left. Like, surely some other IKEA would pop up, maybe, but for a while it would just be like, oh, we don't have furniture anymore. Like, there are no furniture makers.
I've got my shark. It'll all be okay. I've got my shark to cuddle during this dark period.
Oh shit, you're doing great. If you got a beat up couch with holes in it, you're like a king now, because nobody's getting a couch for the next 20 years while they figure out that. Like, and that's just one example that's kind of comedic. Like, but there are more.
Right.
There's a lot more to be thought about on that front of like, oh shit, like, there are a lot of choke points and dangerous spots when it comes to you know, I don't know, when it comes to like our society has a lot of reliance on very, very, very specific structures that most of us don't have any power over, that most of our communities have no power over, that most of our cities have no power over, that most of our states have no power over. It is basically large corporations and federal conglomerate governments that have any sort of say over so many aspects of our lives. And to tie this back to what we were talking about before, I don't think we should do that for art. I really think we should avoid that. The one thing that we can like hold on to in these dark times, we should probably not be just like willingly handing that over to the exact same, I don't know, you know, agencies and organizations that are currently chokeholding us, you know?
I think bringing it back to fiction, because that's kind of where I like to like look at things through the lens of fiction, because that's just something that's a person I've always been. Is going back to what you're saying. I think if you look at the Warhammer 40,000 universe, during the dark age of technology, which was like year 20,000 to like year 30 or something, maybe 15 to 25. I'm not sure the exact dates. They basically relied on these things called, I think they were like called SDKs or SDL, something like that. It's like these magic devices that had all of the knowledge of everything they would need to basically build whatever they would need. And people were so reliant on these devices that they basically were completely helpless without them.
Yeah. This is how we get a Butlerian jihad. Do you want Butlerian jihads? This is how we get Butlerian jihads.
Of course, then the answer to that in the 40k universe is humans are basically cogs again, and have one job, and that they they're just thrown to the fires, and that's the terrible reality of the 40,000 universe.
Thank God
Everything
we don't
is
live
hell.
in the 40k universe or Dune for that matter. Yeah, yeah.
I just finished watching Dune recently.
Which one?
I need to read the book. I watched both movies recently.
Oh, the new
the new ones.
Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, the new ones,
Okay,
and
let
I
me
really
tell you
liked it,
this,
so it makes me want to read the book.
You should read the book. You should read the book right away. You will have a blast with it. It's awesome, and also I really enjoyed the new Dune movies. I like them just plenty. They're great, but they lack a number of key emotional moments that really just lock you into being a Dune fan that you can get from the Dune books. I highly recommend it.
How about the 1985 film? Is it better or worse than
that's the Lynch one, the Lynch Dune. I love the Lynch Dune. It is weirder, and personally, I enjoy it more than the new ones on a number of levels. I think that a lot of audiences will not find it as compelling, and also there are some things that were not even liked by Lynch himself. He says that I think he describes that film as one of the great sadnesses of his life. But nonetheless, there are a lot of fans of it, and I am one of them. I love the Lynch Dune. One of the things I like the most about the Lynch Dune is that I think that the Lynch Dune speaks to the deranged designs and outfits and environments that are presented in Dune. The Denis Villeneuve Dune, it does have its peaks. But I don't know, it's kind of safe with a lot of stuff. A lot of its designs and outfits, and the Lynch Dune completely goes off the wall. In Dune, everything is very weird, and you get that feeling in reading the book that there's just the descriptions and portrayals of everything is so weird and trippy and alien.
I mean, I'm a fan of Kenshi and Morrowind, so I like my weird, weird
then
worlds.
You will.
So.
Okay, Kenshi and Morrowind are the perfect things that you could say to be you need to watch Lynch Dune ASAP. Lynch Dune is so much more in the vein of Kenshi and Morrowind than the current recent Dunes. The recent Dunes are very good movies, and they look really nice, and they're well paced and a fantastic soundtrack. I love especially the first one. I think the soundtrack for Dune Part 1 was really good. One of Hans Zimmer's best, in my opinion. But the Lynch Dune is it's wild and out there. And yeah, it has some weird things, but if you like weird, you're gonna like it. And I love weird, and
Sweet.
I love Lynch. So, and it's Kyle MacLachlan, who I love. The cast is fantastic. It's awesome. It's just a really great movie.
I'll have to get Jessica Metal to take me to Powell's, and we'll go get pick up Dune or something, and then watch the movie.
Go do it. You won't regret it. It's a great watch. And there are some things that you might a lot of people find annoying. Is there's narration in the movie, which Lynch did not want to have in the movie. He explicitly did not want to have narration over the movie. And I do agree that it's not great, but it's not that big of a deal. The movies, there's so much other great stuff to enjoy, and God, it's great. So yeah, I think that one's good. There's also a TV series. I haven't seen that one yet, but I've heard good things about it. The
2000s, early 2000s.
Yeah,
one.
that one's supposed to be real. I've heard really good things about it, so I'd like to watch it myself at some point. But I haven't. I can't vouch for that one. I am currently reading through Dune Messiah, and I've been on a bit of a reading hiatus on basically all of my
me too.
things because I've been working on the studio and all of that. But yeah, it's great.
I haven't been reading nearly as much as I should be.
It's got James McAvoy in it. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
No, I said I haven't been reading nearly as much as I should be.
Oh, sorry. No, I saw something in chat and I was like, they were mentioning.
Oh,
but yeah, no, I feel you.
I have your stream up, but it's muted right now, and it's not on the same screen, so I can't see
That's fine.
chat.
That was me addressing chat inappropriately, but I just thought, I was like, I didn't know that actually, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, no, I feel you on that. I am terrible with the. I've always struggled, you know, at least, okay, not my whole life, but for most of my adult life, since the ADHD got worse, I've struggled with you know, reading.
Yeah, me too. I struggle with everything. I'm trying to get on ADHD meds again. See if it helps this time.
It can help.
I'm going to try a different one.
It helps me. It definitely can. They have their downsides, but they definitely have helped me a lot. I feel like I would have struggled.
I'm on bipolar meds now, and I wasn't on bipolar meds the first time I was on ADHD meds, so maybe the combo of the two will basically fix me, hopefully.
Well, we'll see. Here's hoping that it helps a lot. I mean, I've certainly gained benefit from ADHD meds, and yeah, so I can say for me it helped a lot, but everybody's different, and you know, everybody has their own needs. So, well,
I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah,
are we out of time?
We just hit the.
Look at us, we're so good.
We're doing pretty good though, pretty solid. So, yeah, is there anything else you wanted to say before we wrapped up?
No, I don't really. I mean, I guess I have a Twitter I can plug. It's Kelgana Twitter, but I don't really. I mean, I know it's privatized, so you'd have to, you know, try to follow me. I think most of the imps are already following me.
Well, that's going to be a challenge to some people, so they'll go and be like, here, I'm going to send a request now. So.
So. But yeah, that's all. I mean, I'm not really a public figure, so I don't really have any real big social media stuff.
You know? So I always want to check. Well, thank you so much for coming on. It was wonderfully pleasant to speak with you. And
I know it always is. I love talking to you, Demon Mama.
Likewise.
It's always a pleasure.
Likewise. I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was wonderful. By the way, for everyone who is sending donations and super chats, thank you so much. I'm going to read them all off later on in the stream. So please, please, please consider donating. It means a lot to me. A percentage of all of tonight's donations will be shared with our producer. So, you know, it's still a show. Even though I'm not asking for donations as much, it still means a lot. Your donations make this show possible. So consider throwing some donations this way, and I'll read all your messages at the end. So thank you very, very much for all of you who have supported so far. I really appreciate that a lot. That was a great conversation. That was a really wonderful conversation, in fact. Yeah. All right. Well, let's do our next call. Let's keep the pace going. I'm feeling good. I'm hoping I don't lose my game of Bellatro here, but I am not going to lose my game of Bellatro here. There we go. Oh, wait, I got to change this here. Got to clear out the guest text and get ready for the next guest. Someone's making a Twin Peaks game for PlayStation 1. Look it up. That sounds awesome. That sounds amazing. Oh, okay. Hey, if we have a mod on hand, can somebody... We have a chatter who is banned but doesn't know why. If anybody could reach out real quick to talk to that chatter. It's Rick Nixon in YouTube. But if you can find out, maybe just look into it. That'd be helpful. Hello! Hello! Sorry about that. Hello!
Hello. Actually, for some reason, my my mic is it needs to be pushed to speak.
Oh, is that a hardware restriction, or is it a?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Oh, I guess I don't know why it's doing that. It said it was a restriction before, but I guess, well, I guess if it works, it works.
Okay. All right. Real quick, can I get your name and pronouns?
I am the DizzyRat that does all of the spins.
Wow. Keep spinning.
Just DizzyRat's fine.
All right.
She, her are my pronouns.
All right. Classics. Good ones. Love them. Great vintage.
And
Welcome.
yes, thank you for having me. I don't really have much of like not really a debate or anything to do. Just wanted to talk and share a fun story that had been like in my mind forever.
Okay. Yeah, I'm totally here for fun and interesting stories. Thank you for calling in. That's kind of why we do these nights, to let you, if you got a funny story to share, hit us with it.
So the story that I have, hear ye, the story of a dog that had been sentenced to life in prison for a wrongful accusation.
That's so wrong.
So this is actually like a story from like back in like 1926. Let me double check.
Oh my God.
This year.
We're going way back.
1924. I'm sorry. 1924 in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Well, it's a story of like a governor of Pennsylvania, Gifford Pinchot. And before I continue, I should say I'm not a historian or anything. So,
Wait a minute. That's a forest here in Washington. That's a national forest. Gifford Pinchot is a national forest here in Washington.
Oh well. I wonder if it was named after this guy, but I mean, maybe some people might have mixed opinions on him, but I don't know. I can't say for sure. Once again, I'm not a historian. I'm not like a scholar in this subject in particular. I just read it one day after like during a trip with my boyfriend and I.
All right.
I was just like, I want to see like famous dogs, like on Wikipedia, see what's up. And then I saw it's like infamous dogs.
Oh.
What? It's like, what? This dog named
Pep. Are all the Biden's dogs on the infamous dogs list? I feel like they must be at this point, right? Like they've bitten so many people.
Maybe. I mean, so unfortunately, what's really strange, a little sidetrack, is like a lot of these infamous dogs are just dogs that have been taught to do the Nazi salute. Kiwi TB, I see. Yes, Hitler dogs. Yes, you're right. The Nazi saluting dogs.
That's a real bummer.
But this one, I was just like, oh, okay, so people teaching their dogs like really lame tricks. That's lame. But then I was like, wait, this dog accused of murder? What?
That's pretty wild.
So, first of all, I think it's funny that this dog's name is Pep because it's also the name of Putt-Putt's dog, in case and all my millennial friends in chat. Yeah, Pep the dog was
That's so great. I love putt-putt. I don't know if everybody does here, but I was a big putt-putt player when I was younger. Okay, I was big into putt-putt.
Well, this dog, also named Pep, was the dog of the governor of Pennsylvania, Gifford Pinchot.
Okay.
Who the dog belonged to his son. But he decided that he was going to give the dog to the prison in in the district that he was like living in. I'm actually not sure what is the name of the Eastern Estate Penitentiary. I'm sorry if sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing things.
Okay.
And I guess they decided, like this dog was going to be there for life, so they were like, oh, let's do like a colorful way of like putting this story together. He is sentenced for life because he murdered a cat.
Murdered a cat?
Yes.
And sentenced to life?
In prison.
My God.
And also, like they went with all like the colorful decor of like putting this dog in like prison. Like I have a picture with a mugshot. And
oh my God, they went all the way out. So we got a dog mugshot. Hold on, oh my God, we got a dog mugshot. You were not kidding. There was literally this poor dog.
He's like, what did I do?
I don't understand. He must have been so scared.
Oh. So yes, this like clarification. There is no cat. No cat has been killed. Like no Snowball, but Joe Schmo's little cotton ball kitty was not murdered. None of that. It's all falsities.
Oh my god.
But I was retelling the story to somebody before, and I had misunderstood something that I read. I thought that the governor had decided to fabricate the story in order to like make it seem like yes, like the prisoners are just like looking at the dog and be like, so what's he in for?
Yeah.
And it's like, he murdered a cat. I was like, oh, like no, it wasn't necessarily that. It was just like the reporters were like really decided to go colorful with it. But the thing is, it backfired because the public who had started like getting like the story were starting to like send telegrams and like letters to like the governor and just being like saying like, this is inhumane cruelty and condemning the poor beast to imprisonment merely because he had followed his instincts. And he's just like, the story, that's not what happened. Like what the governor had intended to do by putting this dog in life in prison.
Okay.
Is that it was basically just an early case of him wanting to provide the prisoners with a emotional support animal. Because prison life can be a little, a downer.
So
he...
So why couldn't he have found a different way of doing that? I feel like as a governor, you could literally just say, hey, we'd like to have a dog in our prison to be a friend to people who are suffering. Why the hell do they have to come up with a trumped up charge? This is messed up.
I don't really know, but I mean, it's like a lot of it. I'm just thinking like, oh dang, like I mean, it is like the 1920s, so like, getting information out to clear up the air and be like, hey, this dog is not being like treated poorly. He's like there to help the people, and I feel like even the people who did like understand that were just like, but you're putting like this Labrador, this sweet little big dog in like a tiny enclosed space. And I'm just kind of like, that's what we do to people.
Right? Right?
Like this is...
You'd think like, this would make people think twice about the whole prison thing in the first place.
Yeah. It's
again,
just kind of like, I mean, the dog, like later was like transferred to a prison farm, which I actually had to double check what a prison farm was, but it's basically just like, they do agricultural labor, so.
Okay, so yeah, it's a slave farm, basically.
Basically. And yeah, the dog now is like working, like, transferred to a different, like prison type location.
He's still around? Like, the dog's still kicking? They gave him immortal life?
No, unfortunately the dog passed away in 1930.
Oh, damn it. You got me excited there for a second. I was like, what the hell? It's all right.
Dogs don't live that long, unfortunately.
I know. They should, though.
I mean, I'm a rat, so I'm only kicking for 3 years.
Well, I hope it's longer than that. I hope you're an extraordinary rat.
I am.
But
or at least I'm not 3 years old. But yeah, the dog was like pardoned for his crimes.
Oh, well, that's right.
But like, a year later, that was like when the dog like passed away. But dang, I just found this entire story like so fascinating. It's like, first of all, why is this dog in the quote unquote infamous dogs?
Yeah,
when he hasn't even
wild.
done anything.
I mean, I feel like this story had its ups and downs. I feel like it was all over the place. That's like, I was not expecting the whole thing to be made up for that reason. That one took me by surprise. That's for sure. I mean, damn, this is a good story. You're right.
I was so excited with the story. Like I was reading it on like my phone and like telling my boyfriend, it's like I gotta like we were attending a convention in like Vegas, and I was just like, I don't know who, but I need to tell somebody. Like the next person that like gives me like their ear, I will just be like, did you know that this dog was sentenced to life in prison? And then and so I was like trying to control myself, like this like autistic like ramble until like I was in line to like get an autographed of with like a voice actor, and it was a really long line, and like the person like right behind me, I was just like it was actually Kratos from
oh wow,
Ragnarok. Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
So his line was really long. So, like, the person behind me, I just turned to them and said, would you be interested in having a conversation to pass the time? And they were like, yeah. So, and we just, like, started talking, and then I was like, okay, like, after we just, exchanged a few words, I was just like, would you be okay as to humor me? Like, let me tell you the story of, like, a dog that got in prison.
How does it feel to know that you've now told this story, not just to one person in line, but to, like, somewhere in the ballpark of around 250 people? How's that feel?
I am very happy because
wonderful.
I'm very much like a person that wants to know like about like fame. Like people always like are very interested in like famous people, but I'm always just kind of like I watch movies like with animals in it. Like I would watch like say 101 Dalmatians, like the 90s live action film, and I would always be like, I worked with dogs.
Animals, right?
Yeah, I worked with dogs, so like whenever they like have like one dog in for a scene and then another dog, like it's the next scene, I realize like that's a different dog.
Oh yeah.
Because I can kind of recognize that that dog is different. Yeah. And then I was just kind of curious, like, oh wow, like 102 Dalmatians for any of people that might have seen that film. Like they have like this one of the Dalmatians is like a pure white Dalmatian. And I was just thinking, they couldn't have possibly found a Dalmatian that had absolutely no spots. They must have had like to find like, I don't know, a Labrador puppy and like just pretend it's a Dalmatian. And I was actually kind of correct. They did find like a terrier for some shots for this movie. But how they worked around it for like a pure white Dalmatian is that there's like a type of Dalmatian breed that's like red Dalmatian.
Okay.
Which is basically a Dalmatian with like brown spots.
Okay. So it's got like it's like a brownish one instead. Couldn't they just paint a Dalmatian?
Yeah. Yes, because black is kind, it's such a strong color or shade. It's kind of hard to like paint over.
Oh, okay. So they were like, oh, it's gonna show through the doggy paint.
So they get brown because brown fades out better. And they just paint over that. And yes, for chat, it is Glenn Close. It actually, fun fact, I attended the same college Glenn Close did, so I'm just kind of like, I mean, not the same department. She was in theater. I was not.
Still, that's still a pretty fun fact.
Yeah.
Tonight is a night of fun facts.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm like bouncing all over the place.
You're good. No, you're great. You're great. This has been really fun.
Yeah. So, speaking of like that, the pseudo white Dalmatian, I was actually curious, like, like, this dog is kind of famous to like, my kid self. I was like, I loved this movie when I was like, a baby. So what I know the dog's probably dead, but what is like the credits for this dog? And like the owner of the dog actually did like some kind of post discussing the whole experience of like having this like brown spotted Dalmatian as a puppy and like using the puppy in like this film. The dog had passed away, but she lived up to like 13 years and was like very happy and like lived a happy, healthy life.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And yeah, it's like I always kind of like feel like whenever there is like a movie, I kind of feel bad whenever they like. I mean, I feel super happy when they ever they do like give all the credits of like, oh, Spot or Fido or so and so's dog is like, you know,
You gotta be able to
played.
remember the puppies too. Just because they don't care about being in the credits doesn't mean that they don't deserve to be remembered.
Yeah,
You know?
it's really really great. Like, I mean, it's like I don't know. I guess I didn't really. I don't remember seeing the names of the dogs in the credits because, especially for 101 Dalmatians, the first film, I do know that they had to like get a lot of like Dalmatian puppies. Not because like they needed 101 Dalmatians. They just needed like 15 at most, and then they CGI over.
Which is a lot.
Yeah. But puppies don't stay that size for a long time, especially during like a filming period.
Right.
Like the whole process of the film, the puppies grow. So they need to like, you know, okay, bring in the next batch of dogs or pups to like play the role of Patches or Lucky or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's the challenge. I mean, I'm glad to hear though. I'm glad to hear that there was positive stories that came out of animals in movies, because you know we don't get a lot of positive animals in movie stories.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, it's sad.
Yeah, like don't even get me started with like Toto.
Yeah,
like,
or.
I mean,
there was a movie that I loved when I was a kid, and I don't even want to talk about it because I know that it's going to bring down the mood the moments I mention it. So we can ignore it. But some of you probably know or have an idea of what movie I'm talking about.
Milo Otis.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. You nailed it in one go. Yeah.
No, somebody
that movie.
posted it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the one. Yep. Somniostatic. You got it. That movie. I loved that movie as a kid. I watched it so many goddamn times. Like, it was shocking how many times I watched that movie, and then I found out later that it was just like an atrocity of animal abuse, and I was just like, fuck this, you know? I could never, I literally have never been able to even think back like positively about that movie, because I just think about it every time, where it's just like, thanks a lot, assholes.
Yeah. I mean, it's really like it gives me like a mixed sense of like a conflicted situation.
Yeah.
Where it's just like in some films like these days, like they just CGI the dogs. Like in the new, I haven't seen the new Cruella like movie,
the prequel
but I did.
Or whatever.
Yeah, like they used a lot of CG dogs to like, and I'm just like, I'm sure you can just train a dog to like bite, like, or bounce on you. Like they've done that. It's not impossible.
Yeah,
but then at the
money.
it costs money, and like at the same time, I'm just thinking, oh, and then they have to like find like a person to like supervise the dog, make sure like, and like, that means I can't spank the dog like when it doesn't do something right, or I don't know, some kind of really awful thing. But so I'm just kind of like, can't we just like be good people and be okay with art?
You wish it was that easy. I mean, there are some movies that do it better than others, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, it is one of those things where it's like the way things are right now, like with the way people think about animals, like I don't know, the movie industry struggles to like treat people well, and with the fact that a ton of people like just do not care about animals at all, then you think about it and you go, it's like maybe it's okay for them to use the CG, you know, most of the time, like.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want to think about, like, I don't want these animals like animals that are trying their best and their hardest to like be mistreated.
Yeah.
It's so depressing. So.
Yeah. I mean, there are certainly some dogs in like some films that were like, oh, they were like, this was like their only role, and they lived happily like until they passed away from old age or like whatever disease they might have like gotten from like, you know, like cancer or something.
Yeah.
But it's like there are a lot of ones that we just don't know because we don't credit, like I like Frasier, the dog Eddie. It's a female dog, but like I think she lived a perfectly healthy and like happy life until she passed. But like, you know, there's just so many others that are like it's kind of crazy. Like I used to live in San Francisco, but and I worked, like I said, I worked with dogs. I particularly worked in like a bathing salon for dogs.
Yeah, like a
So-
grooming center or whatever.
Yeah. And we would get some people that are like, you know, they either have moved in from like Los Angeles, or like one dog that would come in was actually like a dog that did like modeling for like some dog food
Okay.
photography. I don't know. Like he was the face of like of some kind of dog food.
A real celebrity dog. That's a
Yeah.
dog that's a celebrity even for the dogs, because the dogs will go, that when I see that dog, I'm getting dinner.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
And- yeah. So I'm just kind of like, I mean, I didn't bathe that dog. It's like that was like the groomer's dog. So it's like,
Yeah.
oh, I like that she took complete control over like how this dog's spa session went.
Yeah.
But you know, I would hear from some people like they have like this you know, just cute dog, and then in LA people would just like come up to them and be like, oh, does your dog have like like what do you call like those people that work in like the film industry that
Like an
like,
agent
yeah, does your dog have an agent?
or a manager?
And
yeah.
then she would start laughing because she's like, lol, does my dog have an agent? And then they were like, no, really, does your dog have an agent?
That's
Because
pretty,
like
that's
like-
pretty wild.
yeah, it's just like, oh, so like, you know, it's just like crazy to like hear like, oh wow, so there is like a like agency for like, you know, dog modeling, acting.
Oh
and whatnot.
yeah,
It's crazy.
for sure.
And, like, I don't know. I'm like from Chile, so to me, it's just like I find that all so like bizarre. Like, what?
Well, yeah. I mean, Hollywood's kind of a, you know, it's a wild place. The film industry at
Yeah.
large is a wild place, but when you have an entire city that is so heavily influenced by like a single industry like that, you know, things can get weird, you know?
Yeah, it's
sure.
it's just fascinating and like it. I mean, in a way, I'm just like, you know, I kind of pessimistic with like the whole like, oh, how are things gonna like get better with like animal actors, and then
Yeah.
like, you know, because we haven't even figured out human actors. But then like, you know, there'll be moments where I just kind of feel like a little glimmer of hope, like
Yeah.
say the game Stray, where they had like, you know, cat actors ish just there to like, you know, mocap the cat's like
Aw.
behaviors, and I'm just like, oh,
I played Stray.
yeah.
I played Stray and reviewed Stray for a podcast.
Oh.
I'm happy to
Cool.
hear that they treated the animals well. That's really good to hear.
I mean, I haven't fully, I haven't gotten that into like. I mean,
Yeah.
as far as I see, it seems like they treat the cats well because they looked happy. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to fuck around with the cat. They were really
yeah,
like,
true. They don't deal with it very much.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Dogs are just like, oh, I did something wrong. Yeah, I'm the bad one, and I'm just like, oh no.
Cats are like, nope.
Cats
it's
are
your
like,
problem.
no, do
This
that
was
to
you."
me one more time, and I'll make you regret it.
Well, thank you very much for coming on. We have reached the end of our time.
Yes,
But
thank you
I
for
wanted to
having
say
me.
thank you very much for coming on. You did indeed captivate us with a fascinating story. I love animals. I love hearing about animals, and that was a particularly funny and interesting story. So I don't think I ever would have learned about that otherwise. And also, it's kind of funny that the governor's name is the same as a local forest. I wonder if it's the same guy.
Maybe.
Anyway, thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you have a wonderful night. It was wonderful speaking
Yes.
with you.
Thank you for having me. Have a nice
Absolutely.
night.
Good night.
Bye.
What a great call! That was so much fun. That was a assortment call, a variety call. That was great. That was fun. I had a great time with that. All right, hold on. I gotta check on one thing. Okay. All right. All right. All right, let's bring in our next caller. That was great. That was fantastic. Let's see here. I need to start refining my deck or I'm gonna lose. This has been a fun and kind of a weird deck. I got the pair of pants. This is kind of, I don't know if this is gonna work right now. It might, but I don't know. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. Real
Hi.
quick, can I just get a check from you real quick?
Check.
All right. I'm gonna just crank you down just a tiny bit real quick. And one more time.
Check.
All right, that should be perfect. Thank you very much and welcome to the show. What is your name and pronouns?
My name is Teapot, SyntheticTeapot if you'd like.
All right.
And my pronouns are all, any all, whatever you would like to call me.
Based. That's the doors are wide open. What an ascendant
they are.
choice. What an ascendant choice. Welcome to the show. Did you have something in particular you wanted to talk about tonight?
Yes, ma'am, I do actually.
All right.
I first off, I would like to say your hair and you just look beautiful with your
Thank you.
new hair.
Thank you so much.
Great.
I'm actually looking forward in like 2 weeks. I'm getting it touched up. I'm actually keeping it blonde for the foreseeable future because I like it so much.
Girl, it looks beautiful.
Thank
you. It really suits you. But what I wanted to talk about is that and I know this is a little bit contentious.
Okay.
But
all right.
I am a leftist.
Okay.
But
great. What the hell are you doing in here? What the hell's going on? Who let the leftist in?
But I'm Catholic.
But wait. What did you say? But you're Catholic?
Yes, I'm.
That is surprising, but not unheard of.
Yes.
It's surprising, but not unheard of.
I'm a creative Catholic.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask you. I loved your holy mackerel, all the things that you would talk about holy mackerel. But I want to ask you, is there like a contention? Because to me, I don't think there is a contention between having like a Catholicism or like having if you are religious. Because I know I'm in a cult, I know that. But like, if you are that kind of proclivity, wouldn't it be like, I think there's a non-contentious way to approach Catholicism or to approach being in the Catholic Church, because I especially know a lot about Catholicism, and I understand that there's a little bit of contention between the LGBTQ and like what I believe. However, like I've had, huge debates with the priest, the bishop, archbishop, and everything about like, because I am ace and I am romantically lesbian. Okay. And so there was a huge contention between them, but whenever I would talk about it to them, there was nothing that they could point to in the Bible that they would say that there is anything that would bar me from being in the Catholic Church. And especially with the new popes, like his words, what Pope Francis has said about like being, we should open up our arms to our LGBTQ family and allow them into the church. What kind of do you think that's like at odds as to what we're feeling in the current LGBTQ space? I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
No, don't be nervous at all. You're doing great. Don't worry at all. So okay, I am fairly well versed in Christianity generally, though I am less well versed in the deep down Catholic canon law and stuff like that. So I'm not as knowledgeable on that as I am on the Bible generally. But I don't know if there is a like unreconcilable or irreconcilable schism between Catholicism and leftism generally. I do have concerns with certain aspects of Catholicism in that with the Catholic Church, in that there is a structural hierarchy, and that structural hierarchy does stand at odds with a lot of aspects of like liberatory leftist politics that I don't know how you resolve that. And I don't think that's as big of a problem for like Christianity as a whole. Like I think that there are tons of anti-authoritarian, anti-hierarchical versions of Christianity, but I don't know that Catholicism can really claim that, given that there is the papal and organized church structure that does kind of throw a wrench in the works for how far you can take a liberatory politics when there is a sort of divinely mandated hierarchy that is the thing that I've heard at times people say, well, it's only in matters of doctrine, but that seems pretty important when you're talking about like the doctrine of the divinely believed creator of the universe. That seems like a pretty major thing that has to be contended with. Now, I don't believe, if we're going to step away from that and just, for the moment, put aside the general question of liberatory politics and talk specifically about LGBT issues, I don't believe that there is a intrinsic irreconcilable difference between LGBT rights and thriving and the Catholic Church.
I think you're completely right on that. I totally think you're completely right on that because, again, Pope Francis was like, we should always open up our arms, to every person who wants to be in the church. And on top of that, there is, under the Bible's law, right, there is no irreconcilable sin. If you believe in that, there is no unforgivable sin besides blasphemy of the Lord's name. And I think that there is especially in the Catholic Church, me as a lesbian woman, I talked and debated about this, and there's something I think that people should know, that there is you can't get married in the Catholic Church unless you can procreate. So even if you are trans and you are with another woman, you could conceivably be married in the Catholic Church, because I asked them about that and they were like, oh yeah, no, if you can conceivably have children, you could be under certain pretenses be married. And so there's not really a bar to that. It's just the people, the congregation, I suppose. And again,
well, I've also even seen it on that. Before we move off that, one of my closest friends was a former Catholic who still regularly engaged in, while not being a practicing Catholic, they still regularly engaged in various debates, and they were engaged in a ongoing letter writing campaign to various figures across the United States, because they made a pretty strong argument I think it was based out of Aquinas, that the standard for like procreation being a necessary part of marriage was not correct and was actually, you know, and so I've heard Catholics who are particularly interested make arguments against that, and so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that that could be reformed or something, that could be changed, or that the people's approach to that. However,
I just know there's like a. Go
ahead. Sorry, no, you go ahead first. I'd like to hear what you were going to say, and then I'll follow up.
I just know that there's a bunch of like people like me who have contended with their identity, who've had struggles with it and everything, and who have felt almost like you're not welcome in Christian spaces. Yeah. But there is a lot of spaces that you are allowed in, and you are not allowed, I guess, welcomed into. Maybe under contention, maybe under like, you know, I guess we'll let you in. But, you know, if that is what your calling is, I think that there's like even with Milo in Holy Mackerel, like that is the funniest thing that I've ever seen. But I feel bad for him in some sorts.
Yeah, I feel bad. I feel bad in like I have sympathies for him in certain ways. It's also just like it's one of those situations where you go like you feel bad, you feel pity, but also you recognize that like Milo does a lot of damage with his actions. He hurts a lot of other people. Absolutely. And I mean he's such a mess. I think the thing that I like the most, or the thing that I wouldn't say like, but the thing that always has fascinated me about Milo is how messy he is. That like he does not, unlike a lot of other of these like figures that you get on the right, like they are all pretense. And Milo even when he's tried, because he's tried to be like, I'm not gay anymore, as he has like the Tiger King haircut and a bedazzled like blazer or whatever, but like even when he's tried, like he's incapable of actually like lying about it, you know what I mean? He can't keep it down, and that makes him interesting, because you see like that like he's not able to go more, he's not able to do it, but but so there's a few things. So while I don't think that there is an intrinsic, irreconcilable difference between LGBT rights and thriving and the Catholic Church, I do think that on a pragmatic and realistic level, we are nowhere near a future where the Catholic Church can conceivably be seen as like a safe place for most LGBTQ people. Now there are lots of Catholics out there. In fact, I mean, when I was growing up, like the Catholics that I knew were significantly more okay with gay people than any of the Protestants that I knew. And I don't know why that was, but that's just the way that it was. So I do think that like Catholics themselves are able to do this, but the Church itself has some pretty serious and pretty deep, deeply ingrained rules and approaches towards this that I don't think make it a safe thing for most people. Not just a safe space, but like that it is almost at this moment destined to be in opposition. And so there are and when it comes to the matter of faith, I'm not religious. I don't believe in those things, but I try to meet people where they're at and talk to them about it and with it. Like, I think that obviously you have to, you want to be true to yourself and follow your beliefs to, and chase them down and interrogate them and think about them and not just, purely act out of, if you believe in God and you have your reasons for that, obviously you're not just going to be like, well, I'm just going to shrug this off. But I do think that like Catholics who recognize that there are flaws in the Church are they're going to have to acknowledge very much that it's going to take a big struggle to change those things. And I don't think, like I said, I want to restate again, I don't think that it's intrinsic. I don't think that it's something that can't be changed. I do believe that there's a future in which, so I don't know how it would happen exactly. It seems like it would be very challenging, but I do believe there is a possible future. I don't think there's anything in the roots of the church that is strictly anti-gay or especially not anti-trans. I think that weirdly enough, it's kind of strange, but weirdly enough, it feels like from a biblical perspective, it's actually sometimes it feels easier to make a case for trans people than it does for gay people. Though it's not that hard for either one. It is possible. There are verses that imply. There are verses that can be used, but most of the verses that people use are Old Testament justifications that were not necessarily carried forward into the New Covenant. Yeah, and exactly, and so I do think that a case can be made. I've seen people make a compelling case for trans and gay rights, but the structure of the church has a lot of things. Like, here's another thing. When we were talking about just a few minutes ago about the procreation aspect,
yes,
it is true that you can make a very compelling argument that, like, the church adhering to procreation requirements for marriage is ridiculous and not even justified biblically or anything, or that is poorly justified. You can make that argument, but the likelihood for political reasons that the church is going to give that up is very low. For example, the church knows, they know on just a cold calculating level that that people having kids and those kids being immediately brought up in Catholicism is the number one way for them to grow their ranks. People having kids who are also raised Catholic, who are considered, Catholic from the moment that they're baptized, that's how it works. So it's politically in their favor to just say, maybe you could make that argument, but we don't think so. There's a inertia that says that, and I think the same applies for a lot of LGBT issues. There is a lot of church history and justification in being conservative on LGBT issues. Now, I do think I do think it's hopeful that the current pope, is he's had some weird moments. I think at one point he said that gender ideology is more dangerous than nukes, which is weird. But overall,
I have to say though, he does he is the most liberal of the popes that we've had so far. John Paul II. We had Pope, what's his name? What's the dude from? What did Ray her last name that she took on instead of
Palpatine?
Luke. Pope Palpatine. That's what we called
Pope Palpatine. Yeah, Benedict. Yeah, Benedict.
Yeah, Benedict.
Yeah, they were very conservative, for sure.
We did not like him.
Yeah.
But I guess my biggest thing that I wanted to contend with is I am part of the LGBTQ. I am I do care about my community a lot.
Yeah.
And in fact, you were the one who helped me really contend with trans rights, because I was very conservative in those ideas.
Well,
I was pink pill feminism. Oh my God, yes. You really made me think about it. And I was like, oh my God. But I just, even whenever I would contend with my priest, the bishop and everything, there is some space that I would talk to them about. And I was like, is there space for us? And they're like, yes, there's a space for all sinners. And I'm like, are we sinning though?
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit ridiculous.
And that's interesting. Oh God, I could go on this too. Another thing of there's this, sorry, I don't want to distract, but no, I hear what you're saying.
No, sure.
I was thinking about how it's common practice even among fairly knowledgeable and powerful Catholics to even misinterpret the church's explicitly stated position, which is that being gay is not a sin, but acting on gay impulses is a sin, which to me, I think that most people would acknowledge, like, hey, that's pretty weird. That seems like you're kind of locking somebody into a position they can't get out of. But the fact that it's not even acknowledged that there's even a difference is sometimes just shows that, like, you know, politics does often win out over actual doctrine and over the actual beliefs. And I don't know. I do think there's that. I think that like contending with the political elements is going to be difficult, and I think that it's going to take, it's going to take those Catholics out there who believe strongly in a better and more fair world, who do actually believe that God loves his creations. Like, those people are going to have to fight really hard with the entrenched political situation, and it's a tough fight because a lot of people have tried to fight with the entrenched politics of the Catholic Church and not won. It does trend that way. I do think that right now is probably one of the better chances at that happening with the current Pope, and who knows, maybe a trend can be set in that regard. And I could hope so, because
Well, because I always wanted to, like, reach out to, like, you know, I was in the my LGBTQ. I was at Baylor University, so it was like really, you know, but I remember being in the LGBTQ like our group. You know, it was like a group for us, and I remember contending with this, and I'm like, I don't see anything, and that goes against what we are, and it kind of makes me sad because I think about, like, all the people who've been just bothered, I guess, or they feel like they don't belong in that space because of who they are, and I get really upset about that because it's not, you know, you're welcome. I'm here. You know, I've been here.
And I do think that that's like it is a tragedy. It is sad to know that there are, like, you know, well, I mean, and this is a thing, right? Like that, like the ideal, like when you think of like what the ideals of, like, Christian, you know, fellowship are, this idea of togetherness and you know, unconditional love, you would think that would mean that anyone is, and it is sad to think that there's so many places that aren't, but yeah, and I don't know, I want to believe that more places are going to. I know that there is, like, I mean, again, I know I'm a little more familiar with you know, with non-Catholic you know, movements and whatever, because I mean, I know one of my partners, the church that they, you know, grew up in, like that church has totally reformed its position on LGBT issues, and to the point where they now welcome LGBT clergy, and they have been, like, very much, you know, that came from a place of, you know, their way of believing that was, hey, we do believe that God's love is universal. We do believe that it shouldn't be restricted from people based on this prejudice. And so I do think that it can happen. I do think that can happen. I think it's a little bit harder. Yeah, it's a little harder in an organization that's a little bit more structurally conservative, like the Catholic Church, where the Catholic Church does resist certain forms of reform because of how institutional it is. But I don't know. I want to believe it's not impossible, because I do believe that there are people who genuinely and truthfully believe in a lot of Christian belief, and who you know, and who do not have hate in their hearts. And I know that there are people like that, and I want to be able to see those people win out, because I think it will make for a better world, and I think it would open a more healthy dialogue where there doesn't need to be, I don't know, it's sad to me that, like, so much of the history of a religion that is built around a God of love has been of warfare and persecution, and that's unfortunate. It is unfortunate.
It really is.
Yeah, I want to believe that I want to believe it can change. I think also it's important to, you know, acknowledge and be aware of the I'm trying to find the right word here, but the things that could get in the way, you know, the things that could prevent it from happening and how those operate, because I do think that
the stumbling blocks.
The what's that? Yeah, the stumbling blocks. I mean, the things that would say, like, and some of them, I mean, I also do think it's possible that we, you know, never get to see that we never get to see a world where I think there is a future, or a potential future that could exist, where we don't see, you know, churches reform or rethink or rework or correct, you know, doctrine that's incorrect or that is flawed or misunderstood. I mean, there's movements for that right now. Like, you see the Christian nationalist movement in America is very much invested in that, and has they have consolidated a lot of political power. And those people, and the Christian nationalist movement is not just in America. There's a lot because there's more Protestants in America. There are obviously a lot of Protestants in that movement, but it isn't just Protestants. Christian nationalism as a movement, it includes a lot of. I think the term, I don't know if they're still using it now. It was tradcaths for a while, is what they like to call themselves.
Exactly,
yeah,
but no, you know what they are? They are Catholic converts.
A lot of them are, yeah.
They are. Even Nick Fuentes himself is a Catholic convert.
Yep.
So there's like a difference between like the Credo Catholics and the trad Caths, as you would like to say, as everybody would like to say. But you know, I think that there is something to what you were saying, that we have a good Pope, and we have a lot of LGBTQ people in this religion. And if you are of that mindset and you do want to be a part of it, I don't think that it's without merit to try. You know, that's kind of my
or
thing.
to look into it. Like, I mean, I encourage people to look into everything. I mean, I do, you know, I want people to be careful and be cautious, because obviously, you know, I grew up in a very, very manipulative church, but those do exist. But I think that, I mean, I don't think anybody is like, I don't think anybody hurts themselves by looking deeper into things that they're interested in, especially if they feel a draw to it, or if that's where they grew up and have that interest. You know, I don't and won't spend time, you know, advocating, you know, in favor of things, you know, religions that I don't believe in. But for people who are looking there, like, go into it with the ability, especially if you're a leftist already, go into it with the ability to acknowledge that change can happen even in religions that are dominated by conservative movements. And you know, be willing to ask questions and learn and also challenge preconceptions, because I think that if people are willing to do that, I think there's a lot greater chance of a better future than if people don't. Yeah.
Well, I'm just so glad that I got to talk to you. You're the first like donation I've ever given.
The first what? Sorry, you cut out there for 1 second. I didn't hear what you said.
You're the first donation, like the money donation I've ever given.
Wow! Yeah. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. That's an honor.
You're such an inspiration. You brought me back from a lot of like really bad thoughts, and I've always thought you were really an inspiration for people. I do have a little bit of contentions with you, but hey, don't we all?
Oh yeah, I mean, plenty of people do, and hey, we will have more call-in streams. We are basically out of time for this one, but if you have a contention that you want to bring up with me in the future, I'm more than happy to talk about it. I'm, as you know, I'm fairly open to disagreement. I leave my doors open for people to disagree with me all the time, and usually we have really good conversations about it. So if you ever want to talk about that, let me know. We can probably talk about it.
Inspiration again.
Oh yeah. Also, speaking of before you go, Chariot, who had just appeared in chat, Chariot has a lot of thoughts about about Catholicism, about
Oh boy.
the overlays between Catholicism and the LGBT community and LGBTQ experiences.
Wonderful.
And Chariot is amazing. One of the most thoughtful and wonderful content creators I've ever encountered in these spaces. So if you are looking for more of that type of conversation, I think you'll find that with Chariot. So anyway,
Oh, I'd love to.
yeah. Anyway, it was wonderful talking with you. I guess we'll call it for now. But thank you so much for calling in. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Bye for now. What a great call. I think that was a really interesting call. We've had a lot of hard-hitting topics tonight, haven't we? Like, these have been complicated and big. We're getting some brain juice squeezins. I've had to pause and leave my game just sitting there at multiple points because I'm like, damn, we're asking some big questions. Have we had any trolls? None. Not one troll. It's all been people asking big, complicated, emotional, and difficult questions. It is really great. Wow. That just, by the way, just a moment, that speaks to how awesome this community is. And a lot of people have contributed to this community. A lot of people make this community better every single day. So for those of you who are making the community better every single day, thank you. And a little bit of a pat on the back for all of my team who work on this community all the time, and a little pat on the back of myself for always keeping it in line and keeping the vision going. Anyway, wow. That was a good conversation. I really enjoyed that. All right, let me check in on the thing here. Top of the hour. Okay, so my energy levels are great. We are at wait, what are we at time-wise? We are at hour 5 of stream, and that is great. Wait, let's see here. Wait, we can't be up. We're not on hour 6 of stream, are we? No, we're not. We're only on hour 5 of stream. Are we off by 1 hour? How are we on hour 6? It's not showing me 6. I'm seeing 5. No, we're on hour 5. My OBS says 5 hours. We started at 4. What time is it? 9? Yeah, it's 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. Okay, so no, you're good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Okay. So I am doing good. I don't need a break right now. I might take a break. I might take a bathroom break after the next call. But I think I'm good to go. So I'm ready for the next caller if you all are. I am 100% ready. So let me clear the guest text so we can be ready for the next caller. Workhorse? Oh, thank you. I am getting a little hot. I might actually take this hoodie off soon. I'm going to get a little bit more water. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hold on, let me crank you up just a tiny bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on mobile, but
you're
hopefully
good.
It works out.
I think we're good. I think we got you loud enough. Real quick,
Awesome.
just for the audience, name and pronouns.
My name is Somniostatic, spelled exactly how it sounds.
Exactly.
And my pronouns are he, him.
The classics.
Because I'll never be him. And then I spin, and turn into a gorilla. Like the meme.
Like the what?
Well, you've never seen that meme? The gorilla?
I don't think so. I don't think I've seen that one.
It's like a Sigma meme, I think.
Ah, yes, the Sigma memes. I've been out of the loop on Sigma memes for too long.
It's very important. Very important.
Thank you for being so kind as to keep me up to date on the Sigma memes community. I would be so lost and I would be getting roasted. People would be saying that I was like a tetra or a delta or whatever they call the other ones, or an omega. They'd be like, you're an omega for this, and I would be like, God damn it, not again, not a goddamn again. Are betas the
You would
worst?
forget.
It feels like betas are the worst, even though like on a ranking level, I don't think betas are the worst. In fact, I've seen those charts. I don't think that betas are supposed to be the worst, but it's kind of funny because they kind of act like betas are the worst, don't they?
Well, I mean, Sigma and Gamma were kind of like the copes of the beta, weren't they?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. They were like
Because
the
it was
betas.
just like alphas are cool,
Yeah.
betas are lame, and then everyone was like, "Oh crap, we need more types because like 99% of men are betas."
Yeah, in the original one. So they were like, we need to come up with, sub-variants that can, like, it's like, you know how Pokemon has, like, the Alolan Meowth kind of thing? It's like that.
Oh no, I'm very low on my Pokemon.
Ah, revenge! See? I got you now. Anyway.
That's true.
It's all good.
I'm sure there are Sigma Pokemon too.
I'm sure there are Sigma Pokemon as well. Anyway, welcome. Thanks for calling in. It's great to hear from you. Hope you're doing wonderfully.
Yeah. I'm doing pretty good. It seems like you've been going on for like, what, 6 hours or something?
I think we're at 5. We thought we were at 6, but it was a miscalculation. We're at 5.
That's a lot of contribution. Thank you to everyone who does all the work. That's actually kind of what I wanted, my subject.
Okay.
Well, I guess first, I'm obligated to bring up my illustrious boss, Lucy Haze.
Yeah, I was talking to Lucy earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
she's still. I think she's leaving tomorrow or something. She went to Ukraine. She went to Kyiv last week.
Okay.
Or 5 days ago or whatever. And she said it's pretty safe there. It's very far from the front lines and all that.
Yeah.
But it is still a war zone, and we've all seen the news. So the most dangerous thing that's happened to her so far, though, is that she stubbed her toe once.
Wow.
So we're good.
It was. Did they blame it on Russia or was it like a?
It was a Russian. It was a Russian half step. I think is what they call it.
Yeah.
And she was actually helping prepare camouflage strips to protect against snipers.
Oh.
Which is
that's pretty intense.
Kind of makes it real very fast too. You know?
That does. I would agree with you. That does make things kind of real pretty quick. That's pretty.
Even thousands of miles. Yeah. And she went there to talk to Kyiv Pride, I believe they're called. I think they're the largest LGBT org in Ukraine.
All right.
And she's interviewing them and stuff, and hopefully I think she recorded most of it. She went to some of the monuments. She recorded most of her volunteer work, I think. So we're going to kind of put that out there too. I think it'll be really neat for people to see.
That is so cool. That is really cool.
Like, she keeps saying how safe and stuff it is. I'm like, okay, well, I'm just saying it's technically a war zone. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't have to be. You can boast about it a little bit. You can be like, I'm a war journalist now. No one will get mad about that.
I think it's just the Polish genes. They do. Yeah. Like, I remember when the war started, she used to always talk about. I mean, I'm sure she still does now. How they sent all the Ukrainian refugees. How Polish people took them in. She always talked about that like it was the most natural thing in the world. Like why would you even think about it? It's just something you do. Yeah. And I always thought that was kind of indicative of her whole kind of worldview on that.
Yeah.
So I am proud of her very much so.
I'm proud of her too. I was chatting earlier. Me and Lucy were talking for a while about earlier today. We were talking about the thing I love the most about streaming. Maybe not the most. I don't know what I love the most, but I love it. It's pretty much up there. Like as far as things that make me feel good, which is like the side of streaming which most overlaps with film. So like framing, lighting, all that type of stuff. So we were talking about that because Lucy was asking about how can I improve how my stream looks and sounds and feels and whatever. And I'm like, I can talk to you about that all day. I could talk about that all day. So we talked for quite a while about it, and
if anyone is qualified, if anyone's an expert on the aesthetics of a stream set, then I would say it's most likely Demon Mama.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly.
I still just stare at the lamp. I'm like, man, those lamps are so cool. I can't see it right now.
The
but I'm
lamps
sure
are indeed
the
sick.
lamps are
For those who haven't seen my sick lamps, actually right now it's kind of hard to see their pattern. They're a little bit more visible during the day, and also the red light I think makes them here. Let me change that. You might be able to see the pattern a little more, but here, let's crank it up. Maybe the purple just, yeah, the purple kind of hides it. Here, let's put it to red. Let's put it to where's the yellow? Hey, where'd my yellow go? What the, oh, here we go. No, stop. My controller's getting all messed up. There we go. Now you can see it. See that pattern that's shining through? They're little trees. They're the branches of trees. Yeah, I'm very proud of those. But
well,
yeah,
and then you said that's not even the original. That's not even part of the original thing. Which makes it even
those
cooler.
were, I picked those out. I picked out the lampshades. The lamps themselves are just freaking amazing. They're incredible. I'll have to take a picture and post it on social media so people can see them up close, because they're even cooler than they look in the background up close.
Yeah, that would be cool to coordinate with. I don't know, who has time and stuff, but that's always something, definitely. So actually, okay, so that leads back into my actual topic, which is my experiences going from an ADHD nuclear bomb throwing chatter to someone who's actually trying to help someone do the job of streaming.
Yeah.
So, like I have a lot of, so, not to get too deep into it, but just anyone who has a job, like how you've ever had to manage someone, or even if you just care about your job enough to pay attention. I think the one thing that everybody notices is that the mistakes people make are always these little, they're almost like little micro expressions where they're like, I need to do this, but I don't know how yet.
Yeah.
I'll try to figure that out and come back to it, but you don't have time to come back to it. And then you start Frankensteining and Frankenstein snowball, I guess, so to speak. And I've been thinking a lot about how to try to streamline those things, because a lot of them are very simple, like lighting rules, or how to set up online forums, for example, like the signal. They're very simple mechanical things that you can use for almost anything. So I guess like the most depressing thing that I've noticed watching a lot of streamers that start out is that they just don't, because a lot of them are just your average people and they don't really get that kind of technical support, or it's a material thing where they can't afford it, et cetera, et cetera. But the smaller social management things too, I think there's a tendency for people to treat that all like their own personal expression, like you're just running your channel and that's who you are. But there has to be a little bit of a separation where you are being a professional and representing your brand, so to speak, your ideals in a way that does get back into like the film cinematics. You have to
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough. Like the balance is very hard on YouTube, because like, so I think the best way to approach it is more like a craft. And part of that is because like if you try to apply the standards of professionalism that you would use in like your everyday hourly job to streaming, you'll be dead in like a year. Because like you can't, like you don't have a boss, you don't have coworkers, you have an algorithm that will quite literally squeeze you to death if you try to follow. Like if you treat the algorithm like a boss, like a traditional boss, like I said, it will squeeze you to death. It will constantly be like, oh yeah, keep uploading, you're doing great, more, and it's unsustainable, and you'll crush your inspiration will be gone. You'll be tired. You'll be putting out a worse product, and which will create a death spiral. Treating streaming
or you'll
like
find the most toxic stuff imaginable, and it'll destroy your soul over time.
That's the other one, which is you get the side of it where it's like this is now we're into like, the easiest way to meet the needs of the algorithm is to just do bottom of the barrel drama react bullshit, which tons of people choose that path all the time. and we know where that goes
Well,
for sure.
I'm sure it defines how they mechanically operate their channel too, down to those little things, like
Sure, yeah.
like the imps have always been infamous and famous for being like welcoming and non-toxic and actually try to understand people. And that didn't come about because all those people just, all the imps just happened to materialize in the same place. There were all these, I guess, not really incentives, but just allowing to flourish without having to like prove things, or I guess you could get back into the debatey kind of things. But I guess that's kind of neither here nor there. I guess I'm getting on a tangent, but
it's okay.
But I've been thinking about, like, if you approach those kinds of things like an organizer, or just the average people, like the average, the common chatter.
The common
like
chatter.
let's say you meet someone and they really want to get into art. They do a lot of art. They would like to be able to contribute, but then you get into the history of that, and that is a very problematic history in communities. A lot of people get taken advantage of. A lot of people, it just turns into weirdness, or there's a lot of problems that happen, and it can end up being very predatory. So I think it would be cool to develop a way to be able to do that without all of that bullshit, I guess, is a way I'm trying to put it.
Well, I think one of the problems that, like, I think you're touching on a problem that the stream industry has, that I've brought up. I don't know if I've done like a whole, I guess I did a little segment on it, but I've talked about this in conjunction with AI art too, which is that the streaming industry does not have a particularly sturdy foundation of like skill and there's no flows of expertise or mentorship or knowledge.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Those exist for all kinds of other industries, obviously to extreme degrees, where like the film industry has film schools all over the country that teach all kinds of things that even if you don't agree with everything that's taught in those film schools, and if some of it's mistaken or out of date, like they're still getting you. There is a mechanism by which you can engage easily into a discussion where you can start trying things and building off of it. And that doesn't exist very well in the streaming world right now. I don't know if it will. I don't know. It's hard to say, because that type of thing does seriously undermine the ability for a industry to reach its full potential. But also the major parties that are involved are like weirdly actively opposed to it, because it's I don't know what other industry has this same level of self-undermining as streaming does, where it's like Amazon and YouTube are just not interested in helping streamers especially get the tools they need to make their show better, to be able to stand on their own. And
well, they take half of their money and
yeah, it's bad. It's weird. So I don't know. Yes, I do think there's stuff like that. Like, I mean, for example, like on an individual level, I'm always like the stuff I learned in film school was really helpful. And I've noticed that like a lot of it is just like even little like 101 stuff that I didn't even think was that special. When I'm like, I learned that in a 101 class, it's not that special. But you realize a lot of people have no idea anything about it at all and are just shooting in the dark. Stuff like like understanding the value of soft lighting, is like, it's people don't know it. And
where the lamp.
Yeah, exactly. Like framing or anything like that. There's a lot of that. And so I do think there's room to like start building those things up, which is like part of what, in a small way, the thing that I want people to think about when I've been talking about the, the Grand Gardener arc, is like hoping to like build people up and start to share this stuff, this information. I don't know how far it'll go. And we don't have any sort of like institutions or clubs even really for that type of thing. But it's something I'm glad that people are thinking about, and I'm happy to know that that there are other people asking the question of like, well, how do we actually start to build this? How do we make
For
things?
ourselves.
Yeah. How do we do this better? You know what I mean? How do we make this? How do we build something up like that so that we can see more people and more talent and more people to engage with? It's like that part of the problem with the streaming world, and this is actually a particularly true in the political streaming world, which like we all anybody who's been involved in it, everybody just says, oh, I just won. Did I just win?
Yeah.
I might have just won. I'm sorry, not to be interrupting, but
No,
people
that's
say all the
I
time.
thought you meant the debate.
No, I think I just won the. No, I didn't. Okay, it's actually I misunderstood. Whew, got a little more to go. But I was talking about my silly game. But I was taken aback because I thought I won. But sorry about that. That was a very ADHD moment. But oh, I forgot my game is not in frame. Oops. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So we all say in the everybody who's even tangentially connected to what was once known as like the lefty politics spaces for streaming and for all that, like it's dead. It's like it's bad. And part of the reason that happened is because like there's just not enough people. There's not enough people engaging and talking about things in a meaningful and productive manner. There was this period where things just got cutthroat and negative, and a cycle of drama farming happened, and people pulled the plug. They said, we're out, we're not doing this, it's not worth it, which I have considered on many occasions, having gone through all the bullshit that I've been through, where I've been like, is this even fucking worth it? And
there was a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, it's a lot of bullshit. And yeah, exactly. And so like you said about, earlier, the bullshit is like it's led to a content drought. It's led constantly to it being harder to make things, less people to collaborate with, less people to talk about, less people to sit down and even just bounce ideas off of. It's very siloed off, and it's extremely unfortunate. Because it doesn't. I would like to think it doesn't have to be that way.
Everybody's an adversary.
Yeah, and everybody treats each other like a competitor when they're not competitors. Like the more people that are making interesting stuff, the more likelihood we are to bring in more people. People are not really competing for each other's views in any like meaningful way. Like there's maybe within very specific like if we're talking about like, I don't know, people who are aspiring to like be in an orbit or whatever, maybe that's the case. But I don't think people should do that anyway. I really don't think people should be.
Remember like in the Tumblr days, orbiter was not a good thing to be.
No,
you're not supposed to want to be an orbiter. And then it became a normal word. I always thought that was very, very amusing.
It became a normal word in these spaces, and I don't know. I've always hated it. I think you probably remember me ranting about that when I was in a tiny stream. Like, stop fucking calling people orbiters. But some people apparently like being called orbiters. Like, there are people who like encourage that, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on?
Wow. Some people like becoming cops. So,
yeah, I mean, there is that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So it's one of those things. I don't know. I want to believe that like that there is a way forward in which more more people can have access to better information. And there are some things, with Signal Nights, Alora has deliberately documented and they've done an incredible job with this. Alora has documented the entire evolution of how we do Signal Nights, and with the goal of being able to teach other people. And Alora has also, we've been teaching other mods with the idea that, hey, like, we want to be able to have mods who have this skill and this knowledge. And I would like to see that continue, like, and that mentality propagate. It's something I can't praise Alora enough for. This idea that, like, there's a forward-thinking mentality of like, hey, like, other people need to know how to do this. This also provides like a real skill for people who are working as volunteer mods. It means we can give them something that they can say. I mean, you can even put that kind of stuff on a resume. It's a real talent, especially now as this industry grows more and more. Alora says nobody is indispensable, as far as the process is required. We don't want the process to break down the moment that, somebody is tired or whatever, or whatever. That we want to have a process that other people can stand, we all live together kind of thing. And so that's really cool. And well, thank you, Alora, but that's for a different reason. That's not because of a process. That's just the nature of being a host, Yeah, it's hard to just transfer that to another host with a different Are you
saying that you're the hostess with the mostest?
I am indeed. But
I was talking to Alora about that before, and it's kind of, I've always kind of thought about that because it always bugged me, those problems. And then talking to Alora kind of made another few things click too. So when then I think back to, for what, at least give it credit for what it is, if you don't support certain parts of it or whatever, but like the White Leaf Network is a direct answer to Twitch taking half of your money, even though you still have to stream on those platforms. That's
for
a whole other, I don't know how you'd ever separate that, but the anti-kick, anti-cozy TV days, I think, hopefully will be good to see as things progress. I would like to be optimistic about that, because it is capitalism, right? People want more of their money too.
We'd all like to have a better share of all this that we do. It's bad. The amount of money that is taken from streamers is genuinely obscene. It's upsetting.
400 hours,
and
yeah.
This is not a high margin industry for in any way, shape, or form. And there's going to be people out there right now who are going to go, well, what about the people who make a ton of millions of dollars? That's 2 people on the entire planet, and there are hundreds of thousands of people who try their hand at streaming. Most of them end up disappearing. Most of us are running a pretty goddamn tight ship, and we're only able to do it because of extraneous circumstances in our life. Some people have a high paying day job. Some people have a supportive family. Some people have, in my case, where, I've got a polycule of 4 people. We're all contributing. So it makes it possible for me to, take risks on a show like this, that kind of thing.
Well, but also, those people, they want to have avenues to it's nice to promote things in the different servers and stuff, but that is a very insular promotion. And a lot of people just don't even have an idea of what to do beyond that. I think it's those really simple, structured things that can hopefully improve. There's a quote that I'm paraphrasing, but there's a quote that a friend of Lucy told her that she told me when I started, which goes something like, there's a tendency to work and run into problems that you don't know how to solve, and that's kind of the choice you have to make, to come back to it or not, or to try to solve it right then. And most people will just continue on and get more and more disorganized, and they don't know what to do. They start feeling more helpless, and the idea of going on autopilot like that removes your freedom as a creative person, because you are just getting locked into these really pointless endeavors.
And also it's really easy to do that. It's really easy to fall into that on YouTube and in streaming because of the pace of content demands. It's very. I can speak to this directly. It is hard. It is. I have to challenge myself to be able to step back and be okay, I need to take time to work on this thing, even if people will be frustrated that I'm not streaming enough, even if YouTube will be mad that I'm not streaming enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think everybody thinks that doing more work means releasing a video every day, and that's just
Right.
kind of a switch to hit sometimes. And yeah, and then I just see I see channels with like 1,000 videos, and it sucks because they put so much work into it, and a lot of it's really good, but it's just a day. Like that's most streamers,
Yeah, and
Um,
it's extremely toxic. Like that standard is you've heard me complain about like the Hassan standard, and like streamers who try to make the argument that like people need to like, oh, they set it as a goal in their mind that like, yeah, I want to stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and then they always will fail at that. They'll sit there and they'll be like, oh yeah, like I didn't do it, but I'm getting there. I'm on my grind. Like that is a horrible standard. You will never reach that. Like even Hassan can't fully live up to that standard, and his life is entirely devoted to his stream. Like his stream, a lot of his stream will be like, and this is not a criticism, strictly of him, but just of the standard. Like, his stream will sometimes just be, him hanging out and living his life, and he'll have friends come in and out, and it's a very live your life on camera type thing, and most people will not be able to and shouldn't want to live like that.
He basically has a modeling brand and a fashion brand behind him too. So then you get into all that. It's just marketing, really.
Yeah. So it's I don't know. It's tough.
It's very interesting though at the same time.
Oh, of course. I mean, I am obviously enchanted by streaming. Like I've been doing it for 4+ years now, and I keep coming back and I keep doing it. And I want to do it better, and I want to always keep going forward. So it is definitely interesting. It's just there is the state of the industry as a whole is not good. It is not in a good place, and I don't like it. And I don't think that I try, whenever people ask me about streaming, I try to talk to them about it as honestly and as realistically as I possibly can. And that is hard to do. It's not always, it's not always easy to just be like, listen, it's difficult. And you can't start out with the idea that you're going to jump into this and make it a career, because that isn't guaranteed. You have to go into it with a sense of passion, and do it for that reason, and then as make smart decisions, and if it starts to take off, then you can do it. But most people who try to like throw themselves at streaming expecting that it'll be like a job that they can just work at, and when the money will come in, that's like an unrealistic expectation.
The life of a 1099 contractor, really.
Yeah, it's not realistic, and I never want people to.
It would be cool if those people could go to a really simple to understand, not some Skillshare video or some hour-long lecture, but just pamphlets, infographics, very simple tutorials. It's just like, look, this is the reality of probably what you're going to be pressured to do internally.
Yeah.
These are the actual, you know what I mean? Like to be real about it, but also to give them the tools to move forward. I think that's really interesting to think about.
I think that would be great. You're talking like basically, not necessarily in this form, but like a streamer academy kind of idea. The idea that there's like a
trade school. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's that talent. Well, and that's the thing. In order for that to happen, reliably, it's gonna have to be a process of building up that skill, and those people who, that talent and mentorship building up, people with the experience and the skill and the knowledge and the know-how, sticking around, being able to stick around. And then being able to not just stick around, but have the connections necessary to share that with other people. And I think that political spaces have completely and utterly failed at that on a total and embarrassing level. But I don't think that means that streaming as a whole is necessarily doomed. It might just be that like political streaming and drama streaming are not currently in the position where they can develop this. But good news is there are other types of streamers out there who don't just do politics. So
yeah. There's this one streamer I know that used to do maximalism streams about
whatever
white
happened.
guy.
Whatever happened. Whatever the fuck happened. Whatever happened to that streamer?
I don't know.
It's weird. But nah,
Just
I do need to do
defend
another
it
one.
into
But
the depth of
the
hell
thing
in
is,
return.
honestly though, with the maximalisms, there's been nothing to do a maximalism for. You know?
That it was like a cultural moment
It was.
just pure insanity. I'll never forget that. That was so great. It was so great.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was
It's
a
just, it's changed. It's changed too much. And so I sit there and I go, what am I going to do a maximalism to? You know, what am I going to
Why would you?
maximalize?
Yeah.
I gotta probably take it and put it back in the oven and bake it into something new, you know? Maximalism maybe doesn't need to be limited to debates, and it needs to be for something else, you know what I mean? The thing is it was so perfect for reacting, and debates were so much fun because they were chaotic and ridiculous, and you could just sit back and hear some of the arguments, but then, I don't know, it's just not the same, you know?
Yeah, it's strange how in a lot of ways it didn't change, but that element of it is gone completely. Like it's almost like we all lost our innocence, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like thinking about that stuff, and I like thinking about how to actually help people move forward, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think it's good
And
you're
not
thinking about
not
that.
just blowing smoke up their ass. Actually
Yeah, for
finding
real.
real things, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm over time, aren't I?
Yeah, I think we are over time. That's true. But
Nice.
did you have anything else you wanted to say before we wrap up? I think that was a really good subject, and I agree. I'm happy to know that you're putting your mind to it, and I am too. You can be assured of that.
I feel like it might sound like too inside baseball for a lot of people, but anyone who even thinks about wanting to get into it, I would imagine that they at least can relate to a lot of the insecurities and problems. Like they are very universal.
Well,
Like,
a lot of the people who are watching right now, we have the community call-in streams are streams that are kind of directed at passionate viewers, and a lot of my passionate viewers tend to be multi-stream viewers. So I actually think that surprisingly, this subject might be fairly interesting for a lot of people, to see behind what's going on behind the scenes and what we're thinking about behind the scenes about how it's just like, so I wouldn't worry too much about that.
And there are a lot of people that still believe in it, so it's good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of really good people in the streaming world who will do a lot more if they can find a way to become empowered to do so. And I hope we can help them find that, in however way we can, whether it's small or large, and so anyway, thank you so much for calling in. It was wonderful getting to talk with you, and I think this was a great conversation. So
Agreed. Yeah, I'm glad that I was able to make it. And Lucy says hi. I think she comes back like tomorrow or something, and then
awesome.
And then we'll start showing some interviews and stuff. I think it'll be really cool.
That's amazing. That's awesome. Well, have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll still see you in chat for a bit. And we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
But I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Bye.
Bye.
Somniostatic is wonderful. Some of you who are newer here, I don't know how many new viewers well, it looks like we got some new viewers tonight. Somniostatic has been a member of this community and many other streaming communities for a very long time. Yes, I am going to take the bathroom break. This is the opportunity for me to take the bathroom break. I'm going to take my bathroom break opportunity. We're going to play the bathroom song. But Somniostatic's been around for a really long time in many communities on this side of the web. Somnio is great, and he's always been supportive, passionate, thoughtful, and interested in streaming beyond just one creator, which I think is really cool. And I'm proud I will say I am very proud to say that Somniostatic is one of our OG imps, you know? A long time, yeah. All right, I'm gonna hit the bathroom song real quick. Nobody go anywhere. We got more calls coming in. We're gonna go for a bit, you know, I don't know how much longer we'll go. We're gonna keep going though. We got a lot of other calls still coming in, so we got more to talk about. Who knows what's coming? You never know what's gonna be around the corner on a call-in night. Could be a debate, could be somebody calling me out. You never know. All right, let me hit the bathroom song, and I'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on the most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ, can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little... Okay, you're just fucking with me now.
Hello.
Within your phone, the stream's still running.
Why is the muting happening?
Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
I don't know. Apparently everybody got muted. Why is the bot being so aggressive? The bot, who else got muted? Let me just make sure. Who else got muted? Okay, hold on. I gotta unmute everybody. Sorry about that. I don't know why. I don't know why the bot is being so aggressive. That's weird. Okay, I think I got everybody. Maybe I can, I'll have to look into that and tweak it. By the way, quick reminder. First of all, if you are here, make sure that you press like on the stream. And also, please make sure that you have subscribed to the channel if you're not a subscriber already. We'd love to have you. Secondly, if you are interested in any of our callers' plugs, on our Discord, there is a thread of plugs attached to our general channel. It's very easy to find. Just navigate to the general channel and click on the threads, and you'll see the plugs channel, so you can figure out if there's somebody who you really liked listening to. Oh, there's a link right there. There it is. How perfect. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much, Doe. I love you very much.
I love you.
Thank you. Mwah. All right. Hey, YouTube chat's got it going. By the way, I wanted to do a special shout out. MKJ Moon with the unbelievably, massively generous $50 donation. Gotta go to bed, but wanted to say the call-in streams are always so great. It's really awesome to hear from all the imps. It gives a real sense of community. The production and organization is always so amazing, a true testament to you and the crew. So I wanted to read that one off because it was so kind. Not just because it was a massive donation, which it was. Thank you very much. But also because it was so kind to our crew as well. Thank you very, very, very much. All right, let's get the next caller in here. Let's do it. Let's continue. Let's continue. I'm ready. I am ready.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Real quick, can I get just a quick test from you again?
Test. Hello.
All right, I'm going to give you just a tiny bit more volume. Hopefully that should be perfect. One more time.
Hello.
All right, that is just, we got you just right.
Perfect.
All right. Welcome. Real quick,
Hello.
name and pronouns.
Punkygal or Punky, and she, her.
Excellent. There we go. Awesome. Well, welcome. Welcome, and thank you very much for coming on, Punky.
Of course.
How are you doing tonight? How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing really, really well.
That's
super
great to
well.
hear.
Yeah. But yeah, I see you're playing Bellatro, which is always fun.
I love Bellatro. It's
Yes, Bellatro is very, very good.
It's fantastic, honestly.
Yes, it is.
I've been enjoying it a lot. I mean, I've played it a ton. I'm playing this on my streaming computer where I don't have my save because it's slightly more interesting to like struggle without all the unlocks. But on my main account, I've done like half the game.
It's very, very fun, very, very addicting, and I'm so glad. And it only costs $15, which is really lovely.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like incredible value. Like, not to mention just an awesomely fun game.
Yes. But yeah, no. People actually have made their own concept jokers in the subreddit for this. So they have fan-made jokers. They're not real. You can't get them in the game, but just ideas for jokers that would be fun to have in game.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. That's super cool.
So that got me thinking when I was in the waiting room, what kind of joker I'd do if I had the chance to do it. And then I thought of something, and it was something like along the lines of One-Eyed Jacks. And then it was the Red Lodge, but it was for every like jack you had in hand, it gave you a times bonus of 1.
For every jack you have you have in hand? Oh.
Yeah. And it'd be
so
called
it's like
and it would be the
like
One-Eyed Jack.
One.
Yeah, kind of like the King one, but One-Eyed Jacks, and then it has like the Red Lodge.
Oh, that's cool as hell. I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good one.
But
I would like that because I tend to lean towards the jacks, not just because it's a great reference, but also I tend to lean. I don't know why, but I tend to lean towards, like, when I'm stacking cards in a deck, I tend to lean towards jacks and aces. I don't know why. I just have like an affinity towards those cards.
Yeah. That was me with the queens, because Queen of Hearts is a very lovely song by Juice Newton, and it reminds me of that, so I always pick the queens every time I end up playing.
Nice.
Yeah. But no.
Awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, you can do I'm a little baked right.
Oh, don't worry about it.
No.
I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me, so.
No, you're good. No. But No, I love Bellatro. It's and like I said, it's been super addicting, and I've been doing that and getting ready for the Elden Ring DLC. So I'm playing
fantastic.
through the stuff. Yes,
I am beyond excited for the Elden Ring DLC.
Yes, that's gonna be kick-ass. And then I still have to play the new Dave the Diver DLC with Godzilla. And then I have so many. And then I've been playing Poke Rogue.
Poke Rogue?
Which is
What's Poke Rogue?
It is Pokemon and a roguelike combined. It's a fan-made thing. So it's just so it's a Pokemon roguelike.
I mean, that sounds awesome.
It is awesome. It's pretty. It's addicting. Well, all roguelikes are addicting.
I hope that it doesn't get taken down because the Pokemon Company is not exactly friendly to fan games most of the time.
Oh no. I know that. Well, I've played many patched fan games on the ROMs and stuff, and yeah, we hope it doesn't get taken down. But you know, they say it's a fan-made game. They don't mean to take any money from it. You know, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's been so popular that eventually, a couple days ago, I got hit by a scripting attack, a DDoS attack, because it was just, it's gotten to that point where it's been that popular with a lot of people signing in and everything. And a lot of streamers have been doing it, a few streamers, not a lot, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's hoping. I wish them luck in their inevitable takedown from.
I know. Yeah. Nintendo is a hard ass.
They are hard asses. They are real hard asses about it, you know.
And you know, but at the same time, they're better than a few gaming companies, but not better than most.
Yeah.
Because I've also been playing Helldivers, and that's been a controversy and a half.
Oh yeah, they've been all over the place.
What
the
happened
PSN thing was like.
The PSN thing was not fun.
That was
not
horrible.
Cool.
Yeah.
It was horrible, and they did it, and they still haven't brought back the countries that they took off the PSN when they took down the PSN network. So those countries still didn't get it. So if you bought the game, and now you can't play it.
Yeah.
And they didn't, but
that's unacceptable.
Yeah. And then what else? I've been watching a lot of new media. Actually, I've been watching the new season of Hacks, which is really good.
All right. I'm not familiar with it.
Hacks is a show starring Jean Smart as an elder comedian trying to make it in the modern society of comedy, and she has this younger person who is a lefty kind of person, but kind of also narcissistic lefty.
Okay.
You know, so lacking common sense, and then they get along, and then they have to learn to work together, and they become friends, and it's actually pretty funny.
That sounds really funny.
Yeah, it's on Matt. It is a good premise. It's on Max, and it was a pretty okay show.
Nice.
So I've been watching that, and then what else? I finished. Let's see, what did I finish? Oh yeah, Curb Your Enthusiasm. I finished that because it ended.
Oh wow, yeah, it's really fun. So I know and have heard a lot of praise about Curb Your Enthusiasm, but I've never actually watched the show. Like I've never sat down. No,
it's good, episode. and like. If you're not a fan of Seinfeld, you might not be a fan of this because it's Larry David that did everything because Seinfeld hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
He had, when he was writing Seinfeld, he barely had a hand in writing that. I'm pretty sure it was Larry David's sticky fingers all over it because most of the sentiment you get from Seinfeld, you kind of get from Curb Your Enthusiasm, where the point is they're supposed to be jerks. Like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where this guy is supposed to be jerks. But in Larry David's case, it's like jerky, but some stuff we all do, but we don't say out loud.
More relatable.
Because Larry David he's not autistic, but man, oh man, he does have a lack of a self-awareness that he does and has to have things so particular. And he calls people on on their motives or how they do something. And you ever notice how someone does this and then they fix it apart, and he's just sneaky underhanded. It was a really good show.
Yeah.
So that was one of my. And then I heard
it's
that the
one
Righteous
that I've considered. I've considered digging. Now, Righteous Gemstones. Now you're speaking my language. I love that show.
Yes. And it just got renewed for the 4th season.
Oh, that's awesome! I gotta finish the 3rd season. I stopped. Oh, I don't remember what the episode number was. I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't seen it yet. But anyway, I stopped a few episodes into the 3rd season because they hadn't cut. I was waiting for the next episode, and then
Yeah.
and then I got distracted with life. But I got to finish off that third season.
Yeah,
'cause
no,
Righteous
the
Gemstones
third season is really
amazing.
good. The
So
soundtrack's
fucking
good,
funny.
and everything, and it's so relatable and very true, and also very satirical and very good. And
It is.
been watching that, and then David Lynch said something that we have to look
Yeah!
out for at June 4th. So
June
I don't know what
June
his next
5th.
June 5th. So
He
I
has
don't know what his next
something for
project
us to
is.
see and hear coming June 5th.
Exactly.
I'm excited.
Which is really good because I finished I watched The Return actually when it came out and back when it was on
That's
Showtime.
amazing. Lucky.
And
Must have been a hell of an
it was a hell of an experience. You had to watch it week by week, and it finished on Labor Day. And I remember I had to rewatch it before going out because I missed parts of it because I was out doing some other things when it first aired. So I watched the second airing, and it was so good. You know, it was so good. The what year is this? Whatever, you know, was just, you know. But what I want to know is how the hell did he get episode 8 or 9, or especially I can't remember, either 8 or 9. How the hell did he get that okayed by Showtime? I mean, it's beautiful. It's art. It's like it's art.
I know what
it's
you're talking
perfect.
about. Yeah, episode 8.
But-
You're talking about the one with the Penderecki Threnody for the victims of Hiroshima nuclear bomb.
The White Lodge
Gotta
and
light.
the birth.
Gotta light. Gotta light.
Gotta
Yeah.
light.
Oh, incredible. Oh my God. Breath,
This
like
is
easily.
the well.
That episode is episode 8 of Twin Peaks: The Return is the single best episode of television I've ever seen in my entire life. Like,
Yes.
no questions asked. And yes, for those of you out there going, well, what about the seasick episode of The Sopranos? Better. It blows it out of the water. In fact, it's like, that episode's great. No hate to The Sopranos. You can't even touch it, okay?
No, you can't touch it because it is so artistic. It is so interpretive. It is just so art house.
It's
that
incredible.
Normal people, normies, would just be turned off, especially the ones who only gave for the first season back in the 90s a try before it got really, because that was a point of contention for some audiences, is when they started in season 2 and it got more paranormally to where we know it as now.
Yeah.
There were some, people who got really turned off by that because they were like, where's my melodramatic drama that I had, and then, but it turned out, and it's like, episode 8, I love that episode to death.
It's magical. It's incredible.
It's magical. The scenes, the transitions, the colors, the birth of everything that happened because of it. It was just, it was perfect. And then, the one thing that we had trouble with, because this was back during the Tumblr days, we had a bad case of the Where's Audrey crowd. Now, these people love Twin Peaks for Audrey. And because Audrey hadn't shown up until, late in the season, and she had a whole episode devoted to her. But
I love her episode so much. I'm just so sleepy, Audrey. And I have all this work left to do, but I'm so sleepy. I'm already so sleepy. That's just absolutely incredible.
The audience, and Audrey, I guess, in some aspects, was supposed to represent the audience. We were the audience. That's what, when she popped out and it made the sound of the lodge and then, or electrical wires and her staring in the mirror, that was supposed to be us, self-reflecting. But it, people were so angry about that. And I had lots of people on Tumblr going, where's Audrey? Oh, where's Audrey? In caps. And like, oh, this episode sucks because where's Audrey? Because everyone had their little favorites and they wasn't there yet.
Yeah.
But the music was really great, and, an interesting fact I learned was that, Trent Reznor, he actually had his own song that he wanted to do for the show, for that episode.
Yeah.
And Lynch turned him down because Lynch said it was too Twin Peaks.
No, it's too much. It's too,
so then he played She's Gone, and then that's the song they played was She's Gone, but it wasn't,
Yeah, I mean, I think that was probably a good call. I mean, the first thing that I said about Twin Peaks: The Return was that it felt like anti-nostalgia. Like it was very like Twin Peaks: The Return shook off the
it was anti-nostalgia to a point, and it pays off for that point.
Yeah, it's great. I think it's incredible that it does.
And the thing is, in Twin Peaks, and you know, you notice this. I know they do a filter. They have that orange filter over everything that makes everything look warm hued. And in the return, that warm hue was gone for a few episodes until a certain somebody comes back and he says that one quotable line. You know the one.
Yeah.
And that made me absolutely bawl like a baby when I heard him say it, not to simp for cops, but when he said it, you know, I was like, and then the music played, and then it turned, the orange hue came back. That warm hue came back. And I don't even know if it was on purpose that I was seeing it that way, or if I just have really good color vision. I could tell that there was like a hue difference, but there was some of that old hue that came back. If you rewatch that part, their hue comes back, and it's like, oh, and now it's old Twin Peaks, and it feels good, and it feels warm, and then
you get it for like 2
goes,
seconds, and then
yeah, well, and it felt that way for, you know, well, not even 2 seconds really. It even felt that way when he was going out to the airport, and then he got, you know, the brothers on the phone, and then, you know, all of that, and then it turned really weird when he had to go, you know, fight the thing and then do the thing. That was odd. But it also showed
I loved
more
it.
dark.
The section, the one of my favorite sequences in the entire that entire show is the Dale Cooper's face just superimposed over an entire scene, just sort of staring at you. You know, slowly.
Well, Mr. C was. You know, something else. I loved in one of the first episodes, and one of the reasons I love Twin Peaks is because, you know, I live in Missoula. That's where David Lynch was born, and you know, he uses Missoula in Twin Peaks, you know, as a background in not, you know, now visual shots, but as a, you know, origin background, and because of that, and he had pictures, like one of the scenes in South Dakota that they used for like Buckhorn was a picture of Butte, Montana. So there's a lot of stuff to use. So he gets the area, and so that's another reason I love Twin Peaks. But Mr. C, when he found out, you know, what happened to Mr. Strawberry, and he did and then all the alarms went off. I love that part because he was just so menacingly scary, and and I can't believe they made him look like the original actor who played Bob. You know.
Yeah.
Which was good. But, you know, it was good, and the gift from the fireman was awesome. And it goes to show that they had bad cops in there, too, because, you know...
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Like Jeff, I think his name was. And he had the beard, and you know...
no, you're thinking of the, Chad. His name was Chad.
Yeah, Chad. Yeah, Chad.
Which we couldn't stop laughing at the fact his name was Chad.
Chad, because he was not a Chad. He was definitely not a Chad. He was an asshole. He was an ACAB stan. But it was very good. I loved all the artists, like I said, that came in there, and it felt really good.
Oh, the soundtrack was phenomenal. Wait, have you? I can't remember. Did you? When I mentioned I saw the TV Glow earlier, have you seen it?
I have not seen the TV Glow. I should watch it.
I'm telling you right now, go see it. It is...
Well, because the last movie I saw was on Monday, and I saw the new Furiosa.
Oh, excuse me, goodness. Oh, sorry about that.
And that was really good. Furiosa was excellent.
I'm seeing that Friday. So
yeah, I saw that yesterday. It was really good. And before that, I saw Love Lies Bleeding because I had to go get my lesbian fix. So I did that, and that was really good. And then before that, I did Drive Away Dykes, which was my favorite movie of the year. Drive Away Dolls is a Coen film, and it's so good. So good.
You should go see. I saw the TV Glow as soon as you can. I assure you, you will be pleased with it. The entire time I was watching
a review of it.
Yeah, the entire time I was watching it, I was just like, oh, this is like, it is hitting so many similar notes of Twin Peaks: The Return. It's got like, oh god, it's got so much shared parallels and stylistic decisions that I was just like, this is right up my alley. I think you'll really like it.
Hits the aesthetic just right. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out then.
I don't want to spoil, but there's a scene in the movie that if you had cut it out of context and told me that it was like an unreleased Roadhouse song performance, like a band performance from the Roadhouse, I would have believed you. I would have been like, oh yeah, wow, damn, why'd they cut this one? It's sick. It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so impressive. So.
Yeah. I mean, I just love that there is still a lot of good media being made out there. People just have to know where to find it, because that's even like music. I love all kinds of music. I listen to everything, including country. And, you know, like, I listen to a lot of Orville Peck, you know? And if you don't know who Orville Peck is, he's a gay...
I'm not super familiar with his work, but I've heard of his name. But I don't
he's
know.
a gay country musician. He wears a Lone Ranger mask. He just recently is releasing a whole bunch of covers right now. One of his latest covers was with Elton John and Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting.
Oh, that's awesome.
But he is a very good countryman. And, you know, country is good, but you have to go really deeper than what the mainstream is, because Dan Bongino controls the radio waves and country airwaves, and he puts all the mega crap on there.
Yeah.
But
pop country is like a wasteland. It's brutal.
It is, but I listen to a lot. You know, Brandi Carlile. I love Brandi Carlile, and you know, because she lives close by. She has family actually here in Montana, but yeah, she's from Washington. She does really good stuff. But you know, people need to understand that you can find art anywhere and dive in, and you know,
for sure.
And that art is also a learned skill. I went to art school. I am an artist. I know how to do art, but it took time. It took practice. None of us are born with talent. We all have stuff we're good at. You just have to practice as much as people.
Well, and developing your taste, being able to find like art that you like and that's meaningful to you is also in and of itself a skill. You know, and also like being able to appreciate art that you might not have originally, might not immediately assume that you would like. Being able, like, learning how to see something in a new light so that you can appreciate it more and broaden your tastes is these are all things that have to be learned, I do think, sometimes there's a tendency for people to, they kind of gravitate towards a style of art consumption is what it is. It's just pure consumption. It's just like, it's for some people, that's how they engage with it. It's
that's how the many people engage with art. I follow a lot of artists who do not safe for work stuff and safe for work stuff and all kinds of stuff. And because it's commissions, that turns out they're getting their furries drawn or an idea they had drawn, comms or what they get, and that's cool and that's fine. If you can make money off of it, go get your bag. I'm not going to discourage that, but at the same time, that's showing your skills and you're doing it. But at the same time, they try to do like a scenic background or they try to do some classical art. They might not be able to do it as well because they know how to draw people, places, and things in a certain way that they couldn't, with other things. I've learned Bob Ross style over Photoshop, and I can do Bob Ross paintings with Photoshop.
Yeah.
And and then in like real IRL, I do pour paintings. So that's and there's talk in the art community. There's some people in the art community who hate pour painting artists because they think we waste paint because it's not a skill, but it is a skill because you have to know how much.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you have to know how much water to paint and Floetrol to use. You have to weigh all the stuff out, and then you have to put the epoxy on to let it set and make a nice clear coat over it. It's a lot of work, and it's not just, and we know how pricey the paint is. That's not a problem of not making modern art that you don't understand. That's the problem of capitalism driving up painting supplies, which is why I have a hard time shopping at Michael's because they have tier levels at Michael's, and they try to upsell you. If they're trying to make you think if you're a level 3 artist, you will buy level 3 painting materials that cost more than the level 1s.
That's painful.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And I had to go to the Hobby Lobby the other day to get something because my Michaels didn't have something. But we do have a local store, but I don't know how much it's going to be around any longer because the people running it were elderly, and I don't think they had any successors to the store.
Yeah.
And Hobby Lobby just opened up like not 2 blocks away from it,
Yeah.
Connected to the mall, and so. And I'm surprised it's doing very well because in Missoula, it's very LGBT friendly, and we have to have LGBT positive laws, here that says you have to cover HRT in your healthcare in the city.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's really
that is really cool. Missoula's really great, and that's how we got like cool people like Zoe Zephyr, who's out doing her life and, helping, making sure our area is safe and good and whatnot. And,
hell yeah.
So, but as an artist, I noticed that there are a lot of people who, don't understand that art is more than just painting. It is more than just drawing. It could be just a speck of dirt on a canvas. And that can be art if you can explain it well enough. Art can be that easy because art is up to the viewer, not the person. And I know, and when I learned this in art school, is that you don't even have to explain your painting to somebody. You don't even have to have a meaning for your painting because you ask them, what do you think it means?
Sure.
And let them figure it out. So you don't have to do any of that work because you might know what it means, but they might have something a different meaning, and you want them to have an organic meaning. So you say, what do you think it means?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there is art is a conversation that doesn't have to use words at all. Some art does use words, but not all of it does.
Exactly.
It's, asking someone to think about something that you've made. And some people will be very interested in the artist's intentions. Other people will be only interested in what was communicated on the page itself. And that's both really beautiful things. So
yeah. Exactly. And and I really like that in the digital age now, more people are getting connected to art too.
They are,
that they want to have
sure.
art around, and people are buying art, which is nice, or they want to see art. Because there had been a time where art hit a wall, and I will say that it became really sterile in the aesthetics community in terms of building. At a certain point, we lost all the cool aesthetics that we used to have, and there are some that are really beautiful, some that are really ugly. But if you go and look at your downtown and you go see an old building, you'll see all the crown molding, you'll see all these things. And that's not bad, and I like that. And we should bring something like that back, but also, it's cheaper to do it this way, and styles change. But we sometimes become so sterile in the things that we have in terms of style that we don't even know, where, what is beautiful anymore,
Yeah, well,
there's
it's people get. I think that tends to happen too when there's austerity. When there's this desire to when you can only have so much, when things are so tight that people can, they desire always every piece of art being exactly what they want out of it, and if it's not, then they're not likely to engage in it, which means that people, that the way that people look at art becomes I don't know what the right word is, restricted. It becomes fearful and fraught instead of being people thinking about things and being willing to open their mind and being willing to consider new ways of looking at things. Yeah, for sure.
And then a lot of this goes back to my town that is a very big artsy fartsy town. We are suffering from gentrification really bad because I call ourselves I call it North Hollywood now because we have a widely successful television show shoot here, and you would probably know it as Yellowstone.
Oh, okay.
That show.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
It films it. Yeah, I don't watch it. It's not a good show. It's a Kevin Costner thing, and Kevin Costner is kind of a piece of shit in certain views on things. Because I saw a preview of something he's doing, and he's basically making a snuff film, a Western snuff film that shows, cowboys jerking off to the Great American Old West, and making Indians be the villain again, kind of thing. But
Jesus Christ, that sounds terrible.
Well, yeah, it's going back. That's all about the pioneers heading west. So basically, doing
manifest destiny bullshit.
Yep. And then towns getting burnt down. Native Americans trying to fight back for the land they love, but being seen as the villains. That kind of stuff. So, trying to retell the story in the only way Kevin Costner can. So I don't really like Kevin Costner, but you got off at the Mountain Lion transfer station there, probably when you were visiting. Right there is where they were filming in that area, right? Where the main transfer station was, and the courthouse there. And so it was really kind of hard to get to the bus because they had the streets blocked off. You could walk there, but if anyone had to, any other way to get through there, it was really hard. But Luckily,
Yeah.
they were done filming and they haven't been filming back, but Montana is actually becoming a pretty good film spot for a lot of people. And so
Well,
a lot
exciting.
of films are getting made in
It
Montana
sucks about
now.
the gentrification stuff, but it's exciting that there's an industry growing, and hopefully
Yeah,
some good will come
and
from
well,
it.
because we are a hipster town, we're like Portland, and so gentrification's hitting. And the people like me who lived here all their life, I lived in a smaller town in Montana, but you know, been in Montana my whole life. We're getting priced out by the rich people moving it. And then there's unintentional getting priced out because there are people who are, you know,
A lot of
come
it's
from states and
unintentional, you know, from
Well-
the people who participate in it. But if
Oh
there
yeah,
are
but there's
corporations
intentional
that-
corporations, but then there's intentional because you have Harrison Ford, who's here and now he's becoming a snowbird. So I think during the times that he's down like in Arizona or snowbirding, he should be having someone live in his house, you know,
Yeah,
instead of leaving it empty. But the thing is that there is unintentional ones, and they're from and what I mean by unintentional is there are people from states who have higher pay but are still poor in their state. You know, like, you know, 30K is poor everywhere, but in Montana, blah 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 is equal to, you know, our economy, and our economy isn't that big because we're not a very big state, right?
Yeah.
So poor people come in here even, and they're poor still, but they can cause a little bit of gentrification because they're poor to us might seem rich. But mostly it's rich people coming in, and it's rich celebrities because people don't know that, you know, Kelly Clarkson owns a ranch up here. You know, the dude, he owns a ranch up here, and he's and he's okay. He's chill, you know. Jane Fonda had a place up here once for a while with, you know, her ex, who Ted Turner, because Ted Turner owns a place up here, and he owns a burger place with buffalo meat.
That is
in
really
Bozeman.
funny. I did not know that.
Yeah, we are a celebrity getaway spot. There's a place where called I think we call it the Ranch, I would believe it's called, and it's where celebrities fly in here and go have fun parties and have a ranch style, you know, like a dude ranch for rich celebrities. So there's this one girl, and it was the star of the Hunger Games. I can't remember her name, the real jackass lady, but she was apparently there, and she treated all the staff like jank apparently at the ranch.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Well,
And,
we are just about up on our time.
But, yeah.
So we should probably wrap here. But
Yeah.
thank you
But
for
yeah,
talking
one
to me
last
about Twin
thing
Peaks.
before we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would love to rap about Twin Peaks. And one last thing before I go is, chat, please look into your state history, learn it, because your state has a lot of good things that you need to learn that you can better meet with the locals if you're new, and you can know better to outsiders who try to come in your state and make it think that they know better than you do. And if you know your state history, then you can protect yourself too, because there's a lot of stuff you don't know about your state that had good and bad things in it. So just look at your state history, learn it, because it's going to come in handy for you when you need it.
I could not agree more. What a great call to action. Punky, thank you so much for coming on. It's wonderful to speak with you. It's wonderful to speak with you about Twin Peaks, and I am sure we will talk again in the future.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. Aw, that was a great call. I love Twin Peaks, and that was great. I learned a lot about Montana that I didn't know, and I will have more knowledge the next time I go visit Montana, which might be in the near future, actually, which should be pretty exciting. All right, real quick. Let's see. Let's take a look here. I think I have... hold on a second. Check in on one thing real quick, and then we will continue. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Well, then I'm ready for the next caller. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get any more debates, but who knows? You never know. You never know what's going to happen. Especially when we're this late into a call-in stream. You never know. Let's see. Also, this run is going really well. We got a killer run. There's one boss that might kill us that would suck, but I don't know. We might be okay. I think we can be. I think we're okay. I think we're gonna be okay. Oh my God, we got like half of our. Here, let's play this one. Hello. You are currently muted. You're currently muted at the moment. So, when you're ready, unmute when you can. I can't unmute you. You're muted on your side. I don't know if you can hear me, but you're muted. You'll need to unmute your mic. I guess it could be a permissions. I don't think so. No? You look, no, you got the permissions. All right, I'm going to drop you back in the waiting room. Hold on. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. I just won my hand, which is nice. Okay, might be a permissions issue. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Hello. Yeah. Hey. Oh. Uh-oh. How'd that happen? I could could hear you for a second.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Hey, hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Sorry, the name fits. I am very old.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry too much about it. That's not a big deal. Can I get a quick check?
Mic check 1 2 1 2 3.
Sounds perfect. Awesome. Welcome. Can I get your name and pronouns?
You can call me Old Man Cymric. My pronouns are he, him. You can call me just about anything but late for dinner.
All right. That's fantastic. I will make sure that I never call you late for dinner. Welcome. Thank you so much for calling in.
Well, thank you for bringing me up. I just have one question. I messaged you years ago for book recommendations. So I was watching your stream once, and you were talking about, wanting books to read. And I just wondered if you'd gotten any of them. I don't know if you remember who I am.
I probably did, but I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know if you had I could probably look it up if you had you don't have to tell me right now, but if you had an old username or whatever.
It's the same user.
Okay, so did you message me on Discord then? Ah, here we go. Yeah. Well, obviously I've read Dune now. Yeah, no, I did get this. Oh my God, Assassin's Apprentice. That's really, actually, it's really funny. I was just recently recommended to read that again by a friend of mine.
Oh.
So yeah, I probably. What's that?
If you want to cry and feel all the feels for poor Fitz, read Assassin's Apprentice.
Yeah, I think that's on my list. I'm unfortunately a very unreliable reader these days, but I have gotten through quite a few. So I assume that once I'm done with Dune, I'll be moving on to other things. Yeah, I apologize if I don't always follow up perfectly on DMs. I get a lot of them, and I do my best. But
no, my friend is fine. We just had interacted a bit, and I recommended some books, and I was just wondering your thoughts with them. So, what are your thoughts on Dune? Are you just? Is it the first book, or you started Messiah?
I have started Messiah. I'm like, God, I don't remember how many pages I'm into Messiah, but yeah, I finished the first book a while ago. And then I've been slowly crawling through Dune. I finished the first book and I've been slowly crawling through Dune Messiah. And I've been really enjoying it. I loved the original Dune, and it's just it's hard to beat. It's pretty incredible. I blasted through that book, and with no regrets. Yeah, it's awesome. And I don't know. There's the sad thing about all of the adaptations of Dune that I've seen so far is that none of them can capture the same emotional intensity of the book. The book it's so good at it, and it's weird because I feel like all the film versions focus on different pivotal moments than what seems to me to be the most obvious emotional moments in the book. You know, I think of the scene or the line towards the end of the book where Paul remarks with sorrow that he's witnessed seeing a friend turn into a follower, you know, a zealot. You know, that is emotionally the most emotionally devastating line in the entire book. And it's I don't know, I feel like everybody just kind of slept on that in the movie interpretations. It's my God, that whole scene is oh Jesus, yeah. And it's so important to what you know begins immediately afterwards. It's okay, it's clear this is where it's going. But yeah.
Oh yeah, and I think the movies, Villanueva's Dune came pretty close to it.
Yeah, it came pretty close.
Yeah, but I feel both the movies missed the mark on Paul as the anti-hero.
Oh, for sure. It's so easy for it to be I do think that for sure the Lynch Dune did not do a good job with that at all. It made him more like a traditional hero. But the Denny one is a little bit a little better with the whole the changes they made to Chani, which I think worked well for the film, even though it's not it's not directly tied to the book. You know, it obviously breaks from the book pretty significantly, but it serves the same purpose of illustrating what we see happening with Paul and where his mind is going and what he's becoming and where his intentions are increasingly point. But yeah, I don't know. Both of them still suffer from that. I guess we're gonna see because we're getting a third one. So
yeah, that news came out a little bit ago. We're getting Messiah, which I don't know how well they're gonna do Messiah, because Messiah is very much, I mean, it's a good book, but you spend most of the time between Paul's ears.
Yeah, it's very different. It is it's very different so far in my read of it. So I'm this is gonna be interesting. But hey, maybe that'll be good. Maybe it'll get really weird, which was one of the things that I was missing the most, with the current Dune, was that it didn't feel weird enough. I wanted it to be weirder. My favorite scene in both of the Villeneuve, I don't know how he actually says it. I say it the meme way so much. I say it with the Trump accent way too much. So I've actually damaged my ability to know the real way that you pronounce his name. But regardless, the scene on Gady Prime with the infrared and the jelly bomb fireworks was oh yeah, give me more of that. Whereas, hit me with all of that.
I thought Getty Prime. I thought Getty Prime was way better in the Villeneuve version than in the Lynch version.
The Lynch one was.
But to give Lynch some credit, he didn't have the tech that the Villeneuve's were working with.
Oh yeah, no, this one went hard. It was crazy. I loved it, and it definitely sold I mean, the Lynch one, you only see the outdoor, you only see the outside of Gady Prime for 5 seconds, and it's okay, it's a factory planet. which we've kind of seen a lot. And I don't, you know, like at that time you hadn't seen a whole lot of sci-fi Factory Planet, so I guess, you know, it was probably still pretty cool at the time. But you know, I don't want to like backtrack, but it wasn't as unique of a vision. But of course, I think that they went a more unique direction with the Harkonnens overall. Whereas I think that the Harkonnens were, they weren't as weird and upsetting and spooky in the Villeneuve one. Yeah, so the Gaiety Prime overall had a better vibe in the Villeneuve one, but the Lynch one did the actual characters, I think, a little bit more interestingly. Than I felt like the Harkonnens in the Villeneuve ones were just kind of like, I don't know, they weren't all out there. They weren't out there enough. They were just kind of like a bad guy. It was kind of like a Darth Vader. Like, I'm just like, okay, so he's like kind of intimidating evil guy. They're fucking draining boils and sewing each other's eyes shut, and I don't know, the heart plug pull. There was so much cool stuff in the Lynch one that was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well, I also don't like the way, like how this included Thifir Howitt, the Mentat.
Oh yeah, well, that was a cut scene, wasn't it? Right?
Well, not only that, but like in the latter half of the book, Howitt was working for the.
Oh yeah.
Because a Mentat has to work for someone because they need the spice. And
and also
really
he had the slow poison, right? Was what he had in the book, right? He had been poisoned with, so it was like a double thing. It wasn't just for spice. It was that he had a poison that they would give him the antidote every day with his food, and they knew that he knew that, and that if he ever defected, it was just you would die in like a day agonizingly.
Yeah,
but
and it really showed you how evil the Baron was, because the Baron. I don't know quite too much about YouTube TOS or the channel's TOS. Can we mention CSA in this channel?
Oh yeah, you can mention it. Like if you're gonna get super graphic, maybe don't. But yeah, otherwise you can mention it fine.
Yeah, because it was implied that the Baron was a child predator.
Yeah. So. Oh, for sure. Like it's that was pretty blunt in the text
book,
of Dune. Yeah, and that is carried forward in Lynch's Dune. They lean into that, although. Unfortunately, it kind of fumbles it a little bit and turns into like, oops! Instead of making him seem like a child predator, you actually kind of made him just seem like a homophobic stereotype, which was not good. That was probably one of the weakest parts of the Lynch Dune, and I always forget that I should tell people about that because because I'm like, oh well, it's an '80s movie, like you're gonna bump into some of it, but it is one of the worst parts of that. Movie is just being like, oh shit, this could be read a lot of ways and none of them are very good. That's not good. But yeah.
No, but what I also liked about it too was about Dune 2 was how much of kind of getting a little bit more into fiction again, is how much of our modern tropes were really built upon the work that Frank Herbert did. Since I know you're really into art, and a lot of the tropes that he first invented or that he first started developing in Dune are pretty much like hallmarks now these days.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I mean down to like the sandworm. You know what I mean? Like nobody did it quite like Herbert was like and the crazy thing too is that like barely ever do we get to see sci-fi that is as bonkers and weird and bold and trippy in everything. Like I don't know, like that was one of the things. That's another thing that was like, oh, I don't know. I wish we would have gotten to see more of that aspect in the Villeneuve one, like, which you do see in the Dune in the Lynch Dune. The Lynch Dune one is it's psychedelic in a lot of weird ways, and of course the oft mentioned Jodorowsky's Dune was looking like it was going to be even more deranged, which I would have loved to see, but. He really did a lot, and you see it in stuff like one of the things that always makes me laugh is like people people are like, oh, this is just like StarCraft. Yeah, well, StarCraft was just Warhammer, and it's like Warhammer was just Dune. It's like literally like people forget that step sometimes, but yeah.
If you want a pretty trippy book that's science fiction, one of them I recommended to you is Children of Time. I didn't put a trigger warning on it last time because I didn't really think about it, but it does have spiders. So if you're arachnophobic, don't do Children of Time.
Oh, all right.
But,
I'm not too bad. I mean, I used to be weirdly enough, when I was a lot younger, I used to be terrified of spiders, and over time, I'm not as scared of them as I used to be. But I used to be really scared. I used to have like nightmares about spiders, specifically. Well,
like 3 of the MCs in Children of Time are spiders.
Well, that's fucking awesome. Their main. That's cool. Okay, that's really cool.
So
I'm here for it.
So the basis of the story is that the humans try terraforming a planet, and they want to uplift monkeys on this planet. Things go awry, and then they accidentally end up uplifting spiders, specifically jumping spiders.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. Now this is a premise I can get behind. What was the name of this one again?
Children of Time by Adrian Chachowski. In fact, if you're kind of into bugs and kind of trippy fiction, Adrian Chachowski's kind of good for it. The first time I ever read him was a series called The Shadows of the Apt, APT.
Yeah.
And it was a fantasy world based in where like there were large insects and bugs, and the human society centered itself around the domestication and use of these bugs. And the apt were people who could communicate with these bugs. And that's why it's the Shadows of the Apt.
That's awesome.
And Adrian Chachowski he's college educated in, what's the bug science? Etymology?
Entomology. Etymology is words. Entomology is bugs.
Okay, so yeah, he's college trained in entomology, but for some odd reason, he's a barrister in the UK. So.
All right. Well, okay. It sounds like he lived an interesting life. That's a hell of a combination. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, out of the list, if you like trippy, that would be one of the ones I would recommend, because it is pretty trippy to think about a society that's almost anarchic because spiders. So
that sounds right up my alley. I will keep that one in mind. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. But yeah, thank you for letting me up. If we're done,
is that all you want to talk about? You got a little more time if you want. You don't have to. If you said everything you want to say, no pressure. But you do have a little more time if you want it.
I just wanted to ask your quick thoughts about the mythopoetic. I'm a mythopoetic, so I was just kind of wondering what you thought about it.
The mythopoetic. I'm not familiar with the term. I don't think.
Well, the mythopoetic was coined in the 70s.
Joseph Campbell, right?
No, Joseph Campbell is the monomyth.
Oh, okay.
But they both come from, but they both come from a very similar source based on Jungian psychology, not the cringe Jungian psychology used by Jordan Peterson, but actual Jungian psychology, trying to understand stories and symbols in a way they relate to what we're trying to communicate to each other. So Douglas Moore and Robert Gillette recognized the current crisis in masculinity was coming, that we're currently going through.
Okay.
And what they tried to do is they tried to form the mythopoetic as a way of reframing masculinity. And I understand you're a gender abolitionist, which is based in great pilled. I'm extremely sympathetic towards the gender abolitionist argument.
Gender ascensionist,
the gender ascensionist argument.
Yeah. No, I think I hear where you're coming from. I'm not super familiar with I wouldn't be able to say off the top of my head, speak on every aspect of it, but so you're basically saying that the people who formed this were masculinity is in a place where it's going in a bad direction and it's falling apart and leading to toxicity and whatever, and we want to try and question what the classical understanding of it is what you're saying is where they were at.
Yes, that's where they were at, and they were also at a place too where by definition, is a mythopoetic. If you're a mythopoetic and you are not a feminist, you're not a mythopoetic. Because the mythopoetics wanted to recognize the equality of all genders and sexes.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to redefine masculinity. It was actually a mythopoetic who coined the term toxic masculinity.
Wow. That is interesting. I would not have known that.
Yeah, it was a mythopoetic in the 90s that coined that term to describe what I would generally call an immature performance of masculinity or an immature masculinity. All face cards are debuffed. That's not good.
Yeah, you saw me going, shit, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble here. Hold on, wait a second. No, I'm not, because I can literally play whatever I want and it will score because of my jokers. Hold on a second. Let's watch and see if I can win with a fully debuffed hand. Let's see. Especially with this one. Hold on, let's see. Oh, the mult. Oh, the mult.
I don't even know.
I gotta be careful with the mult. Okay, so I can't do that again. I gotta make sure I still get a straight. King Jack. Okay, so hold on. Here we go. We gotta make sure. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have risked it on the mult, but hold on. I can definitely win this. I know that I can win this. If I can win this. I can win this. I think I can win this.
No,
if I get a
did
queen.
I make you lose? Did I make you lose? Did I make you
where's
lose?
my queen? Where's the queen? Give me the queen. If I get the queen, I'm fine. Oh, okay. All right, that's bad. Hold on, we're almost there, though. We're almost there. We can still win. It's not over. It's not over. Everyone, it's not over. I'm not panicking. It's not over. It's so not over. It's so over. We're done. It's so over.
It's Jover.
Oh, it's so over. Wow, wrecked. Oh, that's terrible. How did we get so owned? That's so depressing. No queen in all of that. Oh my God. What a brutal end.
All four of them were down at the bottom.
We almost took it all the way there. Brutal. Oh, I'm crying. This is horrible. I'm so sorry. That was 40 seconds of copium. No, it wasn't. What are you talking about? We had 3 discards and an extra hand. We could have won that if we got a queen, and we didn't. Anyway, sorry. Chat's roasting me now.
Oh, no, it's okay. I had no clue what's going on in that game. You just seemed rather upset about it.
Yeah. I saw that, and I was like, wow, I'm in trouble. Will Demon Mama ever play Risk of Rain on stream? Yeah, sure, why not? We could play some Risk of Rain for a bit. Sure, you know what? We'll take a call. We'll take a caller request. I'll play some Risk of Rain. Risky Rain's great for this kind of thing. We got a few more calls. Anyway, yeah, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt. We do have a
right.
So, wait.
It's your house, friend, so.
Chariot says, I wonder if the caller distinguishes between the mythopoeic movement and the mythopoetic movement. I don't know what.
I'm interested to hear what, because I've never heard of the mythopoeic movement versus the mythopoetic movement.
Poetic.
So if Chariot can, if she, if I recall correctly, she could educate us, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I could be
I'm out of my
uninformed.
depth, so. I don't know. I'm always open to people challenging and reconstructing, especially in non-binding or non-rigid ways, their understanding of gender. I think that while I do think that I encourage people to think beyond it as a structure as well. I don't think that it's ever I don't think it's ever possible to fully escape something that you're living in and feeling the repercussions of at all times. I don't think you can fully just cast off all interactions with a structure like gender. So I don't know enough to fully endorse or whatever that movement, but it certainly sounds interesting to me, and I'm totally down to learn more and would be open to hear more. It sounds like people there was some good thought going on there that had good intentions, and obviously I'm happy to hear that it's fundamentally feminist. That's good in my opinion.
I linked a TLDR playlist.
Okay.
In your general chat from Stories of Old. I don't know if you've ever watched his videos.
I have not.
It's a very good video.
All right,
He does very good media analysis, just period. But he did a very good TLDR for the Mythopoetic, and he tied it back to movies.
Okay.
Towards.
Interesting. I'm trying. My game is loading right now, but I'm trying to get over there so I can put this on my watch later list to check out. Where to go here? Down in the general chat. Okay, here we go. All right, sick. Okay, I'll put this on my watch later. Thank you for the recommendation.
Oh, and Chariot is correct. I was just pointing out that Joseph Campbell and the Mythopoetics both looked to Yoon for a lot of understanding. Not that the Mythopoetic and the monomyth are the same thing.
Okay, yeah. Oh, let me read out what Chariot said so everybody can hear it. Mythopoetics is closer to what the caller described along the lines of men's self-help, Jungian psychology, and that kind of stuff, whereas Mythopoeics is the one more analogous, although different, to Joseph Campbell's monomyth, in that it's a concept of how myths originate culturally, but they are technically different things. Interesting. Very similar words with slightly different but slightly similar meanings. That's a funny one. It was a kind of relation. Okay. Yeah, see, when I searched it, the first thing that came up was Joseph Campbell and Tolkien. Interesting. Wow. Well, you've certainly opened me up to a new term and movement that I never had known of before.
Well, Chariot, if you're a Tolkien scholar, I'm definitely gonna follow you now because I love Tolkien scholarship.
Oh, you should completely do that because Chariot is absolutely amazing. Chariot's videos you are going to find a lot to like in what Chariot makes, especially, I think, given what we've talked about here. I think you will find particular value in Chariot's video essays. And also, if I might specifically make a recommendation, Chariot has a playlist of videos about the Star Wars movies, specifically The Last Jedi and the response to The Last Jedi from, political response to The Last Jedi. And that series is amazing. And it goes way deeper than any sort of reaction video or reaction to a react. It is really good. Chariot did an amazing job, and I think I have a feeling you'd like it. So.
My main disappointment with The Last Jedi was it completely betrayed the premise of the second movie, which I thought the second movie was great because the whole point, spoilers everybody, for a movie that's 8 years old.
Wait, you mean the second movie of the sequel?
Yes, of the sequels.
Okay, no, that is the second movie of the sequels. The Rise of Skywalker is the third one that I have very strong feelings about.
I loved The Last Jedi because it was okay, Rey, you're nobody. It's just your own force of will and your own talent, the reason why you're doing so well. And the Rise of Skywalker is just oh no, you're Palpatine's secret granddaughter. It's Palpatine never had kids.
Somehow Palpatine has returned. Oh, what a mess. Well,
and if they would have just done the Clone Crisis from the Marvel Comics, that would have been great. That was a great storyline.
I hated The Rise of Skywalker so much. It made me angry. It made me feel like I had a stroke while watching it. I hate that movie so much.
And Chariot, and I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but I just saw Chariot's message. Chariot, I just got done reading Marlon James's Black Panther Red Wolf, and Marlon James also did a talk at the Tolkien Society about it. That was really good. So, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll go ahead and jump off. Otherwise, I feel like I'll monopolize most of your time.
You haven't. You're still within our time limit. So don't worry. I think we literally just hit our limit. So don't worry at all. I apologize if I trailed off there for a second. I was struggling with something on my computer. So, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for calling in. This was a great conversation, and I really appreciate it. And I will look into the recommendations once again. I'm a very slow reader, so I apologize if it takes me forever or if I forget about it or whatever. But I will certainly look into them. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
You too, friend.
Yeah, thank you. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
What a great call. I was a little bit, I was a little out of my depth on the mythopoetics thing, but it sounds very interesting. That was a great call. All right. Next caller. I'm ready for the next caller. And then we have a list of others, or I don't know how many more we're doing. Well, whatever. I'll keep going until we're out. So, hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Lovely to chat with you again. This
Hi.
is Seska.
Hello.
I remember
Seska.
last time. Yeah, I remember last time I came up, we had a lovely conversation about all the Final Fantasy 14 art that I have up on my walls.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Wow, that was a
very
while ago,
fun.
right?
Mm-hmm. I've been around for like a hot minute.
Wow. Oh,
yeah,
real quick,
so
before we go any further, though, real quick, pronouns?
She, her.
Awesome, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we try to make sure, we try to be cool about the pronouns in this space, you know? Yeah, so, well, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing fantastic. I am working from home for the next month as I recover from surgery.
Oh my goodness. Well, I hope the
No,
recovery
it's
goes
fine.
very smoothly, and I do imagine it'll probably be nice to work from home.
Oh, I'm mostly healed up now already. I'm just kind of milking it for all it's worth, so I don't actually have to waste the gas driving to the office.
Well, of course. Of course. So, I mean, that's encouraging to hear, but of course you should do that. You should always do that.
Oh, yeah, I fuck with them all the time. Right now, I'm doing this fun little thing where every day I push the office dress code a little bit further, and when then they finally pull me aside and say, hey, Seska, you can't wear that here. The next day I come back dressed like it's the 1800s, puff sleeves, corsets, everything.
Ah, excellent.
And then I
That's
start the
fantastic.
process over again. Yeah.
Well, there you go. I'm sure nobody will catch on. That sounds like a foolproof plan.
Surprisingly, they
energy.
haven't.
I like
I've
the
been doing it for 2 years.
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. That's longer. That lasted longer than I expected. I would not expect you'd be able to keep that up for 2 years. I feel like somebody would have caught on to it already. But hey, you know, whatever. Maybe it's fun for them too.
I do a lot of fun little pranks around the office. Another fun one that I do is I have a little. I'm obsessed with Final Fantasy 14. Is I'm building a shrine to one of the characters that I simp for.
Okay.
And I keep adding to it, and it keeps getting bigger to the point where it doesn't fit on my desk anymore and has expanded onto other desks. And I'm just gonna see how far I can take
I feel like
that.
this is like benevolent trickster stuff. I like this. I can get behind this.
I also had Bluetooth speakers around the office and forced them to play songs from the 1940s.
Why the 40s?
I'm a big enthusiast of vintage fashion. It's actually what I wanted to come on and chat about.
Okay, all right.
Because I have
hit me with some vintage fashion.
Yes, if you're set up for it, I would love to turn my cam on.
I can't. I am not set up for it. Unfortunately, it is a downside of my current setup that I am hoping to resolve in the future, but I do not have a good solution for. So I kind of keep kicking the can down the road because I don't know. It's going to have to be me sitting there and trying a bunch of different stuff, and I don't want to do that when I just got my whole thing working again. I apologize.
Yeah,
I would like to otherwise, but.
It is totally fair. I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of the crazy selfies I've posted on the channel of my vintage get-ups.
Yeah, I think I have actually.
I'm a big fan. I make a lot of my own clothes too. I'm currently making this adorable little. Yeah, I'm trying to slowly phase out all of the fast fashion from my wardrobe and focus entirely on stuff made with like natural fibers, slow fashion brands, and stuff that I make myself or that I thrift and then upcycle.
Oh, that's really awesome. That's a big challenge too, because knowing the state of like sustainable clothing in the U.S. is like abysmal. So you definitely have your work cut out for you. That's for sure.
Yeah, and the fast fashion stuff, it's still in there because I figure it's worse to just throw it all out than it is to just continue to use it and then repurpose it once it can't be worn, Like I have some old shirts from Shein or whatever that old shirts from Shein or whatever that I've turned into pin cushions or, I've made blankets or whatever, And it just, I'm trying to be more conscious about how I consume clothing because I am a bit of a shopaholic and I want to get better at that. But I've been maintaining a lot of my hand-me-down clothes, my thrifted clothes. Like I have a whole collection of mink furs that I've been basically learning how to be a furrier myself just so I can keep them going.
That's incredible.
I have this gorgeous Russian sable fur that my great grandmother left me, and it's so funny. When I transitioned, my grandmother, she wasn't like completely on board, but then she was like, okay, listen, if you're gonna do this, I can't have you out here embarrassing me in these outfits. And so she took me shopping and then like gave me a whole bunch, like a whole closet full of like vintage suits and like classic stuff, like a Chanel dress from the 80s, a lot of Mugler. And she was like, okay, now I can be seen in public with you. You don't look insane.
Okay. a little judgmental, a little imperfect, but also it's kind of endearing in its own special way. All right.
She's a little confused, but she's got the spirit.
Yeah, the spirit. Yeah, the heart is in the right direction, but.
And she's completely come around now to the point where she's
okay,
now doing
really
she's now doing the waspy grandmother woke misogyny thing.
Or
not woke misogyny, but the waspy grandmother misogyny thing where she's like,
we made it here. Now it's time for the next. Now you're on to stage 2. You're on the battle 2. That's how it goes.
Like,
great.
Oh, honey, maybe you should watch what you eat. And I'm just like, Grandma, no.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna eat this entire pizza by myself.
Yay! Eat that fucking pizza. It's good. It's good for you. Listen,
Period.
don't ever let anybody tell you. Listen, half the secret to the benefits of HRT is eating more food. Okay, listen, I'm telling you. That's not true. That's wrong. But you don't need to quote me. I'm at the end of a stream. You get the spirit of it. Eat your food,
I do
goddammit.
get
You'll see your benefits. There has to be fat to distribute in order for it to distribute it all. Okay.
Period.
That's how it goes.
And stop taking oral estrogen. By the way, switch to injectable. I switched to injectable and I immediately went from an A cup to a D cup. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is purely I have no scientific basis for this whatsoever because half the reasons there's like barely any science like on it because it's complicated. But I will say that every single time that I did injectable estrogen. I always had a immediate growth spurt, which is like amazing and feels really good. And every one of I am the only person in my house who is on oral estrogen anymore. And that's only because it is really hard to dose my estradiol for injection because I only need a really low dose since I got my radiectomy. So they're just like, it's probably better for you to take just a little bit of oral estradiol than to try and get like a special. I would be on injections if I could. In fact, I've considered talking to my doctor, but every time I've checked, it's always been like, yeah, getting a dosage that's that low is going to be kind of annoying for you to inject and also hard to source, given that there's always shortages on weird what's the word? Not formulations. That's not the right word. Quantities. Like if you need an abnormal dose, it's always harder to get, specifically.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Like I had to DIY for like a hot minute, like 6 months, my injectable estrogen, just because like I live in Texas and it's remarkably hard to find a trans doctor. There was like one that was doing it, and then she retired, and then my healthcare provider set me up with this other one who was just terrible and kept treating me like I was just starting for the first time. And I'm 30.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I know. I've been on hormones for 15 years. I don't need the whole spiel. And
oh my God! Speaking of which, I think I've told the story of the doctor that I had in the previous state that I lived in. The one who was like, I was just like, I walked in and I'm like, I know exactly what I need. Here's my hormone levels that I'm on, etc. And they were like, that doctor started to give me like they were like, what the like. Spironolactone, that's a little bit odd, isn't it? That's not its label, like, that's an off-label use or something. And I'm like, no, like, maybe it's like an off-label use, but that's how it's used. It's prescribed all over the country, and they were like, I don't know about that. And then I saw in the reflecting off of the window of the door behind her that like she was just on Wikipedia reading about spironolactone. I'm like, listen, I assure you, look up any documentation whatsoever. Yeah, spironolactone is very commonly used, and it's fine. You don't need to like doubt me or whatever. Anyway, I don't need much of it at all. And shortly after that, I didn't have to be on it at all.
I've never actually done spironolactone. When I do, like, when I'm not on estradiol monotherapy, which is what I do now, I usually
that's
just
the thing
do
that everybody does now. Like, I've noticed that more and more people do the monotherapy. It
works
be like
great.
it seems to be the predominant mentality.
It's
is
more
monotherapy.
Yeah, it works great. It's more low maintenance. I don't need to worry about as much. But when I was taking an
sucks. Don't get me wrong. That shit sucks. That's just where I was at the time. Yeah.
I went for Depo-Provera actually instead of Spiro, and it worked incredibly well.
Wait, is that the Wait, what is that? What is that actually in medic? Like that's the brand name, right? What's the
I have no idea, but it's like a birth control, I think, and you get like one injection of Depo-Provera like once a month or once every couple of months, and I loved it. I didn't have to worry about anything. That's why I'm on the injections in the first place, is because I just didn't want to have to think about taking a pill every day.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, injections. Honestly, I've had very positive experiences with injections, and my prediction is that oral estradiol is going to increasingly fall out of popularity. But I am not a medical professional. I only live in a house with 4 trans people in it, and have been on HRT for how many years now? God, I don't even remember. I've lost count. That tells you how long. Well over a decade.
My hope, personally, is that we're going to transition to those hormone pellets, like the BioT hormone
the ones
pellets.
that you put. Well, the only reason those things don't catch on is because if you have a change and it's in you, there's no way to get it out. And so a lot of doctors are like reluctant for those things, but they are pretty cool conceptually.
Yeah, because
but it's hard to adjust, you know.
I mean, I can barely remember to brush my teeth every day, which I do, thank God.
You should always.
But mostly because I'm married to a very type A person who makes sure that I take care of myself.
Yeah.
Which, oh my God, we went and saw Furiosa the other day.
Oh, babe, I'm seeing that this weekend or Friday. So.
Going to Alamo Draft House is kind of our date night,
Nice.
and our very first date, when we before we got married, before we just been talking on Tumblr forever. Our very first date was to go see Mad Max Fury Road, and so when we saw Furiosa was coming out, it was a very fun day. And I was really, really high on painkillers because I just had my surgery, and so that made for a wonderful movie experience.
I can imagine. I can imagine that'd be very fun.
Went and saw The People's Joker, and I was straight faded for that.
I want to see that one too, although there wasn't a showing near me, so I'm gonna have to catch it. I'm gonna have to catch that once it's. I don't know if it's actually on streaming or anything yet, but I want to see that one.
My wife and I are huge movie buffs, but we are also into very different types of movies. Like, I prefer like older movies. Like, my favorite's Casablanca.
Oh yeah. I see.
Oh, I love that movie. I watch it at least twice a week.
That's like a film school. No hate. I'm not hating at all. Obviously, I went to film school. That's like a film school favorite movie answer. Oh shit! I almost killed myself. I'm so sorry. I almost died.
Yeah, well, I just like it because I think Ingrid Bergman is my transition goal, but
that's awesome.
I keep trying to figure out how to do my hair like her, and I can never get the curls to sit right. And I think it's about how I put the rollers in my hair every night. It's just, I'm trying to work it out.
You're definitely not alone in the struggling with hairstyle. My biggest I mean, I'm happy right now that the hair color has done me some favors, because I'm like, God damn it, I am like the worst when it comes to like what do I do, like what am I supposed to do to spruce this up? And it's like, I have very straight hair, so I'm lucky that like default, I feel like it looks pretty good and it doesn't require a whole lot of maintenance. So I can skate by, but I always feel like, oh, I don't know yet what to do. But thankfully, I now have a new hairstylist who I'm feeling pretty good about. She absolutely fucking nailed the coloring, and I feel really good about that. So here's to a future where both of us figure out our hairstyling struggles.
Oh yeah, my secret weapon for hair health: tea tree oil and rosemary oil. I have like this spray. It's like a 5-in-1 tea tree oil rosemary spray. I spritz that on my hair. It cuts down frizz from humidity, promotes hair growth, hair strength, reduces split ends. It's amazing. It's miracle juice. If it was like $5 at CVS too.
Oh hell yeah, budget stuff. I love that. Right now, I am like my hairstylist recommended this really expensive stuff, and I was like, oh man, this is crazy.
If you send it to me, I can look at the active ingredients and find you a cheaper alternative. 100%.
Yeah, I was looking for like good dupes and whatever, and people were like, I don't know, like. I did not find anybody making like any solid recommendations for alternatives, and it's possible that it's just overkill. I will say it's worked really well so far, and it smells incredible. But yeah, the product is called it's called Oribe like hair alchemy, I think is what it's called. And
I've heard of that. Those are good.
What's that?
I've heard of those. Those are good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like literally like award-winning product, and I've tried. I was like, look, this is a lot, and I don't like spending crazy amounts of money on that kind of stuff. I try to be good with money, and I don't know, like being a streamer is already an expensive pursuit, and I'm kind of like, I try to be careful about it, but it is good, and it smells amazing. It is like one of the best smelling hair products I think I've ever smelled in my entire life, which is saying a lot because I've smelled a lot of hair products in my life, and yeah, it's pretty incredible. But I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe there is an alternative. I'd be open to it.
My wife is good with money, so that I don't have to be.
Hey, that's awesome.
I just send her my share of like the bills and the rent and everything like that, and then anything that I have left over is fun money for me to do whatever I want with.
Well, that's wonderful. I am.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the house money keeper overall, but
I have an impulsive shopping addiction, so it's not good for me to be the money keeper.
That's a good call. You gotta know your limits.
Yeah, but speaking of books, because you were talking books last Paul, I have a book that you need to read, and I think you're gonna love it.
Okay, all right, hit me with it.
It's called Siren Queen. It's a little short.
Okay.
It's a surrealist fantasy noir that takes place in like LA in the 1930s, just as like the movies, like the moving pictures were starting to come in. Incredible. But it takes it from the angle of this like young Asian American woman who's a lesbian. And also the world of the film studios is literally the world of the Fae. So like
okay. No, wait, this premise sounds somewhat familiar. I may have heard of this book before. That's
incredible.
Yeah, that sounds that sounds like a great premise. That's awesome. Who's the author?
It's so
if you don't
good.
mind me asking?
If you give me like 5 seconds, I can run over to my bookshelf and get it for you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no biggie. You can also just send it to me afterwards. I was just curious if I was familiar with the author.
I know exactly where it is. Give me 5 seconds. I will be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I accidentally grabbed a copy of Sandman as well, but it's Siren Queen by Nevo, which is spelled November Golf Hotel India. Last name is Victor Oscar.
Okay, all right. I'll
type it in
I
chat
was
as
not familiar
well.
with the name, so I was just wondering. But thank you for that. And if you could actually, if mods are listening, if we could put the name of this book in the plugs channel, just for my own reference. I have a lot of links from people. I'm gonna have to look back on, and my memory is limited. So, but that sounds really, really interesting. Thank you for the recommendation. That sounds awesome.
It is one of my favorite books I've read this year. It's so good. There's also the London Seance Society, which is like a queer Victorian horror book.
Queer Victorian, that's already horror. Oh!
So true.
There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, but all right, cool. Well,
Yeah.
we are approaching the sort of end of our time slot, and there are a few more people waiting. So I don't want to be rude to them, but I
Yeah.
want to say I
I
really
don't wanna keep
appreciated
ya.
this. And was there anything else you wanted to say or shout out or drop before we wrap up?
One final thing, which is I'm calling you out for not playing more Final Fantasy XIV Online, the critically acclaimed MMORPG with a free trial that goes up to level 70. It includes the first 2 award-winning expansions with no restrictions on playtime.
No, I can't do MMOs anymore. I can't. I'm over them. I've given them up, okay? I'm not going back. I refuse. I can't.
But you hear the siren call of it calling to you.
I can't. No, not anymore. I feel horror and terror when I think about MMOs. Even Final Fantasy, which I did. Oh shit! I did have a good time with. I did have a lot of fun with it. But I think my MMO days are behind me. The only MMO that I've been like, I am gonna play this MMO, is the Dune MMO, and that's for the memes. I don't expect that I'm gonna spend much time in the Dune MMO, but I would be remiss to not at least give that a shake, because it's a very funny premise. When I heard them say it's gonna be like Dune but without the religious stuff, I was like, lol, this is gonna be great. I gotta see this. I gotta give this a fucking try. That sounds incredible to me. So see, that's the only one. Other than that, definitely not going back to World of Warcraft.
Oh hell no! Fuck that shit.
Strongly not going to go back to Final Fantasy XIV. Though I appreciate your passion for it, and I appreciate.
On the rare occasions that I do stream on Twitch, I do typically do gaming streams for Final Fantasy. Or I did this one where I got really, really wasted and played something called Nekopara Catboy Paradise, which is
You
very
said that
fun.
you said that was an MMO?
No, that was a visual novel.
Okay, I was gonna say that sounds hella like a visual novel to me.
Oh yeah, it was mostly me just slugging Grey Goose and shouting, "I want that twink obliterated." But I won't take up too much more of your time. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night.
Thank you so much for coming on. It was extremely wonderful to talk with you, and thank you so much for calling in and telling us all your cool stuff. You had a lot of really great stuff to share, and I really appreciate that.
Fantastic. See ya.
Bye for now. All right, so let's see here. Let's do our last caller. Yeah, I'm fine with one more of our callers. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch that part. We'll do one more. Whoever is, let's see. Nobody has any topics though, so I don't know. Pick based on vibes, okay? Whoever you think has the best vibes, I'll trust the team to do it. And then we're gonna read all of our donations for the night, and I'm gonna thank you all, and then we're gonna read our credits, and then another unbelievable and beautiful successful stream. So we're gonna do one more caller for the night. Wow. 7 hours and 17 minutes. Long ass stream, but an incredibly successful. Oh, I'm gonna die again. It's getting dangerous here. I'm losing here. I'm starting to die. I've been careless with this run, by the way. I'm having a lot of fun playing as pink and white Acrid, which is my favorite version of Acrid. Look, he's the same colors as my Fursona. Look at him, he's so cute. But I've been playing very carelessly. Normally, I would not be playing this carelessly. I'm being careless. Yeah, this stage is really rough, especially once we start seeing what kind of elites they're gonna throw at us and whatnot. But I've been sloppy. If I get the Z construct, oh yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be very bad. All right, we're waiting for we got a final caller on the way in, so we're doing one last caller. Oh, one last caller, and then we'll read off donos, we'll read credits, and oh, I'm done. It's over. It's so over. It's never been so over. Oh yeah, I remember that they did add a new stage, didn't they? That's pretty exciting, isn't it? I don't know. I think that's cool. They're about to do an expansion, aren't they? With the new character and all of that. I'm sure when it comes out, I'll be playing it again with all my critters. We have played earlier was it this year? Shit, I don't remember. It might have been late last year. I don't remember. Time is a absolute mess. But me, Fawn, Doe, and Gynotype were all playing 4-player co-op challenge runs of Risk of Rain 2, and it was awesome. It was beautiful. Oh, it's been wonderful. Child returns? Oh, you mean like the enemy type, huh? That's cool. And scary. Boing. We've had so many amazing callers. So many wonderful and kind and interesting people in this community. What an amazing and successful night it's been. I don't have any equipment. Really? This is where we're at? Boing, boing. Look at this little boy. He's so cute. I love Acrid so much. Look at him. He's so cute. Bonk. Ooh, meat. Meat? Meat. Meat? Oh. Thanks for the coin. Ow, my eye is itchy. Meat. My face when I love max health. I gotta do more gaming on stream. This was fun. Playing 2 random games was really fun. The thing is, I have a proclivity to want to show people the like grand games that I really like. And I don't do enough casual gaming like this where we just chat and I make jokes and funny things happen. But I need to get more into it. Lately I've been, you all know I've always been really inspired by Germa. But recently I've been watching Northern Lion again. I used to watch Northern Lion pretty regularly back in the Binding of Isaac days. And then I didn't watch him for a while, and then I watched him again for a while on some of his game reviews. But I've been watching him again recently. It's been a while, and that guy is just so funny and so inspiring. I feel so inspired whenever I watch and laugh my ass off. He's so fucking funny. Like, legit, I wish I was like as funny as Northern Lion. Which someday I will be even funnier, I bet. No, I won't be, but I'll probably be at least as funny someday. Northern Lion, aka Bald Germa. No, they're very different. They're very different. For example, Northern Lion is also Canadian. So, you know. And Germa's about as American as it gets, you know? I don't actually know if he's American. I think he is, but he has American energy. I'll give him that. Whoa! Okay, I just flung myself. I love Northern Lion. Yeah, he's amazing. He's so funny. He was roasting the absolute hell out of his chat with one of the funniest things. So everybody knows that Northern Lion did that. Like everybody, the meme that he's been famous for recently, which is funny because he's had clips go viral numerous times. But recently he did this, there was this one that everybody's heard now, which is he goes, all right, let's kill him with hammers. You know, let's kill him with hammers. And he does that kind of thing. And recently he was roasting his chat by being like, I need to go viral again, guys. And so he was making a version of that for everything. Like every single line that he said was pivoting back into a variation of the all right, let's kill him with hammers. Like he was like, all right, let's wrap him in a tortilla. And it was like, people were like, shut up. Oh my God, it's the Z construct. Oh no. What did we say? Wait, we're actually kind of cooking him. What the fuck? We're cooking him. Why is he getting cooked? Why are we cooking him? We were so scared and now we're cooking his ass. Look at this guy. He's gonna go. He's going down.
Well, are you playing the card game still?
No, I'm not. I'm playing Risky Rain right now. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
Hey, real quick, sorry, can I get a quick check from you?
Check.
One more time, sorry?
Check.
All right, we're gonna just tune that down just a tiny bit. That should be perfect right there. Welcome to the show. And if you don't mind, would you introduce yourself and give us your pronouns?
My name is Jesse.
Right.
I like they, them, or he, him, if you're feeling spicy.
All right. I'll put both of those. A lot of my chat does feel spicy, so I'll give them the spicy option. Yeah.
I've chatted in your chat before.
All right.
I'm familiar.
You're from where?
I'm familiar.
Oh, you're familiar. I'm so sorry about that. Well.
Speaking of which,
yes.
I also have to say, you're from Maine?
Yes, I am.
I am too.
Oh shit! That's awesome. That's fucking base.
And I always was like, this is the only streamer. Yeah, the only streamer who's from Maine that I'm ever gonna hear on stream.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. There's not many of us. It's one of my most unique features. You see, while there are many Canadian streamers and there are many generic American streamers, how often do you get to hear about a streamer from fucking Maine, the coolest place ever? I love Maine.
I don't know. Every time there's someone from Maine, everyone gets so excited. There's Stephen King and Anna Kendrick and Demon Mama, and that's it.
Yeah, what the hell? This is another thing that's weird. People that we need to reach the rest of the Maine world. Because I know that if the Mainers knew that I existed, that they would support me. They would be excited that I existed, but they don't. Somehow they don't know. Only some do. It hasn't. My presence hasn't percolated. It's okay. We'll
sort
get there
of
eventually.
trying to get out more, and I went to Pride last year, and I was surprised how many people there were. There were thousands of people. The governor was in the Pride parade.
Oh, Janet Mills?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
You know who Janet Mills is? You're from Maine.
Yeah, of course. I keep up. I definitely keep up. It was yeah, so no, you know what? I should do 1 year. I won't be able to do it this year because I didn't think ahead, but 1 year I should go to Maine and go to Maine's Pride stuff. 1 June. That would be sick as fuck, actually.
Yeah, no, it was so nice.
Oh my god, I could even do an outfit that's built around the cool Maine flag. The one that everybody wants to have. Not the shitty blue one. Fuck that one. I don't like that one. I'm a hater.
I mean, what's our state motto? Because I always thought that New Hampshire, I always was so excited to see the New Hampshire plates, live free or die. I thought that was sick as fuck. But Maine is
it's
the Sunshine State.
No, it's not. It's the Sunshine State. What? That's Florida. No, it's not the Pine Tree State either. It's Dirigo. I lead. What? They don't have you all doing Maine studies anymore? What is this? What's going on here?
No.
Am I getting punked?
No, I took American Advanced History.
Oh, I see. Oh, damn. They've given up. I can't believe it. I gotta go back and teach. I gotta go back and yell at the Mainers. Why'd you give up Maine studies? The Sunshine State. What?
Leave me alone. Okay.
I will. I'm just teasing. It's all good. You're all good.
I forgot what I was gonna say. It's fine. I'm sure I'll come back.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, well, wonderful to hear from another fellow Mainer. It's wonderful. I hope that you will enjoy some mussels or some real fucking clam chowder. I hope you'll enjoy it for me because I can't.
I've had clam chowders. I've had like more like. I always got so confused watching movies when people are like, "Oh, lobster is like $40." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, not Maine.
It's like not
like
in Maine.
nothing.
It's like $20 kilo.
Yeah, that's if you get the pricey plays. If you know where to go, if you got a hookup, you can get that shit for cheap. But,
Well,
yeah,
my dad has the hookup. He builds boats, which is like the most Maine thing you can do.
That is the most. That is absolute. That is like little documentary about Maine type thing. That's yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. That's
one of the
real.
kids' boats he fixed. The kid couldn't pay him much, so he's like, "Just give me a lobster when you trap them."
That's amazing. That's actually so impressive.
He did some work for lobster.
That is again also, this is concentrated Maine energy right here, and I am so here for it. I am feeling the flow right now. Okay, so fun thing, continuing on the main topic, which I could talk about fucking forever and drive everyone insane, because obviously, as we just said, no one in the audience is from Maine except for us. We're the cool ones, but they can deal with it. But there is a restaurant. I found a restaurant here in Seattle that is a Maine themed restaurant, which I was like, what? Like, huh? And what's that?
That's such a weird theme to pick.
Yeah, it is. And I was like, huh? And but it's sick. They're great. It's amazing. I went and I was like, this is sick. And they do the closest to a perfect clam chowder that I've ever had outside of Maine. It is the real Maine style. The only thing that they do that I don't like, which I know that this is not an authenticity thing, it's just a style thing. I don't like the bacon. I don't like it when people put bacon in the clam chowder, but because I really like clams, and I feel like the bacon kind of buries the flavor of the clams. But outside of that, it's the real deal. It's like the thinner, like yellowy color, not the thick, creamy, flour-loaded bullshit that you get in Boston. It is amazing. And not just that, but they do a killer lobster roll. Now, it is crazy expensive, so you're not getting Maine prices out here, but it's good. It's the real deal. They also have like crazy good drinks too, which is awesome.
They do? My uncle, I'll never forget, he was like speaking with like a real like Massachusetts Maine accent, and he kept like not saying his R's, the clam chowder sort of a thing.
Hey there, bub. Get you some clam chowder there, honey.
My dad was like, Charlie, why don't you say your R's? And he was like, oh, it's a soft R.
Yeah. Yeah, you just say, I'm saying it the real way. Yep. That's awesome.
The thing that I really love about Maine is that after fucking Paula Page, we're actually way more progressive than I would have anticipated. Now.
Oh, for real. Yeah, Maine has been on a real progressive arc, which is great to see. Also, Paula Page got clapped. He got beat in the last election. He lost his hometown. He didn't even win in his hometown. That is a true rejection. That is like you've lost the will of Lewiston. Like that is like bad news right there. If you can't even win in your fucking hometown, you're cooked. Your goose is cooked.
Yeah, no, he was never really like I'm from like 20 minutes outside of Portland.
Yeah.
So like there are like trans flags all Pride Month, like pride flags all Pride Month
awesome.
In my town.
You love to see it.
So everyone I talked to was like, he's a fucking moron. We all hate him.
He is. Can you okay, so this is the crazy thing too. Like his re-election campaign, he was focused on trying to re-ban weed in Maine, which is just like you have severely miscalculated like your voter base. Like there is not weed was, before it was legal, it was already like the #1 consumed product in all of Maine. And after it was made legal, it's like the #1 twice over. I would be willing to bet that the first and second most consumed products in Maine are weed. It's like you have made a severe miscalculation if you think you can go in Maine and run off of the... It's a state where winter is most of the year, and you think that people are not gonna fucking light up? That's crazy, dude. That was... What an insane thought. What an insane idea. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's Maine is 8 months of winter, 4 months of bad sledding.
Exactly. Yeah, right? And you think you can take away fucking weed? You think they can run away with no... You're not gonna be able to roll one up? Like, come on, that's crazy. That's... You may as well try to fucking ban fucking PIBA. Anyway. Yeah. Well, okay, so I realize now we've talked about Maine the entire time. I hope that I hope that I didn't like plow over any other. We have more time, but was there any other topics you want to talk about? I should check before we use all the time for talking about Maine. Although I'm more than happy to, of course.
Something that's kind of just sort of like a little bit personal to me.
Okay.
I am a big horse nerd. I love horses. I remember the first time I saw a horse as a toy when I was like practically a baby, and I just thought, yeah, that's it. That's for me.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. That's amazing. Excellent energy.
And I've had a really hard time building a community with horse people because I don't know if you keep tabs on the horse community. You seem like you're a real... You're an equestrian.
Well, I mean, look, I'm an animal appreciator. I can't say that I keep tabs on the horse community, but I'm familiar with some of it.
The thing that's really a problem is the anti-intellectualism, like the ignorance that people embrace.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I've had people telling me things that I knew for facts were wrong when I'm like paying them to be in a lesson.
Yeah.
And that's like the majority of people that I've experienced. And like, there's so many like every week a new scandal. Like, there was like one recent one where this horse was competing and something spooked it and it like panicked and ran headfirst into a wall and died.
Oh no, that's terrible.
And you know, like, there was another scandal where, like, someone was punching their horse at the Olympics.
Wow. What the hell?
Yeah, no. The upper-level riders are actually the ones that you don't want to take your tips from because they have the most incentive to be corrupt.
Yeah, exactly. And to be, like, there's so much money on the line. They're, like, yeah, they're way more likely to, be doing horrible shit like that in order to, you know, win or whatever.
Yeah, I could sit here and list countless examples for you. But the thing that I really wanted to get at was that I actually found someone who I get along with. And I just was so happy that, like, to find someone that, that has the same desire to build a good relationship with animals the same way I do.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
it's just been so nice for me to get to know them, and it kind of really reminded me actually of what you talk a lot about like building community and finding people who you connect with.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's like I don't know. It seems sometimes I feel like it gets lost in the blur of the world online, like how important it is to find people and build lasting, deep social connections. Not just, you know, I have however many friends on social media or whatever, but like actually reach out and connect with people, and how even if a friendship starts on the internet, how building a deep connection makes you both stronger. You can help each other out. You can solve problems together, and I don't know. It feels better to you know move through the world when you find people who are like-minded. It's incredible, and yeah, that's really great to hear. I'm really happy to hear that. I try to harp on it because I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I spend a lot of time talking about it because I feel like there's a lot of loneliness in the world, and also that like social media it incentivizes a lot of a lot of connections without connections, and it can make people feel like they don't know where to go from there, and that I don't like that. I want people to be able to feel like they have togetherness and strength together, you know?
Yeah, and it was really funny because like hearing you talk about that is exactly how I felt, because this person has just been so completely lovely, and I have a hard time like, because I've been committed to horses for my whole life, you know, even at times where I wish I didn't want to like horses because the people were just so awful.
Yeah.
It's just something that is a part of me that I can't escape. So it's really nice to find even one person can make so much of a difference.
Yeah, for real. And, you know, once you have one person, you never know, you might find more too, because, you know, two people can find more friends faster than one person can, you know? So who knows, you might
That's
end
true.
up, you know, you might end up kind of like reaching out and being able to find more people who share your mentality, and, you know, that from there, you never know, you might end up connecting to a lot of people who feel that way, which would be exciting and cool.
That's my hope. It's just, it's a little bit slow going.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's how it is sometimes. And
yeah, no.
I'm just happy that you found somebody who shares your passion and also your mentality towards it. That's got to be really encouraging. I can imagine that the world of horse enthusiasm is probably a pretty all over the place one. Like, there's a lot of different stuff going on there. Everything from like, you know, class and there's a lot of like weird adherence to traditionalism because of the like history of horse breeding and stuff like that. That shit is a lot to deal with. And
nail on the head.
Yeah.
The people with the money are the people who are running the show, whether or not they know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, you get that, and there are a number of like I guess I don't know what the right word is, but there's a number of like, I guess, passions that can be hijacked in that way. There's ones, I mean, anyone really can. We all know that like in the current state of affairs, like we live in a pretty class striated society, and there's a lot of stuff that gets taken over just by rich people, but some are more vulnerable than others. And if it's like an interest that already like has like a high price point for entry, or a potentially high price point for entry, then it's just even more so. Like, really rich people can basically just buy their way in and act like they own the place, and it is the most infuriating thing ever. It is like the worst when that happens.
I remember, I don't know if it was you, but definitely somebody talking about like how at video game companies there are like kind of the rich people at the top, and then there's the sort of the artists who really care about the media, and they really suck people dry because they say, well, there's, you know, 12 people who kill to be at the spot you're at right now. We don't really need you.
Yeah, that's something I've talked about. That's common in both the in most entertainment industries, but especially right now, the big one is in gaming, because you know, in film, and of course this happens in film as well, really, like, that was kind of where like a lot of that idea, like, people first started noticing that kind of thing, where it's like, you're in the entertainment business, movies are cool, that means you should be begging and pleading and thankful every moment that you get to work in such a cool industry. It's like, well, it's still a job. I'm working really hard and devoting my life to it. It's not just like because movies are fun to watch, that means that the work isn't work anymore. But like, that happens right now really bad in the gaming industry, and there's like, it's so out of control because you know, the gaming industry is not as organized as the film industry. The film industry's been around for so much longer that like there is at least some like guild and union presence that isn't like that. There isn't that much of an answer yet in gaming. So yeah, that was almost assuredly me. Yeah, I'm not the first one to say it, but I'm definitely, or the only one, but you know, I talk about it a lot. So
several people are bound to notice it, but it's the same with horses.
Yeah.
The level of exploitation, well, why don't you just work for free and then I'll let you ride my horse, and then that's payment. Yeah. Or paying people under the table, or something that's happened to me. it's sort of funny hearing people talk about stolen wages. I've literally had bosses just stop paying me for with no warning.
Wow. Yeah, that's bad.
And that has happened to me twice. And
that is
what's that thing is like if I had a nickel for every time that happened, I'd only have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yeah, weird that it happened twice. Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, also though, you know, now it's also though you could be like, I'm gonna like quadruple check. I'm getting my pay before I walk out. You know what I mean? Like you gotta hold people to it. Yeah. That sucks though. That's terrible. There's definitely like that type of behavior is definitely very common in industries where there's like huge power differentials between the owners and the workers. Like, you know, because what are you gonna do? Who are you gonna complain to? Like, you know, it sucks. You just have to like, yeah.
I guess like I think for one of them I actually could sue them, but by the time I pay the lawyer, I don't know that I would get any money.
You might. I mean, depending on how much it is, it might be worth it. The thing with employment lawyers like that, they will take the pay out of the if they take your case, they take the pay out of the what's it called? Out of the I want to say winnings, but I don't think that's the right word. That sounds like the lottery, but whatever it is, if they take your case, like they'll tell you if you have a case, and if they believe you have a case, then they usually take it out of whatever you get at the end, or if you do a settlement, then they'll take it out of that. That's the way that employment lawyer stuff usually works. I mean, you still have to take the time out of your life and whatever, but if it's a significant amount of money, I'd say go for it. Talk to at least talk to a lawyer, because it definitely would feel good to get what you deserve. You know what I mean? Like, and like I said, it is common normal practice for employment lawyers to wait until they won't take the case if they don't think that you're going to get the money to be able to pay them is what I'm trying to say. They'll say, yeah, okay, here we go, and then you pay them at the end. Yep.
The other kind of like shitty thing is it's really hard because word of mouth is really big because it is a little bit more of a niche industry. So the other shitty thing is, do you want to be the person who sued someone?
Yeah, I mean, it depends, right? Like, I mean, because also there's the other hand of like, that is true that they could like try and blacklist you or whatever if they're like super connected, and that is definitely something to weigh strategically. It's a sad thing to have to think about, but also you could also be the person who goes, every other worker now knows that this person is not good for pay, you know. So, it's a tough call, but it's worth considering at least.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
Awesome. But the main thing I just wanted to say was just that finding someone who feels like a safe person is just so valuable.
It's amazing. It's necessary, and I'm really happy to hear that worked out for you. That's like amazing, and I wish that for every person in my community who feels like they don't have that yet. You know, I want everyone to be able to find people that they can find, you know, to get shared struggle with. It's you know, we're social creatures, and it feels great. Yeah. Well, we are about up on our time now. It was really wonderful talking with you. Thank you for being the now number one main imp. Okay, I'm giving you that title. I don't know if there are other main imps. There might be. There probably are. But you're the number one for now. So
there's got to be at least 2 of us.
Yeah, main imps. I need you all to find each other and organize. We need the imp presence in Maine. I want people to do Demon Mama tours in Maine like they do for Stephen King someday. You know, like people will go and get on a little bus and it has like really crappy, questionably stolen artwork printed on the side of their van, and then they drive around and be like, this is where Demon Mama used to swim in the summer. Isn't that cool? This is where Demon Mama ranted about one time on a stream. You know, wouldn't that be sick? Come on, everybody. That's cool, right? Right?
This is the restaurant where Demon Mama had the really good clam chowder.
Yeah, exactly. The last really good clam chowder I had in Maine was up in Greenville. That was sick. It was at what's it called? damn it, I'm blanking right now because it's like hour 8 of my stream, but it was a little.
Yeah, how dare you not remember?
I know it was a little pub, super cozy pub, right by the water, right in the center of Greenville, facing the lake. Hold on, I gotta grab it real quick. Hold on.
There are so many cute spots that are like right on the water in Maine.
Oh, it's awesome. It was the Stress-Free Moose Pub and Cafe. That's what it was called, the Stress-Free Moose Pub and Bar and Restaurant. And that's the perfect name, the most Maine place you can imagine. It was so cozy. It has like a log cabin style interior, very real, super cozy. And let me tell you, whole belly clams and clam chowder there were spectacular. All right, so Stress-Free Moose up in Greenville, Maine. There you have it. Now that can be on the Demon Mama tour, but only if the Maine imps unite.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
You're all good.
Oh, I was gonna say that I'm more of a lobster person myself.
Oh, fair enough. Lobster's awesome.
I think
fantastic.
It's really, it's like a puzzle. You have to take it all apart.
True.
And everyone decides how much of the body they want to eat. The green gross stuff in the middle. Yeah, I've never been a tamale person.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't. That's kind of hardcore. Like people like the tamale,
It's like people who drink Moxie. It's like they're doing it because they have something.
No, wrong. Moxie is so good. No. The Moxie is sick. Moxie is excellent. What do you know? You just have to drink it more. That's the thing. See, the thing is about Moxie. Moxie's an acquired taste.
I have to force myself to like it.
Yes. No, you don't have to force yourself to like it. You have to force yourself to drink it, and then you will begin to like it. That's how it goes. It's how it is. It's an acquired taste. So your body gets used to it, and then you're like, oh man, I actually really want that. I get Moxie out here. There is a store that sells Moxie out here, and I get it all the time. I love Moxie, unironically, no questions asked. I will get Moxie whenever I can, basically. It's one of my favorites. But can't believe you'd hate on Moxie. That's sacrilege, but it's all right. I forgive you. I forgive you.
I thought we were not going to be debating, but apparently the pros and cons of Moxie.
Yeah, the pros. Yeah, we're on. Yeah, exactly.
Demon Mama is never beating the debate. What is it? Do you like debate, bro, or is it
I don't know, whatever? I just call it whatever. I've been called a debate, bro. I've been called whatever. I don't care. Debate bitch, whatever. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. I'm never beating the allegations.
Demon Mama's never beating the debate, bro, allegations.
Yeah, never gonna happen. It's true. I'm never getting free of it. But listen, I won that one. Moxie's great. No questions asked. Say so. Anyway, without any further ado, we're all out of time. So I guess that's a surrender on the Moxie debate. So, well, seriously though, thank you so much for calling in. This was a really fun call. It was great talking with you. Thank you for being a stellar, shining representation of how sick and awesome Maine is. And maybe we'll speak again in the future.
Maybe.
Yeah, have a great night. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was fun to talk to you.
Likewise. Bye for now.
Bye.
Wow! That was so good! Oh my goodness. We'll get there. Alora, to what you said in Signal, we'll get there, okay? We'll get there. I promise. We'll get there someday. All right? Oh no, because we have a system. That's the thing. Wrong, Pan. You're incorrect. I am going to cook you. I'm going to boil you like a lobster. However, we do have a shining, respectable, enviable relationship with the Canadians. And it's powerful. It makes us stronger. Our ability to connect with Canadians opens an entire world. It's like the borders just disappear. All right, we are going to read a couple of donations real quick. So let's go through the donations real quick on YouTube. On the YouTube side, Rick Nixon with the $2, the first ever super chat, says, I think I'm banned from your Discord, sad face. I'm sorry about that, Rick. I hope it got figured out. It looks like maybe not. Rick Nixon with another $2 says, it seems I was IP banned for trolling. Sorry. Thanks for supporting the show, though. Appreciate that. Chargoond with the incredibly generous $20 super chat. I haven't seen Twin Peaks: The Return yet, but you were spot on about Fire Walk with Me. The best Black Lodge scenes are in that movie. Straight up. Fire Walk with Me, masterpiece, 10 out of 10. Love that movie. What an incredible film. Actually incredible. Thank you. And of course, MKJ Moon, already read your message, but I wanted to thank you again. Thank you very, very much. And also, MKJ Moon, once again, thank you again for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, thanks, Gayfish. Now, website donations. Let me see real quick. Hold on a second. PyroGuy1104 says, New England chowder clears y'all main cucks. That is so silly, and it's, you don't even know, okay? You don't know what you're saying and how silly it sounds, okay? Because while it does offend me on a certain level, it's also kind of like it's kind of like a cat trying to shit talk a lion, okay? Where the lion is just like, that's funny. Stop meowing so loudly. If you like a soup that is mostly unflavored flour, then you go with the New England chowder. The New England chowder. How pathetic. You don't even have the courage with a New England chowder to name it after a specific place, okay? With a Maine clam chowder, it's a Maina's clam chowder, okay? What, New England? You have to try and scoop everybody in with your fucking bullshit, just like how you scoop in, fucking handful after handful of flour. It's like drinking, it would be more accurate if you called it clam gravy. But even that wouldn't do it justice, because then it would have to compete with other gravies, and it wouldn't win, okay? Enjoy your thin, watery, boring slop. I'll be enjoying thick, hearty goodness. Do you know what the word hearty means? Do you know what hearty means? Hearty doesn't refer to having filler in there. That's not what hearty means. Hearty means lots of meat and vegetables, not filler. You can't roll in here and say, oh, it's hearty. It's got a loaf of bread jammed into it. You want to know why Maine clam chowder is thinner? It's because there's clams in it. A lot of clams and butter and milk, and it's delicious, and it doesn't taste like you're sucking down a wet loaf of bread. When was the last fucking time that you sat down and went, wouldn't it be cool if I soaked a loaf of bread in clam juice and then soaked a second loaf of bread in clam juice and then soaked a third loaf of bread in clam juice until it's just like sort of mushy bread that feels vaguely of clam? No. See, the last time the last time I was craving something clam related, I ate clams, not bread soaked in bullshit. Okay? To be honest, Maine clam chowder seems like a good drink. Are you where are you people coming from? Maine clam chowder is not thin, okay? It's thinner than your filler bullshit. But this is the thing that annoys me. I'm biting the bait at this point, which I should know a clam would not bite bait. Only a fish would, and I'm being a fish right now. But this is ridiculous, okay? This is, the inaccuracy is what really gets under my skin. It's unbelievable. Texas barbecue clears both New England and Maine cucks. Don't even start with me, okay? Texans, don't you fucking roll in here, all right? We know what's going on down in Texas, and we know that your barbecue gets cleared by the Carolinas, specifically North Carolina. North Carolina barbecue blows Texas's ass out like a fucking tire. So you don't get to say shit. Oops! We found the fragile Texan. Ooh! I'm sorry that you sold your state out to chain restaurants. Isn't it a shame that in your own state you have to drive around and see Texas Roadhouse on every goddamn corner? What a shame! What an embarrassment! What's it feel like to have to mad cope that everything in every store in Texas on every corner and everywhere that you can see has to be a Texas-shaped waffle, Texas-shaped drink cup, Texas-shaped pan so you can make a Texas-shaped steak because you've gutted your own state in the name of fucking Texas Roadhouse and fucking Whataburger and the oil industry. Don't even get me fucking started with Texas, okay? You can't claim shit on anyone, especially to walk in talking mad shit. You guys think you're big. You feel all big, but you're gonna start crying your fucking eyes out the moment that you try to step to a Mainer or a fucking Carolinan. Where you get your hat a little bit bigger so you can protect your feelings a little more. Oh, you got nothing. You got nothing. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this. The chat is turning against the Texans and now they're coping. Now the Texans are going, "Ugh. This is why we're the Lone Star State. We do it alone because you guys don't understand us when we call you on your bullshit. You walk in going, howdy, howdy, howdy. And you got your hat this big and you're like, you guys suck ass. And then everybody throws back at you and you're like, ooh, Lone Star. They just don't know what it's like to meet Texas. Well, I think it depends on the milkshake, right, Mr. Roxvia? Everyone remembers Texas. No one gives a crap about Maine. Everyone remembers Texas because you won't let us forget. Everyone's trying to forget Texas, and you will not let us stop. Mama never had a moist brisket with a beef rib and jalapeno sausage. I feel bad for her. First of all, why the fuck would you call it a moist brisket? The fuck are you? What the fuck is that name? Oh, it sounds like what a weird pervert would type into fucking Pornhub. Moist brisket. Oh, I need to see her moist brisket. Shut the fuck up. And by the way, I've had tons of barbecue and it's fucking great. And guess what? I've eaten food all over fucking Texas because I've been to Texas a million times. You want to know what sucks about Texas? There is good food there, but it's buried under a mountain of fucking tchotchkes and bullshit. You have to walk through 15 stores that say, you don't mess with Texas, and like 16 cartoonish self-caricatures because they're so desperate to prove themselves to everyone else. You know, you say, oh, nobody's ever heard of Maine. Right, and guess what? We don't fucking care. We enjoy our shit and we're proud of our shit. We share with you the beauties of Moxie, of clam chowder, and y'all come in here fucking talking mad shit. Get blown the fuck out. Moist brisket. Coping hard. I haven't heard a single argument from you. Ness. Not one argument. 0 arguments, only mad cope. Sounds like a tourist problem. Oh, yeah, blame it on the tourists. You know who else gets tourists? Maine. We build containment cities for them. In Maine, we have cities that are ruined by tourists. It's one city. And you go there if you need to see what it's like in the tourist world. And everybody else, nobody knows. You don't tell them about the cool spots. You only know if you're in the know. Yeah, see? Jesse knows! Look at that, Jesse in chat knows exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God. Yes, exactly! That's what I'm saying, Jesse! What tourists? See, Ness, this is another moment. Hold on, let me just read this out real quick. I need to read this out, okay? Just so you guys understand how ridiculous this is. I need to blow this up, okay? Again, like I said, it's the inaccuracy that makes me funny. What tourists? The old couple visiting all 50 states? That is the most, like, I don't know who travels where. Dude, Maine's, like, economy is, like, fueled by how much tourism it gets. During the summer months, Maine is like one of the most hot tourist destinations. You can go look at magazines right now. Go right now. I challenge you right now. Go search how many times travel magazines have featured Bar Harbor, Maine as one of the #1 tourist destinations in the entire country. In little old Maine, a state of 1 million people that's mostly trees and clams. And yet everybody keeps coming back. It was literally Maine. There were so many tourists that Maine's temporarily changed its state, what was it called? The, like, not motto, because it's always been Dirigo, but it's like title. It changed it to Maine Vacation Land. That's how popular it was. Also, Maine has had not just one, but 2 eras of massive tourism, because back in the Gilded Age in the 1920s, there was an entire town of boardwalks that every summer would be full of the richest people in the goddamn world touristing there. A containment city. See, because the people of Maine know. Unlike Texas that just turned itself inside out the moment it's like, oh God, please fill me up with your McDonald's's. Come on, this is silly. This is so silly. Vacation land from poutine lovers. This is what do you see what you've had to resist yourself to? You've had to turn to racism. That's what you had to do. You had to transform yourself into a discriminatory, prejudiced individual towards French Canadians. And frankly, I think that's disgusting. I think it's disgusting that this is what we have to come to. This is how hard Texas has to try. So insecure. So insecure. Oh, okay. Lady Kelgana, so true. Lady Kelgana says, as a native Texan, this is embarrassing me. Plus, our barbecue is mid. Texas's best food is Tex-Mex. You spoken like a true visionary. Right there. You see? Lady Kelgana, that is the true spirit of the real brave Texans. The Texans who are confident in their Texanness. They know that it's the chili and the Tex-Mex. That's the real treasure of Texas, not fucking barbecue where you get aced and looped and run around like crazy by the fucking Carolinas. Defending French Canadians, they LARP as French people? What are you talking about? No, they don't. That's their entire thing. French Canadians don't LARP as French people. They LARP, they're all about being French Canadian. They're like, I can't even do the Quebecois accent because it's so deranged. Their whole thing is that they're not French and they're not Canadian. That they're Quebecois. They even have their own fucking name for it. Listen, they're crazy, okay? I'm not saying they're not crazy, but the fact that they're like, we're Quebecois nationalists. They're totally fucking different. And yeah, exactly. As Jesse, once again, Mainers destroying the chat. MVP of the chat. Jesse comes in and says, Poutine is only Canadian, not French. Exactly. You don't get Poutine from France. You get Poutine from Montreal. You go to the west coast of Canada and they feature Montreal Poutine. A true Texan knows that authentic Mexican food is greater than Tex-Mex any fucking day. See, this is where it's just fumble after fumble in the YouTube chat. Tex-Mex should be Mex-Tex. That's the thing, because if you get good Tex-Mex in Texas, it's made by Mexican people. That's how it goes. Texans and Mexicans are like this, but the blindness of the modern Texan can't see that they should be together. Basically what I'm saying is liberate the Alamo now. Yeah, thank you, Staroxvia. Staroxvia says the average Texan today is too racist to understand their potential. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We're right back to where we've looped all the way back around with a fucking resounding, the shot heard around the world. Bam! Right back to here. Nailed it. Oh yeah, no argument. Real Mexican food is so much better than Tex-Mex. Won't argue with that. Tex-Mex is not in competition with real Mexican food. Tex-Mex is a form of real Mexican food. That's like being like, oh my God, like, oh, like I don't even know what to say to that. Like, oh my God. Tex-Mex is made by Mexican people who are in Texas and became Texans. Right alongside, oh my God. Yeah, that's like being like, oh, it's not the real pizza because I didn't buy it from Italy, and then you go to Italy and there's no fucking pizza there because they don't make pizza in fucking Italy. And General Tso's chicken is real Chinese food, right? First of all, not even fucking the same thing. Not even the same thing. General Tso's chicken, however it's said, it was like a manufactured recipe that was designed specifically by the Chinese American Restaurant Association to create a dish that could directly appeal to Americans to help Chinese immigrants get their footing in America, because America was fucking racist. Not even close to the same thing. Tex-Mex, I mean, and also Chinese American cuisine is fucking baller. It's not all just General Tso's. The fact that you think, oh, Chinese American, that's like General Tso's, right? Come on. What is this showing from Texas? What is going on here? Chinese American cuisine is fucking crazy. It goes so hard. It's way, way more than just General Tso's. Same thing as fucking Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex is a whole world of I can't believe this. I'm defending Texas to the Texans. Do you understand what a foul defeat this is for Texas? That the Texans came in shit-talking Maine. The Texans came in shit-talking the ascendant beauty of a Maine clam chowder. And then it came so far around that they undermined their own state and I had to defend it for them. Just, oh, what an awful turn of events. Oh my God. This is just, oof. No, it fucking isn't. You are so wrong about this. You are so wrong about this, Pyro Guy. I can't even believe it. Coping about the clam water. Okay. Now we're reaching into the bait territory, but hold on a second. I just need to show you. I just want you guys to understand. This is what the Texans in chat are calling. They're saying that what I'm about to show you, okay? I'm about to show you a Maine clam chowder, okay? All right? And they're calling this clam water, all right? I want you to understand just how ridiculous and goofy these people sound, okay? Right here, okay? Ready? Are you prepared? Feast your eyes on a real Maine clam chowder, okay? And this is what they're trying to say. This is what you're being gaslit into believing is clam water. I'm sorry, but you can literally see the fat and the cream and the whole belly clams, mountains. Have you ever, and I just an honest question real quick, okay? Have you ever gone to a restaurant and ordered New England clam chowder and seen this many clams in it? Or do you get handed a bowl of flour with unidentifiable meat squares in it, and they call that a clam chowder? Tell me what the real truth is, because I know what the real truth is. And these posers, these Texan frauds in my YouTube chat want you to believe that what you are looking at right now, this delicious chowder, is clam water. I just needed a reality check for all of us in chat who haven't had our brains cooked by the oil sands of Texas. Okay? It looks bomb as fuck. It is bomb as fuck. I'm telling you, it is... Maine clam chowder is one of the single most, like, it's, you know that scene in Ratatouille where Anton Ego, he bites the ratatouille and then he's teleported back in time? That's what it feels like when I eat Maine clam chowder. That's what it will feel like to you. You'll take a bite of Maine clam chowder and you'll be teleported to a childhood that you didn't even live, and it will feel like yours. You'll be playing on the beach down in Acadia National Park. You never have been there in your goddamn life. And the craziest thing is, it's not even that hard to make. Listen to this, okay? I'm just gonna read you a sampling, okay? I'm gonna read you a sampling of the authentic Texas, definitely not Cope, Texas-sized. It comes in a bottle that's shaped like Texas, and it has, the bottle lid is a little fucking 10-gallon hat that says Texas Ranger on it, okay? This is the definitely not Cope, straight from authentic Texas, all right? Ready? Listen to this. You're coping. You're still coping about your clam water. Our food clears. It's just cope from the main cucks. All right, guess what's gonna come next? Is it gonna be, oh, you're coping? Oh, here's the next message. You're coping. Your chowder is literally expired milk, but it has clam in it. Don't mess with Texas, right? Am I right, guys? Jesus fucking Christ. My God. Just so you know, I hope that you recognize that this is why you never fuck with a Mainer. You know, Mainers, you piss them off, hey, oh, all right, yeah, bub, don't push me. That's maybe the worst you're gonna get. You keep pushing them, you're gonna lose, okay? You're gonna lose. I know. I'll be back in Maine sometime this year. I'm going back up to Maine sometime this year to go visit family. Okay, here's another one. Again, listen, Pyro Guy is trying, okay? Pyro Guy is reaching right now, okay? DM mad because she only ever ate at the tourist spots and doesn't know real Texas or Mexican cuisine. You don't know, you don't understand how wrong you are, okay? You genuinely do not understand how wrong you are. You don't know how much time I've spent in Texas and who I've spent time in Texas with, okay? I've spent an inordinate amount of time in Texas, all with Texas natives, okay? For real. Is it really a main thing to say, ayah? Ayah? It is. Although that's a little bit of a stereotype. It's a little bit overstated, but it is there, for sure. Also, area bub. Bub is another one, and honey. Yeah, that's real. Yep. The Down East accent is not as common as it used to be, but it's still there. It's still present in Maine. True, Gayfesh. Gayfesh says if they doubt how much time you spent in Texas, they can always just ask their moms. Woo!
Bazinga.
Ness, look, Ness says, washed Mainer. Well, I'd rather be a washed Mainer than an unwashed Texan any day. So, let's fucking bring it. You got anything else? Yeah. Hey, yeah, Bob, we take showers up here. Here's a thing though, Staroxvia. Don't worry about it too bad because you can pick up regionalisms just by spending time in those areas. So just endeavor to go there. Most places are not really weird about it. Most places are like thrilled to have people come into their area and pick up cool stuff. Like, I mean, I've been in Washington now for so long that, you know, you start to pick up stuff from living there. And once you've been there, like I've been here for, Jesus, how many years have I lived in Washington now? It's been like almost a decade that I've lived in Washington. And, you know, there's like almost no one that's gonna be like, oh, you don't have it real. They're like happy that you get their stuff, you know? Pyro Guy says, Demon Mama, all jokes aside, I've been laughing my ass off for the last 10 minutes and enjoyed this battle of the states. Main chowder, while slightly inferior, is still delicious. Gotta crash. Love ya. Rest well. I have had a good time with this as well. We definitely are gonna have to, I should turn this into a segment for sure. I didn't expect it to be that way. It ended up flying off the cuff. It's gonna make people mad, but it was fun. I really didn't think I was gonna get that pissed, but and I'm not too ruffled. I'm a defender, you know? I don't take people harshing on the most delicious fucking shit that I've ever had well. Especially because y'all kept looking for the fucking fight. You were hunting for it. Oh, I'm looking at all the clam chowder now and I want to eat it so bad. Look at this. I'm sorry. Case in point, okay? Watch, all right? Look, I'm not even, to be fair, because the first photo that I showed you was like above and beyond spectacular, like, but I just want to do a side by side real quick, okay? Of like a Maine style clam chowder versus, wait, hold on, I gotta get the right one. Hold on, we gotta be fair here, okay? I want to be fair. I don't want to be unfair. I don't want to be unfair here. I want to be fair, okay? So let me get an authentic Maine clam chowder, all right? Here we go. And then I'm gonna show you what passes off for New England clam chowder, okay? Here we go. This is really good. Oh, that's such a small picture. Here we go. All right, this is pretty good. That's got bacon in it. Okay, bacon is not sacrosanct, so you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. This is a beautiful clam chowder. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait it. Okay? I don't care. I don't care about being fair after this roasting, okay? I want you to look at these side by side, okay? This is what they call a New England clam chowder, okay? This is food photography New England clam chowder. They've even got little crostettes or whatever, crostini or whatever these things are called over here. Look at this floury bullshit. I told you, it's like a gravy with no identifiable clams in it whatsoever, okay? And then look at this. And yes, I will say, just to offset the bias, they are both food photography. This one is clearly made with a little bit more higher quality ingredients, but can we just acknowledge, like, look at how many whole belly clams are in here? Look at how this looks and that broth and how sweet and delicious that would be versus this, okay? All right, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't be cruel anymore, okay? Let me just tell you this. The New England clam chowder, no joke, you're being tricked. New England clam chowder is not like a fancy regional dish. New England clam chowder is filled with flour because it's cheap, because it's cheaper than using clams. You can make 900 bowls of flour with 2 pieces of clam at the bottom and have it vaguely taste like clam, okay? That's the secret. Just recognize that, okay? The New England clam chowder is a lie by the Campbell's Corporation to convince you to forget. Sanic the Hammer says, what's your take on Tennessee food? Tennessee is one of the few states I haven't visited, so I haven't gotten to eat real authentic Tennessee cuisine. So I would be lying if I had a take on it, but I hope to visit Tennessee in the future, and I hope to try Tennessee food. I have heard it's really good. LB says, I've never had clam. You're missing out. Clam is amazing, okay? It is like, clam is one of my favorite seafoods. It is just so rich, so creamy, nutritious as hell, and plentiful. Clams reproduce like nothing you can imagine. They grow on everything. They're incredible. They're better than mussels, in my opinion. I like mussels a lot. I have a soft spot for mussels, but they're not as plentiful as mussels. But they are. They're a little bit. They're less tough than a mussel. Mussels are a little bit chewier than a clam. Clams get so soft. Mountain Dew counts as Tennessee food. Well, Mountain Dew's pretty good. I used to be a big Mountain Dew head. Now I drink Diet Coke all the time, but. All right. Okay, everybody. I ended up adding like an hour to the stream, so we gotta read our credits real quick, okay, everybody? Here we go. It's time. Credits. Hold on. Let's play the song. Let's play a song for the credits. We're gonna get a nice little song going here. Let's do. Here we go. We'll do Inferno Providential, the Sweet Mithras. And turn it down a little more. My lovely imps, it is time for us to read a little credit roll, okay? First of all, I want to thank you all for being here, for calling in, and for watching, okay? Thank you so much. Of course, our on-air talent is myself, Demon Mama. But more importantly tonight, I think, is our signal techs, Alora, Jessica Metal, Pam, and Hellish Trans Girl. Our signal night coordinator is Alora. Our backup coordinator is Jessica Metal. Our callers, Baphomette, Ray, Estelle, Levi, hgbguy, Lady Kelgana, DizzyRat, Teapot, Somniostatic, Punkygal, Cymric, Seska, and Jesse. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for all of you who donated. Oh, I actually have to read the site donations, so don't go away yet. I have to read the site donations. I forgot that I was supposed to do that. I'm gonna read those over the music because that's a cool thing to do. Thank you to all of you who donated, who made this possible. Racanis with the tier 3 sub. Woke up just to hear the bathroom song. Immediate like and subscribe. Thank you. Boon of Tyrants with the gifted tier 1 sub says, here, take this. And Boon of Tyrants with the tier 2 sub. Behold, for I am returned anew. Thank you. Cobalt Swiftpaw with the $5 says, I love Patricia Taxon. As an autistic furry, her stuff helps me understand my experience so much better. On the ethics of boinking animal people was deeply profound for me. It's not just about that. I want to watch that video. I actually haven't seen that video, but it is on my watch list. We were talking about it earlier today. Snack Freak with the unbelievably generous 5 tier 1 subs. So glad you're back. The new set looks wonderful. Thank you very, very much to everyone who donated. Really appreciate it. And Nerodia, thank you so much for the $25. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Nerodia. You all have made this possible. Thank you for being an incredible community. Thank you for watching my show. All 107 of you who have lasted till hour 8.5 of this stream, you all are poggers. Now it's time for me to go rest, to go eat some food, and to dream of how much better, how much better Maine performed in this conflict tonight than Texas. Anyway, thank you all, and remember, rule number 1: do not fucking die. Thank you all very much. Good night.